seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team, a dire team, pick.
Back, we are here for a brand new day of the BTS Pro Series Season 3, in fact. It is MLP, Dota, and John Expired. John, you're looking fabulous today, sir. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Mike. You know, we had a really fantastic set of days so far. Day number 4 now in the BTS Pro Series Season 3. Feeling great. You know, I had my monster to wake me up. It's been long days, but we're energized up, and we've got quite the matchup. Execration up against New Esports. First, these two teams have had...
Whoa, hold on a minute. Hold on, John. Prior to that, shout out to Monster and Loopet for sponsoring the tournament. Of course, without them, John, it wouldn't be able to happen. So you had your monster this morning because you were seeming a bit sleepy before we started casting, but obviously you've sculled a couple cans and now we're here. Anyway, you were saying, John, I apologize for the interruption.
No, it's perfectly fine. New Esports up against Execration. These two teams have faced each other before, Mike, in something called the Elite Competition back in July. 2 series played already, and Execration did win both series 1-2 and 0-3. So it looks like Execration does have New Esports number. We'll see if that has changed over the past few months. The draft is on hand. Tiny Treant for Execration to start themselves off. It's been a while since we've seen the Treant. The past few days haven't really featured a hero, but we know what it does. It stalls out fights, it has great laning presence, it has great team fight as well with Overgrowth. Solid hero to have along with the Tiny, lots of early damage and potential early on. New Esports, Clockwork Phoenix, this combo is really solid. Get the Battery Assault, the cogs off. Get the Sunray on top of that. That's an easy kill in the laning stage. And down the line, your team fight potential with the Clockwork isolating heroes with the cogs can play quite nicely. So potent openings for both sides so far.
I agree. I do like both openings. In fact, it's going to mean quite a bit of team fight, good chemistry between the support duos that have been picked up. And no cores as of yet, which is kind of strange to say the least, because we generally do see one core along with one support now in the first pick phase, but that is probably going to mean that they're just going to go ahead and ban out all these position 1s and maybe even position 2s and 3s here in this second ban phase. And of course, New Esports even still banning that that Snapfire because they do have the Phoenix, and you just don't want to risk it when you have the Phoenix. It's just too easy to burst down the egg with that Snapfire. Even if you don't have space for the Snapfire anymore in Execration, we've seen the position 3 Snapfire being played by Raging Potato mostly, and of course he is drafting for Execration right now, so it's probably not safe to leave that hero available in the pool when you do pick up Phoenix.
Oh, for sure. It's just never safe. Execration, for their part, they banned out 2 combos that goes with the Phoenix, so no Arena Egg, no Chrono Egg available for New Esports. They're gonna have to find another way to maximize that AoE spell. They would love something like that. They would love maybe the Treant, but of course Execration has that. So options are also shrinking here for the Phoenix to be fully maximized.
What is that on your shirt, John? Is that a polo or something?
Yeah, logo? I don't know what it is. You know, I just pick out a shirt from the closet.
I thought you had
it's a dude playing polo. No, I wouldn't. It's stitched on. You know, it's polo. It's a weird. It should be a sport that sounds fun. It's just super weird, right? It's like dudes on a horse and you're twacking. It's just strange to me. But I don't know how they're on a lot of shirts, you know, like polo shirts.
Is that a legitimate sport?
It is. That's why it's the polo club, and it's always people on horses with a stick because it's the polo sport. It's a sport. It's a strange one. I don't know why all our shirts are like polo.
Oh,
you know,
I honestly I know of the logo. I've just never. I've never seen anyone play the sport. It just seems so ridiculous. Like it's like, hey, let's get a bunch of guys and we'll jump on some horses and, you know, just hit some balls with a large stick, see what happens. You know, it's a weird one. All right, you learn something new every day. Maybe there's someone in the chat that's played polo before and they can explain to us the beauty of the sport. I don't know. New Esports, they're going for their final ban out now. Now, in fact, how is that a sport and people still can't believe esports a sport? That's what I don't get.
I don't know, man. Look, polo is a weird one. I think it's something that it's associated as a very, you know, wealthy sport, you know, because you have to have a horse. Then you have, if you don't have if you don't have a horse, you have to rent a horse or whatever. I don't know. How do you legitimately get into polo? I have no clue. It's just on my shirt.
Why is the wealthy always playing sports with horses as well? Like, what's the big deal? Like, they can't walk anymore?
Right. Esports on horses, Mike. You're calling it out. Actually, that could be next.
That's it. Get on your horse and start playing esports, I guess. New Esports, they're gonna make their final ban out. They'll ban out the morphling. I apologize. I just don't get it, John. These sports out there that are called sport, I just don't understand the premise.
No, I don't know either, Mike. It's a strange world, you know. Back to that point, esports on horseback. That could be a new esports.
10 seconds remaining.
They'll make we're off to a good start, aren't we, John? Third pickup now. We're gonna go ahead and pick up that live stealer. It's been very popular, the live stealer, John. We've seen it quite a few times now. Obviously works very nicely into the tiny and Treant protector. Doesn't really care for that shadow combo of the tiny being the avalanche toss. Which, by the way, for any viewers out there that did not play Dota 1 back in the day, that's what you used to call it, the shadow combo, which was the avalanche toss.
Why was it called a shadow combo? I actually remember that.
No, it's one of those things where it was like not many people were aware about it, but it was called the shadow combo for some reason.
All right.
I have no clue why. No one ever explained it to me, but that's what it was.
Hey, you know, back in the day, we used to build Vanguard in every hero, Perseverance stacks as well. So, you know, it was a strange time. Still, live stealer, you mentioned it, decent against tiny, but you've got natural vehicles here as well. Clockwork for the hookshot in with the Infest. That's pretty good. The Phoenix dive as well. Not as common for a life stealer to play with. Certainly doable. So you're building up there. You're giving yourself an edge in terms of fast life stealer can come online relatively quick. Execration, though, something special coming out here. Slardar on top of that tree and Tiny, so you don't see it as too often, that Slardar. It does look like, of course, it's going to be a Slardar off lane more than likely. You've got some great combinations now here. Tiny Toss for the Slardar to get the initiation on, so you don't necessarily need a Blink Rush. You can get started early on with the ganks. Does open up some possibilities here for pause 1 pickups. Most natural one with the Slardar is, of course, a PA. Whether or not New Esports want to pick a PA into Phoenix Lifestealer is a different question, but it's up there. It's available for you to go. You can burst heroes down fast with that right click.
Well, I do think the PA pick would actually be pretty legit here for the Execration. I mean, you pointed out the minus armor combo with the Slardar, but as well as that, the Lifestealer does not deal with the PA very well. I mean, you've got to be able to hit the hero to actually kill her. Naturally, he can build into an MKB, but that's going to take time. And even then, you're still going to have Cross Haze on you as a Lifestealer, and PA is going to be hitting you for however much crit. Sure, the Jakiro, Phoenix, and Clockwork might be a little bit annoying PA, but I doubt it's too big of an issue if they wanted to run it, and they do. Well done, John. You're off to a good start today. I love to see it.
It's a Filipino stack, you know, you get the Slardar, you know those Pinoys will want the PA. So it comes out, they just want to jump at you, they want to play aggressive. Have to watch out for that magic damage here. Jakiro is really annoying, Phoenix as well. They've got a good combination here for New Esports. Clockwork Jakiro. And this is not something we see too often anymore, but it is. You land at macro power when you get the hookshot cogs initiation. People are gonna die. So it's a solid one there. It does mean either the Phoenix or the Clockers are core here, Mike. Performance of either in the offlane has been okay. It is also not as common, so that's something New Esports has to be aware of as they go into the laning phase, just getting that initial farm and EXP for whatever ends up being their offlane.
Very interesting.
10 seconds remaining.
Final banouts now, Execration. They're looking to just ban out mid laners here for New Esports, and they do get rid of the Zeus to start, and now the Puck. Both heroes that deal well with the PA, and obviously the Puck does lock down heroes very nicely, so the Lifestealer can't get kited. New Esports.
10 seconds.
One thing I worry about here for Execration is when Rage is up, they have nothing that naturally just locks that lifesteal in place. Slaughter Bash still pierces spell immunity, right? So there is that. It's a consistent way. You're gonna have to get in there and right click and hope you're not gonna be disabled. So a big part here for Execration. On top of that, maybe the blink time for the Slaughter depends if they prioritize it with a Tiny in the pool, but the BKB has to come out in a timely manner just to ensure that the lifestealer doesn't get that opportunity to just really get control in the fights. You can always get your right clicks to get the bash. That's going to be important here.
Okay. Well, as Execration, they need a mid pickup. The Void Spirit Lina being removed here, but Execration, they'll go for the safety and the quap. Fair enough, just a very aggressive way to finish this off, and obviously it's just the safe pick. It doesn't lose mid lane very often, the paint.
And that
what do you
is
want if you're a New Esports side here, though? Like maybe a Storm mid would work?
Yeah, that would be really nice. You don't have the best lockdown here for New Esports to keep those heroes in place, and Ember would be decent as well. Earth Spirit, I would prefer the other two. So those are the options.
Of course you would.
It's not the most natural. You don't have Grimstroke, unfortunately. I think that's the best case scenario for like an Earth Spirit core when you have a Grim support, just to pile on your initiation. So it's easier to follow up. In this case, not there. Wintington as well. That should be a Carl Quap, right? Like that should be Carl down mid, although he keeps changing his name. I can't keep track. New Esports do go with the Ember. So there's your vehicle for the Lifestealer. There's your mid lane matchup. Decent timings. Team fight is still looking pretty good for New Esports overall. They have to space that egg out perfectly, so they have to be very aware. Candy has to be on point with where he does commit the egg. Of course, it does look like that means offlane Phoenix in this case. I do prefer that over core clock. I think you would as well, just because Phoenix with farm does have a different path compared to support Phoenix. So new esports draft, you're gonna have to play with that team fight. Egg placing, very important. Execration, have to be careful about the early control. Like, especially that PA can melt to the magic damage. BKB timings are key. Beyond that, it's actually a Carl Slardar. Huh.
Oh, okay. So Raging Potato going to take the offlane Queen of Pain. Going to be up against DDZ's Ember Spirit, and it looks like he doesn't want the Quap. I guess the Slardar does have a much better time up against the Ember mid, but the thing is that should mean Yamate shouldn't really be struggling on that lifesteal.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought that was the whole point of the Slardar, is to just dominate the lane with the lifestealer, but that's not really going to be the case now. You can still do some nice work on the Quap, but with that rage up, you should just be fine.
I think the one thing you're going for here is rage for lifestealers, and we've seen this through the past few lifestealer games, right? You don't get it until level 3, and its level 1 cooldown is pretty long. Its uptime isn't great. That is something a Quap can kind of abuse. And if you think about the Slardar versus lifestealer, if you are trading right clicks, you are a strength hero in the Slardar. So lifestealer can rip through you if he invests in Feast. So you have to be cautious. I think that's the main takeaway for that. They're hoping that this will force maybe a bit of a different skill build-up for that lifestealer, and if Yamate opts for that, it's going to offset his early start that lifestealers tend to want to go for.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how it pans out. Game number 1. Game, in fact, between Execration and new esports. We are going to start off with a very a quick pause. Nothing too new here.
Oh, you know what? I was having this issue right before we went, like, in the lobby. For some reason, my game just dropped to like 5 FPS. And I know there was an update to fix lobbies, because apparently there were lobby issues earlier this morning, but I'm not sure what's up with that. Like, hopefully it stays up, Mike. You know how it is, beta game.
My FPS has been struggling ever since the Battle Pass came out. I don't know why, but I don't know. It's a beta game. We'll just have patience, John. Someday we'll be out of beta. Someday.
One can dream, you know. I mean, look at us here, asking for Immortal Treasure Tree while we're still in beta. I don't know what the community's upset about. It's a beta game. Be glad we even have hats.
Yeah, it's not like we, you know, raised $36 million for a prize pool. That nothing like that.
No. Definitely not. Still,
you know what? I would forgive Valve if there was an Earth Spirit Immortal in that treasure tree.
Of course you would.
Release the Earth Spirit Immortal, and all will be forgiven. Valve, we will forget about the wait.
Well, Mike, what if it wasn't a good Immortal?
John,
what if it just wasn't good?
Quite frankly, we'll take anything right now as the Earth Spirit plays. We're not in the business of complaining. So, good or bad, just send it through. We'll take it.
I mean, it's better than nothing still. Gonna be interesting to see these lanes. Not gonna be an easy time for Palas. Taking a look at that Clockwork Phoenix dual lane up against a PA. Early levels aren't gonna be fun. You're gonna have to be very patient with how you blink strike out. It's gonna be very defensive for Palas. Probably gonna have to play a lot with those daggers as well. So there's a lot of opportunities here for esports. Candy can opt to play a bit more aggressive. Barry can find himself a bit further front to get the damage done. He does actually go for the Quelling Blade Winley. So Barry's playing the core clock, and Candy's on...
No, I don't think so. No.
Oh, he's just chopping trees, of course.
Yeah. Just getting those trees down against the Treant. I was going to say, if it's core clock, this lane's lost for sure. It's just no point in having a core clockwork here up against the PA Treant. I actually love the fact that they did switch up the Phoenix to be in the position 3 role, because getting that magic damage up against the PA is going to be very effective once you get to that mid game.
Oh yeah, and you know, it's a melee hero. You don't like playing into those fire spirits, so Palos has to be very cautious about that spacing out. Barry with the tree cuts, look at RR. He's in an awkward position. He can't play on this left side. He'll have to work his way to the right if he wants to keep that harassment up.
Oh, it's really well done by Barry. Of course, we'll have a look over to the mid lane now. DDZ and Carl going to be up against each other on the Slider and Ember. And this is going to be a pretty hard matchup for DDZ, right? Even as the levels go up until you hit level 6, it should be pretty unlaneable for DDZ.
Oh yeah, it's a tough one. You saw what happens when Carl just commits for the right click, gets the bash off. Once you're level 3 or level 4 on Carl, the damage that comes out of Silverine from that follow-up stun, it's pretty devastating. So DD's gonna have to watch his spacing. Flame Guard's not gonna block all of that damage, and there's gonna be a key timing around that bounty rune, you know, with those supports.
Great first blood out from Barry there down at the bot lane. It was just Candyloon and Barry using RR, and he had no trees to hide it. So he was just out in the open, and it was a very, very simple kill to take.
Yeah, and that's the power of this lane. Early match time, they're going again.
They don't have the fire spirits right now, so Barry may have overextended here and does go down. Yeah, he does give the my bad over. Candyloon now going to have to cop a fair bit of harassment, but look at mid lane. DDZ being stunned up, trying to salve, and will go down to Carl, who will then get his own salve off. Execration getting a 2-1 lead this game, number 1.
Yeah, and that's at level 4 spike for Carl. Level 2 in the bash, got 1 point in the Guardian Sprint. He can close the gap, he can get the right clicks off. Ember, as a melee core, has to watch that spacing. You can't allow a Slardar to just hit you like that. You're not going to win the right click trade.
Carl, it's a bit out of range for that stun, trying to get the range creep, but did miss out. Because the one lane we haven't really looked at yet either. The top lane where Raging is making a jump in onto Mosin. You've also got Yamate there on your POS1 Life Sealer, and BDZ on the position for Tiny. Just roaming around trying to make it hard for Mosin to get anything done in this lane, but it's like Mosin will be pretty safe and just fine. Overall, each lane seems to be going decently in my opinion for Execration, if anything.
Yeah, the one lane that's going a bit slow is that Raging Potato lane. The Quap is at 10 last hits. It's not slowing Yamate down. This is what we talked about from the laning phase. You see Yamate did opt for 1 level in Rage, but has managed to invest in the Feast and the Open Wound. So his farm's going along swimmingly. The presence of Raging hasn't been amazing. Have to be a bit cautious about how much space they give Yamate.
Well,
he gets that early farm.
He went for the Scream build, right? Up against the Rage of Yamate not wanting to get the Shadow Strike. And, I think with the Scream build, you are a bit more limited to how dominant you can be in lane. But he doesn't really have a choice, because Rage will just cancel the Shadow Strike immediately.
Yeah, I think if you are looking to play that way, you do invest in it. Has a lower cooldown, much more uptime. And it's not like Lifestealer has the best of mana pools to keep spamming Rage. It's a consistent cooldown as you invest. So it's just a bit of a trade-off. This does mean Raging can farm a bit faster, so he's going to have a way of catching up from the slower start if he gets his jungle.
Very true. I think BDZ in the mid lane now with an Invis Rune, just trying to find DDZ, but he's going to be farming that double stack he made for himself at the small camp. While Raging Potato gets very, very low, being chased down by Mosin. He's just trying to pull the creep wave and sort out the equilibrium in this lane, but he's not really going to be able to farm this while Mosin's chasing, but it looks like Mosin will let it go at the T2 tower. Raging, he's already so close to the fountain, he may as well run down.
Yeah, it's given Mosin the opportunity to grab the bounty rune though, so it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Really nice deep ward as well coming out here for new Esports. Makes it a bit more complicated for Execration if they start stacking those camps up. You've got an Ember in the opposite team, he can easily clear those out if you're not careful.
And he can. DDZ completely giving up on the lane now. Start permanently jungling at the moment, unless I suppose the creeps are at his tier 1 tower, in which case he will run back, but there's absolutely 0 point in him being in that mid lane up against that Slider, who is just going to dominate him. And, of course, he is going to find himself behind in XP while he is jungling, as it is a very slow process for the Ember, especially when you don't have Flame Guard up. Luckily for him, Flame Guard, it is a pretty low cooldown, so he can just stack and spam it, but it is still a slower process.
Yeah, it's not what you want from the Ember. He's still doing fantastic overall, considering that laning start. Severely behind, though. So the catch-up has to come out. He needs that first item ready. He's going to have to buy that space for Yamate. Lifestealer timings, you know, they can go fast with an early armlet, but they would prefer a couple of items first.
Barry, bot lane. Would run out of range of RR. Level 1 Nature's Grasp, not going to hold him down too long. Top lane, BTS gonna have to go for a TP out on the Tiny as Raging tries to go for a kill after Mosin. Does manage to get the Jakiro kill, but now a great rotation in from DDZ, and he does have level 1 chains available to be able to cancel off that TP of Raging. That's a great rotation out from DDZ on the Ember.
Get a nice kill out for DDZ. That's going to help him bounce a bit back. Successful first rotation out for our Ember. You start to look at Carl. You know, he's been sitting at his level 6 with a haze for a while. They might want to make use of that as soon as Palos hits 6, but PA damage it's just a very strange one, you know. Her level 6 spike isn't as big as you'd want, so it's going to take a bit longer for that Corrosive Haze combination to really kick in.
It is. As well as that, you can't really rotate to the Phoenix right now because he's always going to be able to Icarus dive away anyway. So there's no real point trying to go for Candyloon at the moment. I suppose if he does use the Icarus dive, you could make the rotation in, but until then, it's a bit of a rough ask. He does go for the max in the Q and W, so not actually opting for any points in Sunray yet, which is generally how you play it if you are playing core Phoenix. So they are going to make a dive onto Palos, but he's going to be able to blink out. Now, Egg going to be committed in Yamate. Also going to show himself on the Lifestealer. Palos going to be hit by that stun of the Egg. And now open wounds are out from Yamate. Still more rotations coming in. They're trying to fight this one out. It's a two-man stun from Carl, but Infest is there on Candyloon from our Lifestealer. But Candy is in big trouble. He does not have the Icarus dive left. He will go down. Now Raging, also rotating in, but can't really stop Yamate, but perhaps Carl can with a great toss in from BDZ. And Yamate is also going to die in the Lifestealer.
Ooh, that is not how you want that first Egg to go. They dive deep. They look like they could take Palos, but Palos lives true. They don't get the follow-up damage. The group up from Execration, their commitment to save their PA paying off massively. New Esports going to have to lick their wounds here, regroup, try to build up. That does give DDZ some space, but that early rotation for Yamate is costly. He doesn't even have Armlet up. That's going to slow down his progression and farm.
That it is. Don't want to be in that position when you do have a or rather a Slaughter on the other side of the map. Carl will take full advantage of a no-farm Lifestealer. Carl is actually going to rotate up towards that top lane now in the Slaughter. Mosin's the only one there on the Jakiro, but he seems to have spotted out that they are here, so he's going to TP back down bot. And that'll be the signal New Esports send out to just say we're trading these tier 1 towers, but mid lane, DDZ almost getting a pick off there onto Raging Potato. Ultimately will not be able to finish the job off and does have to run away.
Yeah, it's going to be a successful push for New Esports. They've got steady push with the Jakiro. That's the one ace up the sleeve here for New. RR is going to have to put the work in to really defend this one with the living armor.
They are trying. RR, he's going to go ahead and pull away the creep wave and just delay the push from happening. But it is still very difficult to do so. So there is so much commitment here from New Esports. And that's the one way you can get through these T1 towers up against the Treant. You just commit your whole team and you get the job done ASAP. You don't leave it halfway.
And it does go down. The push for Execration up top a lot slower. You know, Palos hits hard, but he doesn't hit hard against buildings. Is something you're going to have to wait out for. Maybe a Desolator down the line will help the cause, but none of these heroes particularly melt any of these buildings.
The big group up mid. DDZ almost trying to bait them in here from Execration's end, but now they're going to get a bit impatient, but... Oh, DDZ got the chains there, but Mosen was not in range for the ice path. Now, hookshot. It's going to be out onto Carl. It's going to be a huge pickup if they can get it. They'll even commit the egg to make sure Carl cannot get away. And he will not. Yamate, a kill, rather Barry does. It's a big one to get.
Yeah, that's the biggest target on the map, so a nice network swing there for New Esports. Opens up certain ways of playing in his bot jungle as well. They've gotten deep wards here. Very safe for them to play farming games here, and Execration not quite to regain control. So they're surrendering that bot jungle. They have to play elsewhere. They are playing on the opposite side of the map, and that progress we're looking for in Palos is steady. He's going into that Fury, although mid again, still trying on Raging.
They are. I don't seeing them being able to kill him though, not without like some chain stuns. New Esports, I think they understand this. They'll just let it go for now. It is still very, very early to try and get that mid-tier 1 power pushed in anyway. But perhaps they don't feel confident going into the late game up against the PA Slaughter. It is going to get quite painful for them. They're still grouped up mid, but I just don't think they're going to get anything out of this, so they might rotate top. Can see Palos. I mean, he's blurred right now, but you can kind of tell he's farming the top lane. Gonna back off back towards his triangle, and they ping the area around Palos, but they're not actually going to make the rotation.
No, it's going to be a slower pace for both sides. They're both just waiting out for these key items. Yamate does have his armlet though, so there's some opportunities to go with the infest place on the clock, and they are smoked with Barry.
They are. Huge kill on Palos if they can get it. Barry gonna get vision, needs an angle for that hook shot, but can't get it because of these neutral creeps. But no, he gets one. Very, very tight angle there from Barry, and Palos does go down, but a nice sonic wave out from Raging. It's not going to be enough, however. Raging is also going to fall. And they're going for even more now. Tiny BDZ getting caught out, and that should be a very easy pick up here for Yamate and Barry. Yamate will be able to take it on that lifesteal.
And it's that timing, you know, armlets up on Yamate. They just go for the kills. They've got natural infest carriers. Really nice pickoffs to get. Still slowing down Palos' progression towards that battle here. I mean, his farm's still up there, but every single second that BF is delayed is more time your farm's just not up to snuff and your damage isn't up to snuff.
Quite a while away as well. Like, it's not really that close, all things considered. It's really not great news for the side of Execration, as they are very reliant on that. Carl's just gonna kind of have to wait for his PA to be ready to get this combo activated.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while. You do have good progress for Carl though. I think they're gonna be riding on the momentum. He'll bring 200 gold off the blink. So Slaughter Blink gonna be a big one. You can play around with Raging as well. He can come in for the burst damage to help you follow up, and that's gonna be how Execration has to buy the space. They just need to maybe find a couple of pickoffs with that combination. Maybe wait out BDZ's blink as well, but that's pretty optional with a Slaughter. Still.
Bounty Rune's gonna spawn up. Hookshot in from Barry, right onto BDZ. He'll get him in cogs as well. There's Yamate with the damage output, and they do get one. Now Raging, he blinked into them once again on the Quap and is gonna pay for it. With that DDZ, he's looking for a bit more. They're gonna spot out RR, but he's TPing. They need a cancellation, but the ice path not gonna be out in time, and RR will be able to get away with his life intact, but well, you still lost two heroes here for Execration. It's just not great news.
It's definitely not, and this is the one beauty as well of New Esports Draft. They've got pretty low cooldowns. Everything except Egg really just doesn't take too long to be back, so they can keep playing this aggressive. They've gotten space to push that tier 1 top. Tree and Protector, you know, he's supposed to stall these pushes out. Not much slower than you'd expect. You know, he's spamming it out, but there's a siege creep. Yamate hits like a truck. they're just going to lose these first few towers. They're going to have to try to stave off that push if they want to stall out.
Gotta be careful. Carl gonna TP in, but a nice ice path from Mosen. Still BDZ on the chase. Carl, he's gonna miss the stun, but they have got the Jakiro now. Candy might want to fight back here. The Sunray is out trying to help on this Jakiro. Yamate, meanwhile, gonna turn around onto BDZ, and another nice egg coming out from our Phoenix. Barry, he's gonna miss the hook shot on Carl. It looks like they don't realize Carl's still there, so he's going to jump back in onto Yamate, but this may have been a bad idea, as Yamate is hitting way too hard, and they are going to keep chasing. They know he's in the tree line. In fact, Raging also caught out, will go down, and now Carl is gone. No way out on that slider. And every team fight Execration takes just continues to work in the favor of New Esports.
The execution of Execration is just not going all too well. It looked like they were bailing out, you know, like they managed to get Raging out. Carl was just hiding in the tree line, but they come back in. They're not respecting the power here from New Esports. There's just a lot of damage, low cooldowns, uptime. So if you try to re-engage, you can bet a couple of those spells are going to be back up
Palos.
and ready to go.
He doesn't want to die like Sean. Palos is in danger, but Overgrowth going to be committed by RR. And it looks like Barry's going to be left behind. Now Raging gonna have a go at DDZ. Has one remnant and will commit it to get out of there. Will also pop the drums, but Raging wants to keep going. Eventually have to let him go, and that was a very deep dive to try for New Esports, and they do have to sacrifice their clockwork for nothing.
You have to be cautious about bleeding kills like that away, especially if Palos finds them. He does have the Battle Fury up, and this is the point where the PA farm skyrockets. BKB's going to be next. It's going to be hard to block him in. Oh,
Raging's gone. Chains an ice path once again out from Mosen and DDZ. That is, it's been a tough game for Raging on this Queen of Pain offlane. He has died in unfortunate ways, and with his death, that mid-tier 1 tower is set to drop.
Yeah, no defense for that one. It's a wait and see game for Execration. They just need the BKB up in their PA. We've seen PAs bounce massively back once the BKB timing's lined up. You have to hope, though, that Yamate is not going to find an MKB in that downtime. If the BKB lines up with the Lifestealer MKB, it's not going to do you much good. The control is still going to be there. The damage is still going to be there. Have to be cautious. And have to really just focus in on the farm. Just stay away from fights for Palos. Stay safe.
Getting problematic though. I mean, you talked about the MKB on that Lifestealer. He has it up soon. Somewhat. I mean, he's still a fair bit of gold off, but there's your Javelin now coming out on Yamate. Still top of the net worth board on this Lifestealer, and if things keep up as they have been, well, like this, Palos is going to get caught, does use the blur, but he's been ice pathed and in the map fire and has no one to link to. They just abandoned him. BDZ not sticking around for the blink strike out. Your position 1 gone again.
That's not what you want to be seeing. His BKB should still first compared to that MKB, so it's not going to be too bad, but it's still a very rough time. There's not that big of a window where you're going to have the BKB without the MKB in play. You're going to need to be cautious. There's a disarm up as well on Yamate. So,
yeah, they got RR. Well, that's going to be a 20-minute bounty as well. Going to the way of New Esports. I believe they've gotten all 4 of them, in fact. And they have. That's a big influx of gold.
Yeah. Widens that lead to 6K for New Esports, 7-14 at the 20-minute mark, and Execration. And we talked about the potency of Slardar PA. It's still potent. They just need to play as a team to protect Palos, give him these stacks, which he's finding. Once the BKB is up, you have to smoke. You have to go for that smoke play. But look at this, Barry. He's that farm. Oh boy!
From Execration, however. 4 heroes disconnecting at the same time.
Oh boy, not a good spot, Mike. Barry sees that. They've got a lot of heroes in that triangle.
Up one for Palos. He's going to reconnect and maybe not realize that that he has been pinged out. Luckily for him though, Barry does not have the hook shot available. So there's no real way to close the gap here. So I don't believe, yeah, DDZ is not in range to get a good remnant off. Palos should be okay to blink strike back to BDZ. They may still lose that tier 2 tower up at that top lane, as it does seem like Yamate wants to commit. So it might be a little bit early from New Esports to commit, considering they are still working towards that MKB. But he might just feel very confident with that Heaven's Halberd and Armlet up right now.
Oh yeah.
Palos melts so quick to the control without a BKB up. He does have the gold for it.
Yeah, it's gonna be out, so you do have to be aware of that power spike that's gonna come out. There are certain aspects here for the PA that aren't nice though. So the PA will not really enjoy building into an MKB, but you're not gonna have a choice because that evasion now in Yamate is gonna be a bit more annoying. You want your damage to be.
What the f just happened?
What? Carl? What's that? What is that, Carl?
No swearing, Carl. No cussing. Connections are back. Pings are still coming out for Palos, but I really don't believe they'll be able to with him. Just no way to close the gap here. Surely not.
No, they've got a haste on DDZ, but not enough time. Unless BDZ walks away and leaves Palos alone, that would be a dicey situation. If he just decides to tap the blink, go home, right, I'm out. You're on your own, Palos. That's not what you want, though. That's not the play. Don't do that.
I mean, he could. He did. They were chasing him down at the bot lane.
That's true. Not ideal, but we are ready to go, so we'll find out soon.
DDZ, he's not going to pop the haste, and yeah, Palos is out of there. He's fine. The question is now, do New Esports want to make this push happen? BDZ going to show himself for a second, but does blink away, and New do appear to want to try.
It's important to just push as much as you can. You're dealing with a Treant that doesn't have Meteor Hammer, so the split push game isn't quite there for Execration. That's your window. Because the towers will heal up, sure, but you're not receiving the same pressure on lanes. That's what's important. And that just means, you know, you can stall all you want. Not making profit of your own on towers, it doesn't really matter.
Raging. Spot out DDZ running past. He does have that haste rune active right now. Have a hard kill to go for. Raging, he just blinked and they saw it. He's got another one up. Blinks straight into Candyloon now. Candy can't hold him down, but they're going to go down towards that bot lane where a great hook shot is there from Barry. Right onto Palos, and DDZ going to be there to back him up with the chains. They lose Mosen across the map, but who cares about that? You got the PA again.
Not good news for Execration. Just losing pilots like this is never a good feeling. Always just in the wrong spot. Surprised they ignored the top jungle, because no one plays there. Not even New Esports. That's the safest part of the map for Execration. They just haven't gotten the wards there.
Raging. Cogsed up, and Remnants forward from DDZ. They'll get the chains. Back up and has the Yules available. Be just fine. Do need the hookshot follow-up from Barry to really lock down Raging. But as it stands, New Esports 6k net worth lead. Everything's still going swimmingly for them. And the MKB is soon to come out on Yamate, probably about a minute away at max.
And that's where it gets scary if you're the PA. You're going to be ripped apart by the lifesteal, and that's that awkward timing between these two, and it's always been awkward for the PA lifestealer. Like, there's a moment where PA is super strong, and then there's a moment when the lifestealer is absolutely wrecking face, and it's a very sensitive back and forth. We'll have to see how it unfolds. You still have the corrosive play that can come out, and there is a smoke here from Execration.
Oh. There is an infest out on Barry. They seem to know, and they'll counter smoke. They do scan out one. That's going to be Palos in the blur on the PA.
Dyer's courier has been slain.
Barry, this is Courier. That was the Solar Crest going down. And now they'll go. Macro is out. Nice hook shot in, but the egg has been committed from our Phoenix, and nobody is going to focus it down. So new Esports, they can keep rushing in after BDZ now. And that'll be your Tiny gone. They just can't fight back.
No, they didn't get the opening they wanted. Their smoke broke, but they were forced to jump in. That was the 10-second BKB charge of Palos. Not the best use of the item. And they don't lose their biggest cores in Carl and Palos, but they lose Raging Potato, they lose their 2 supports, they start to lose their tier 2 top. No, it is gone. New Esports, they're the ones running the Treant. They still have 2 outer towers, but the progress New Esports have made on the map is a cause of concern, right? Like, there's that MKB now as well. So you've got the damage, you've got the wave piercing through that evasion on Yamate, the power spike on our PA. I'm not sure how long you can really expect it to be relevant.
Well, Roshan's going to go down very, very quickly here, because they have Barry there with the medallion to make things faster, but they aren't going to finish as side of Execration were coming in. Roshan very low. Yeah, they'd love to get a pick off right now to confirm this Roshan play. No, they're going to go back in. They're going to try and steal it. Finish it ASAP. It's going to be in Palos. BDZ. Jump in. An avalanche. They need to go quick. And Carl is in, but Yamate has the Aegis. And that'll be Carl probably going down to the Slardar. And now are also going to be chased by DDZ. Everyone else from Execration is just on the run. Good attempt from Carl, but it
didn't really line up as well. He has his BKB now, but he needed it in that fight if he wanted to steal. Barry as well, very good spot to hook in. Broke off the potential initiation of the Treant and PA, not giving that overgrowth. Just not quite the execution you want from Execration. That does give New Esports the chance to push these tier 2s, and that they will. They're just going to be able to shove it in. They've got DDZ shoving in the other waves that Raging is trying to keep out. And that means if they wanted to, at some point, New Esports can start to look at that high ground with the Aegis.
They'll get started. Again, with that Solar Crest up, it does make it very easy for Yamate to just go through these towers. You'll see BDZ, he's there just creep skipping at the moment, trying to make it harder for the mid lane to be pushed in. New Esports, they can take their time. They've got an 8k net worth lead. It's only 26 minutes into the game. They might even try to go for some kills soon as Raging continues to just blink around the map. Take the outpost. You're going to be careful. DDZ spotted him out barely, but they're not going to be able to keep up with Raging. He'll be fine.
Is giving time here for Palos to finish up that Desolator on PA, so it's going to be up. You're going to have a lot of minus armor coming up. You're going to have level 3 coup de grace soon. About half a level away. Those are some things that you definitely have to wait. Don't force the fights right now while you don't have that level 3 ult, while you don't have that desert. You need him. You need the damage to really find at least a couple of key kills. The supports, if you take out the Phoenix, for example, before the fight breaks out, you don't have to worry about the egg. So those are important targets for Execration to try to get the jump on.
Bot lane, they're going to try and force this push to happen. 2 Desos, in fact, coming out. Now DDZ has one on the Ember. They just want to amplify this push. Make it that much quicker. Make it that much harder for this Treant to get this defense going. Carl gonna jump in for a double stun. Yamate has the Aegis. He's feeling very confident. Palos gonna be there. Are actually going to force back the side of New Esports for now. Yamate was getting a little bit low there on the life stealer. Doesn't want to just feed the Aegis away. But the tower is on such low HP, I don't really think you want to leave it like this. It's just going to be healed up to the max if it is, and they are looking for a way in.
Don't want to give it a chance for the Treant to keep healing it up. A lot of caution though, and this is where it gets annoying. You know, it's basically like you have a repair kit. In fact, if they had a repair kit, they'd be better off.
Naturally. Oh. Toss back onto Yamate, but he does get the rage up in time. Still stun and Sonic Wave being thrown, but Barry gets a good hook shot in. There goes the Aegis, but is going to drop, and so does Raging Potato. They will buy back on all three heroes that did die. Now back onto Yamate. He's very low, but does get the infest off in time. Still a nice avalanche toss onto DDZ. They want to try and clean up. Barry as well on the run of the clockwork. Should go down, and does. But DDZ, he's actually got no remnants available. So they might actually be able to catch up to him. But no Raging. Doesn't seem to know where he is. The Ember Lifestealer will be okay.
Not the biggest losses for New Esports. They did force tree buybacks out. They got the tier 3. They got the objective they were looking for. You know, always
he win. Again, I can't blink in like that without vision.
Really, it's how many times has he actually died in that exact area in the triangle? It's been a lot where he's just kind of playing there and gets punished. So not ideal. Still Execration are in a decent spot. They didn't lose racks. They still have the Treant to play around with that. They're looking for the
Barry hook shot in onto BDZ. BDZ made it a little bit obvious that he was in that tree line. With those two heroes down, John, they don't have buyback, which does mean Yamate with his brand new AC up should be able to get this bottom push going again.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really quick one as well. You've got a lot more damage coming out. You've got the control, and it's tricky. They're trying to split up top, but, you know, DDZ just clears it out, and then they're already at bot. There are no buybacks left, remember.
No, not. We're gonna make quick work of this. Well, Execration, no defense to come out. They might just go to the mid lane now, understanding they're getting all this for free. They feel confident enough for this. Raging's being a little bit annoying here, pulling the creep wave away. Barry is looking for a hookshot opportunity, but Raging could be too far away, and is now. But they want to get the kill on the Quap. Now posturing around the Queen of Pain, and Raging in. Yamate spots him out now with the rocket flare. Doesn't really have an Abyssal Blade yet, but a great hook shot in from Barry. He TP'd back to that bot T1 tower, and Raging is gonna die.
Oh man, Carl now as well.
Gonna try and fight this one out. Palos, he's gonna jump in as well with the KB, but a nice ice pass out from Mosen. Now the Ek to be committed. How do you fight into this? Palos, he does get DDZ, but it may cost him. Mosen will get the Yules off, and they should have control with the ice path to kill off Palos, and now chase down Carl on the Slaughter, and they will. Nice stun out from Carl, but it's not gonna matter. Even BDZ still being chased down by our position 5 Jakiro. Mosen just trying to get the creep wave back into the Radiant base. They are going to go for another big push.
Yeah, excellent win for New Esports. Unfortunate that they had to lose DDZ, but you can see the power disparity between Yamate and Palos. Like, they're equal in farm. But Yamate's got one step up, right? He's got the MKB, plus he has evasion from his talent, from his Heaven's Halberd, from that Solar Crest, and there's no MKB in Palos, so even if he did stand and fight, he would lose because he would not hit, and Yamate would get all of his in. So Mid rack's gone, can set their sight onto the top racks, no problem. And the options here for Execration, it's shrinking. They're going to need to pull off a pretty good team fight to keep that defense up.
No, they're going to take their time here, New Esports. Again, no rush for him. So you still have room to grow for Yamate. He does have the Abyssal being worked on as we speak, and that's really the nail in the coffin, right? Once you've got the Abyssal Blade, you finally got the control to lock down Palos whenever you want and not get kited around. And I just don't see a way Execration has to deal with this.
They've got to be able to jump those heroes first. They need to take the control of New Esports out. They need to take the egg out. But look, Barry.
Yeah, gonna get jumped on. Barry is gonna be there with the hook shot. Carl, even with the BKB, gonna have to just make a run for it. Looks like he is gonna be okay. This is just kind of what Execration have to do now, is just keep split pushing. Not fun, but it does buy you more time.
Holy moly!
Well, matters are still getting worse though. Candyloon has a refresher orb now. So you've got double egg to worry about and triple of all the other spells.
That's not going to be a good time. Ags is up and running for DDZ, so he's going to be a lot more mobile on that Ember. You do have the Satanic up in Palos, so it's slightly trickier to keep him locked in. And he will have some burst healing available if he just stands and fights. But the Abyssal, as you mentioned, coming out for Yamate is going to be big. Vanguard first, so he's blocking some damage off. Just makes it harder and harder to flex your muscle as a PA. There's just so much durability here from New Esports that even a Corrosive Haze doesn't feel like it's enough.
He has the Divine Rapier queued up now on Palos, but even then I don't think that's enough. To be honest with you, it doesn't seem like the damage is the problem. It seems like staying alive is going to be the main issue here for Palos. And, mid lane raging. It's gone. He's doing what he can. But yeah, it's not working out.
Good. 3 to 10 on the Quap. He does get the sacrificial lanes. This does fit into Raging's playstyle, right? He sacrifices himself as a core to give Palos space. It's not looking good though. Like, he's severely underfarmed. He does have the Guardian Greaves, the Urn, and heals. So he has some ways of keeping himself alive, but it's not gonna help as the Roche just melts way too fast in New Esports. Aegis and Cheese going away now, so 2 lives up. Execration, 1 less set of racks. They've got to play this one perfect.
That they do. Back to that top lane. So hard to imagine being able to deal with this this Refresher Orb Phoenix and even the Aghanim Scepter DDZ now on the Ember. Be much harder to catch out. Yamate just gonna happily go up to that high ground. All about buying more time. He's got a lot of damage, Palos, but he just doesn't have a chance to get that damage out. He's gonna try to blink in onto Yamate, and again, it's a lot of damage. Ice Path, however, he's been locked in. Remnant forward, they missed the hook shot from Barry, but they get a nice toss back. In fact, that was actually BDZ tossing Palos in. A nice overgrowth, knocked them all down, but DDZ does not care. He'll go after BDZ and RR, both without buyback. And now after the final lane of Barracks, in fact, there's the chains out onto Palos. You get your Sonic Wave from Fraging Potato, but it's not going to matter. Palos is going to fall, and he does not have buyback available. They are still going to try and defend this in a 3v4.
Ooh. Difficult proposition, just not enough. Like, again, you saw it, you said it. Damage isn't the issue, it's staying alive, and there's that Basher now for Yamate. I believe that is the full Abyssal as well once it's there, so gotta be cautious about that in this defense.
They're just going to go chase Raging Potato down. Yamate is the only one hitting the tier 4 towers at the moment. They're actually going to avalanche toss. Yamate, he'll be okay. Hook shot in from Barry. Easy. Finish off that one tier 4. Carl now going to get slowed up with the Abyssal out from Yamate. BKB up, goes back after the life. In fact, a nice toss back onto Yamate, but he is just too tanky. He will not tie to the fountain. Pest, and now we'll just get a free reset. In fact, Raging is going to jump back in, but DDZ will follow, gets the chains off, and that'll be your Raging Potato gone, and RR with a dieback, and now they're just diving the fountain. BDZ, it's not very safe. Survive, but that ancient is very low. He's just gonna pop the Raging enough. He gets the Abyssal onto Raging one more time, gets the kill on the Quap, and then gets the GG call out from the side of Execration. And New Esports will get game number 1.
Oh yeah, that is breaking the mold there.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remain. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
We are here for our second game of this best of 2 series between New Esports and Execration. It's MLP.Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. Unless I've kept him muted, which I have. Hello, John. I forgot you muted, sir. I apologize. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. That game 1 was a spectacular performance from New Esports. Execration, they went with a favorite Filipino combo, you know, Slard RPA. Didn't pay off. You're gonna have to look back, figure out what to do. Really fast openers here from both sides. New Esports start with the Phoenix, but Execration into the Tiny and straight into the Snap to counteract the Phoenix, of course. Really open with where that snap goes. We've seen Execration happily throw Raging Potato onto it. Well, looks like that might be the case here. Not sure how we feel about that. Raging has had a rough set of games. He's gonna have to at least, well, they're at least gonna have a way of bursting through the egg, but beyond that, he's still got to make the Snapfire work.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, like the Phoenix last game was causing a lot of problems for Execration for sure. They basically couldn't take a team fight. I can't remember one time where that egg did end up going down. Every single time he did manage to get the egg off every time, and it allows you to reset, get all your abilities out once again, and it was just too hard to deal with. So they are going to bring back the Pos 3 Snapfire, which, I mean, you brought it up, but the Snap Pos 3 is a bit, you know, it's a bit hit and miss.
Yeah.
Most times we've seen it, it hasn't worked out very well. Maybe this time it will. I don't have much faith in it.
Nah, no, definitely. Track record has been less than stellar. Still, New Esports, they get to pick up that Faceless Void. So you've got the Phoenix Void combo. That can also be a bit hit and miss, right? When teams don't pull off the Egg Chrono, then it doesn't do as much as you'd expect. If they land the Egg Chrono, it goes perfectly. It goes swimmingly, you know. Off after the Chrono expires, chain stuns, the damage that comes in. It is fantastic, but they've got to play it together there. New Esports have to show that coordination here in game number 2 to maximize that duo. And, well, they've got a few more picks to fit in with that Faceless Void. If Execration doesn't ban it here, the Bloodseeker is going to be a really good one to tie in here.
That's a good point. The Bloodseeker has been extremely popular as of late, and probably will show up if it is not banned. See if Execration do want to ban it out in their last ban stage. Last ban in the second ban stage.
10 seconds remaining.
New Esports, they've got to go through the ban stage themselves first.
5 seconds.
Funnily enough, banning out the Beastmaster, which I'm pretty sure there should be a position 3 Snapfire.
Yeah.
Maybe they're assuming there could be a potential of a Carl mid Beastmaster, which I'm pretty sure we've seen a couple times. But that is not going to be the case any longer. Obviously, it is banned out.
You don't want to play the Beast, have the Beast play against the Void as well, right? Like the Roar is going to ruin your Chronos. They're just taking out pieces of kit that makes it much more difficult to maximize that chrono. Maybe even a Venge might come out here for Execration. We haven't seen him run the Venge, but it could slide in as a pot 5 here with a tiny 4 if you really needed a way of stopping the Void from maximizing chrono. That is on the pool, and I doubt New Esports would ban it, and they just leave it alone. They get the Morphling out instead. That Bloodseeker left alone. Wouldn't be surprised if New Esports opted to pick it up here as their off lane.
They may. They have the pick for it. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, they do also have a position 4 pickup here to be made. Unless they want to run the Phoenix as a pos 3 again, which, I mean, it was very effective last time, but I suppose you can keep it as a flex pick. There's no need to lock it down in that pos 3 role yet. I'm very sure last game around it wasn't meant to be the position 3, but once they saw the PA, they thought they better do it, and we're now popping out. So perhaps just denying that pick away from Execration, and well, Venge seems to be pretty strong right now.
Yeah, it's pretty nice with the Faceless Void. The aura does benefit you. Wave of Terror helps you out in the chrono, so you just stand outside, get the wave off. Helps your Void right click really well. Pretty decent pick, not very exciting. You don't have the energy as you would with, say, a Drow, but it does get the job done. It's a solid pos 5 to have. Again, depending on how New Esports wants, there's a lot of flexibility there as well. You could run the core Venge with a support Phoenix and a different pos 5 perhaps if you wanted to play around like that. Still rather open for New Esports, and they're gonna have to show us as they do go through those picks. Execration, Disruptor with the tiny, so it's definitely gonna be a raging snap. They are hammering that in. Disruptor is, like, say, a reactionary pick to the Faceless Void. So if the chrono comes out, you could throw the Static Storm inside, forcing the Void to make a choice, which is one way to kind of set those fights up for Execration. Gives them some way of catching the Void as well, right? Or even stopping, like, swap plays. If you swap, you can just kind of glimpse, or if the Void tries to run away, you can glimpse them back and keep them locked in. So decent pick for a Disruptor here. Ties in as well if you get the Static Storm plus the Kisses on top. That can be potent. And yeah, it kind of works out. I'm just worried about Snapfire off. Again, Raging has had a rough time in the past few days, so he's going to have to make that offlane snap work in this game.
It is a very squishy hero to have in that. I mean, it is a strength hero of all things as well, the Snapfire. Most people do tend to forget about that, but primary attribute is strength, but it's still very squishy. They have an aggressive enough, you know, top lane here, or rather bot lane for New Esports. It is going to be tough for him to be able to get some farm in. Still New Esports yet to make their 4th pickup now. Got to see some more cores coming out from this Radiant side. They do have space for something like a mid Drow if they want to run it. As greedy as that would sound, but they bring out the Underlord.
Yeah, that's a solid one to have. Really, it's just building off the tankiness you're getting from the Venge. You can get some pretty good combinations with the Pit of Malice. So you get the chrono down, drop the pit in the middle of the chrono. Once the chrono's off, you're going to get a refresh route. Or drop it right at the end of chrono, you know, just refresh the route, refresh the control afterwards. Now you have options as well. You're not tied into Chrono Egg. You have Pit of Malice Egg somewhat being effective. Got the Firestorm in the chrono, which can help you out. It's a solid pick. It's not too exciting. It's going to make the safe laner for Execration have a hard time. I would have loved still. I don't know if you want that mid here for New Esports. It can work. Play that anyway, so you can kind of tie it up like that and still have a good time. Execration though, this is the way to punish a Void pickup. Naga Siren comes in, so you have to catch the Naga out. If you don't, you ending in that chrono.
I do agree with that. That is certainly going to be the case. You could just pop the song and everyone just walks away, but into the Underlord I'm not sure about. I realize she enjoys harassing people out with the mirror images and the Riptide, but it is still going to be a bit of a tough lane for her. to have to go into with this Underlord. Obviously, he doesn't really care for the high base armor of the Naga because you have Firestorm anyway to harass her out. And I'm not sure about this one. Even the Face's Void, John, like you've got the bash, it does do magic damage. So you can get some substantial damage out onto this Naga. Now, you did mention, of course, the song is going to be annoying, and they have Disrupt the Naga. So easy Static Storm setup, right? But if you don't land those Static Storms with the song, I don't value this Naga pick personally.
Seen it fall flat, right? Every time we see this combo, takes us back to China. China for the past 2 years, mind you, like literally, it's either this combo or Io Gyro that they always pull out as a pocket pick, but it comes out for Execration. I'm not too confident, like not just the matchups, but you have to think about Execration's playstyle. They are a team to run at you. They like to play aggressive Dota. A Naga doesn't necessarily enable aggressive Dota. Like you could, and I would love to see that. You know, if you get a fast defusal, you net someone up, you're gonna find kills, and that's how they need to play. That suits how Palace runs around the map as well. And we were looking for that from the PA Slardar, but they played a farming game, and they got run over. So I want to see them play to their strengths. They can play an aggressive style with Naga, especially with that disruptor, even a snap, right? You can use that Naga for setup. The net's gonna hold someone down. Really potent. Shouldn't play the slow game. Like New Esports can scale really nicely as well, just as well as Naga does, because Face's Void again has that ace in the chrono, so it's not going to taper off as hard as you'd expect. It's going to keep up, especially since he is going to get more durable from the Underlord, and the Underlord's not going to be starved for farm here. Like the supports are sacrificial enough. They only need EXP, but they don't need to play in that jungle. Back up very efficiently. Venge with a wave can stack 2 camps at a time. That's going to be a lot of farm that goes to New Esports if you actually play the slow game.
True. Execration last pickup now. They are lacking some sort of mid laner here for Carl. Saw him in the Slardar last game. Didn't really pan out for him. Had a great start, but just the rest of his team didn't. I believe it was just a matter of they couldn't really keep up at the time, because Carl was really the only guy having a decent time in that mid lane last game. Everyone else apparently did struggle.
Yeah.
So what do you give him now? Like they banned the Quap, they banned the Void Spirit. Okay, he'll take the Zeus. Fair enough.
I like the Zeus. It gives you ways to play fast. It ties into that magic damage here. You do worry about a couple of things. So one, it's not the kind of hero to make plays by itself. It does good damage. It has no mobility. That is something New Esports draft can punish. Like the Underlord, if you get the root off, you're probably going to get a second root. The Venge swap is going to be amazing to just reposition that Zeus away. Once you get level 2 swap, it gets easier. It's a tricky one. You want to see Carl, get the control off, but Zeus doesn't allow it. He just does damage, and now you have this Kunkka. Look how tanky the lineup of New Esports is, Mike. The combinations they have in that chrono, it's really potent. You're gonna have a hard time melting these heroes, especially if Candy gets a good timing on that pipe.
It's gonna be a tough one, I think, for Execration. I love the Kunkka pick at the end. DDZ is gonna be in that mid lane. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a tough one here for Execration, I think. I really don't see how you're going to get through the raw HP and all the buffs that are going to be there for New Esports. The Underlord with the AoE trophy aura, reducing people's base damage with the boat ram on top. I mean, it's just so much. Even the Sunray heal is going to be annoying, right? Like it's a tough one for Execration to get through. And it does seem like there's going to be a lot of pressure here on Palace and Carl to make sure they get a really good start going, because if they don't, in my opinion, the way I see this, their game falls apart.
It's gonna be tricky. The one way you can see this working is, again, you play against the timings of New Esports, play around when Chrono is expended, play around when Egg is expended, and then you have a fighting chance. You go in, you use your song offensively. That's one thing here as well. Execration cannot play the defensive game. Like, that's the Naga, sure, to break up the chrono, but you want to be a bit more aggressive because you have this follow-up with the Disruptor, because you have the follow-up with the Snap, and even the Zeus. Especially when that Ags comes into play for Karl, you do not want to take it slow. Right? Like, Naga's gonna scale well, but you look at the Zeus, Mike, the Ags buildup is great. The damage he does to heroes really tapers off. Game goes on. And that's going to be the issue. New Esports, all of your heroes have really good scaling compared to the slightly earlier timers you have on Execration. And that just means, contrary to Naga pick, you don't want to play slow.
If Execration can make this one work, of course, they just want to be able to tie out the series if they can afford to here. New Esports game away from getting the 2-0 victory.
Wait for it.
Like we said, it's going to be a tough one for Execration. Just depending on how Karl's lane goes, how Palos' lane goes.
What did you expect?
Speaking of Palos, he's right now he's running down mid. I don't think he's going to stay there. I believe it should still be Karl in that mid lane on the Zeus. He's up to something.
Probably playing scouting games with the Illusions. They don't last too long, though. Might be looking for a bait from New Esports to swap lanes, but they're not going to bite it. You know, DDZ is already there in mid, and Kunkka, he's got the shared tangos. And the one thing that's super important here as well, beyond just Karl's performance, Raging Potatoes off-lane snap. Right, we've talked about this in multiple games. Execration has been giving Raging the Snapfire off. The timing into the mech, the timing into Guardian Reeves cannot be slowed down. That's really what the snap's all about. Beyond just burning down that egg from Barry, you need to have that sustain in play. Timings of that are very sensitive for a hero like this, and it doesn't flash farm well, so you can't lag behind from that laning phase.
Creation get their 2 bounty runes down at the bot lane, and New Esports will do the same up at the top lane. Even start between the two. It is indeed, of course, going to be Barry on the position for Phoenix, and Candyloon will be taking over on the Underlord. Does already go for the double ring of regen. That has been the build for the offlaners as of late, just offering a lot more regen for a lot of quite a little bit of gold in comparison to other forms of regen, and should be able to just sit in the lane and do whatever he wants. Like, even with RR here on that Disruptor, sure, he's going to be able to spam Thunderstrike, but Candyloon should really not be copping that much harass.
No, and it's probably level 1 where it's most painful for an Underlord. Level 3 is where the nice spike starts to come in. So you get levels in Atrophy or the Firestorm, and you can start shoving this Naga off. They are doing good damage, though. This is what Execration needs to get done. Leverage that stronger level 1, level 2 presence you've gotten to the Disruptor, and try to get Candy to burn through regen. 1 Tango left. Through the next, while he's still pretty far from level 3, he's going to have to ferry additional regen out.
He will. See if that does happen. Mid lane, DDZ and Karl going to be up against each other. DDZ should have somewhat of an advantage considering he does have the Tidebringer. Barry, top lane, drops very low. RR wants to keep chasing him down. Doesn't have Thunderstrike for another few seconds, so Barry will have the chance to salve up. But what I was saying about the mid lane, John, is DDZ, although it's going to be annoying to be up against that Zeus, once you get a few levels up in that Tidebringer, I think Karl should be the one struggling here.
Yeah, it's going to take a few levels. At some point, Karl is going to run out of mana. That's the one thing with Zeus. When you play Arc Lightning spam, of course, you don't have enough to sustain. There's no CM in the game as well to help you speed that along. So DDZ is going to hold his own. Still has a lot of regen to play with. And that does mean, you know, Karl's going to have to be a bit cautious. He's got, what, 2 spell casts left? And then DDC starts to take over. Level 2 Tidebringers up. That physical damage, not going to be easy for Karl to contend with once it starts getting pumped out. So, going to have to watch out for that. Bounty runes, no, the power rune spawn is going to be important as well. So the supports here in bot are going to have their work cut out for them. You've got BDZ on his Tiny, laning up with Raging's off lane. Snap, of course, up against Yamate and Mosin. And so far, they have kept Yamate's farm in check. It's 10-1. It's not too bad. It's not like raging so far ahead, but it's not a very comfy lane for Yamate. He is copying a lot of hits and should be careful with that HP.
Oh, that cookie. The courier just turns around last second. Sorry, not the courier, the creep turned around last second. I'm not sure why. It de-aggroed on Yamate, but they still got the avalanche toss off, and Yamate is going to be the first blood. BDZ and Raging do manage to make it happen.
He's got to be cautious. We cursed him, you know, right then, but you can't play too aggressive. Like, there is a lot of early burst that you can get from a snap and a tiny. We've seen that time and time over. There's not as much presence from Avenge. You know, she can right click, she can let off the wave of terror, but it's not clear cut. And this is Void. You want good timing into the Mask of Madness, so some caution is required here for Yamate. Just get the steady farm up. Don't play too many games with Raging.
I think they should be able to just force him out of this lane. Mosen's trying to now with the Venge. He's not being too aggressive on that Void. He's just sitting back and trying to secure CS. It's like we do have some more lag issues coming out from Execration. They did have a couple last game.
Holy moly!
Doubt it'll take too long this time around. It just looks like it's standard lag issues happening. Go ahead and go.
Much quicker break. Fortunately, we didn't see everyone disconnect for that. So good signs for Execration holding up their nets still. Been a pretty good laning phase so far for both sides. Less than 1k lead for Execration, so they are having a fantastic time. I think you can really look at Raging's performance here. It's a lot better. Like, the pressure he's putting on Yamate is a lot better. He's forcing Yamate to just constantly walk, and that opens up opportunities for BDZ to walk in. If they catch Yamate out in that downtime, he's not going to regen that HP.
Look up towards that top lane, Candy, and he's well and truly in that prime position as an Underlord now, where you literally just can't die in lane. 2 points in the Trophy Aura, Ring of Health and Ring of Regens, up and ready to go. He's just passively healing so much that there's no chance of even getting harassed out. That's why RR has left the lane at level 2 on the Disruptor, not willing to soak XP or take anything off the Nag Siren right now, because there's just no point in him being there. I don't believe they've done enough to Candy Loon to warrant the Disruptor pick.
Yeah, it's the same thing goes though for Candy Loon on Palos. So Palos' farm is still steady. It's a lot better than Yamate's farm. And Yamate can't jungle the same way as a Naga can. Naga can just clear those camps a bit faster. So if you leave the Naga alone, and she's off to a pretty decent start in the laning phase.
Nice kill onto Mosen. Yamate gonna try and chase down BDZ. They are gonna be able to get a trade on those supports. And Yamate does get a bit of bonus gold for himself, which he did desperately need.
Yeah, it's an important trade. I think Carl's still going to be happy getting a kill off with his Thunder God's Wrath. You're always happy as a Zeus if you get that right in the 6 mark. Gods give him a little bit of a boost. He's going for the Yules first. He gets to use his regen, goes into the camps. Wonderful time. No deep wards from new Esports to punish that, but they don't really have the best roaming duos. So they're going to have to concede the jungle early on. Do spot some stacks, so BDZ, look at that position. He's clearing out those stacks for the Naga.
That's really good, and I believe it's not even the Naga that was going to take it. It may have been the Zeus that may have opted to take it, and Carl, now realizing he needs to come in there and see what's going on, is missing a big stack and start clearing out the other one. As Palos will try to take a bit of gold for himself as well. That is a fair amount of gold you just gifted to the Kunkka. Realized there was a ward there the whole time. Meanwhile, bot lane Raging does also drop. The nice rotation out from Barry and BDZ. He is unable to get a trade going.
Yeah, you're starting to see a bounce back here on the aggression for New. It is paying off. Like, they found the last 2 kills so far. They're trying to chase BDZ, but DDZ has been comfy enough to just run up that jungle. That's a bit of an issue. You know, the Kunkka is just free to roam in by himself to keep checking those stacks, keep taking jungle camps away. You've got the Zeus. You should playing more with the D wards. Like again, there's still that fresh ward up there from the Radiant side, and it hasn't been taken out.
He didn't have Thunderbolt at the time, but now he does. So Carl, he maybe just forgot about it. It's a bit unfortunate for him. Bot lane, BDZ gonna find Mosin. Doesn't have mana for the toss back onto Raging, but the Thunder God's Wrath again going to come out from Carl, and that'll be enough. Only issue being is Yamate is going to chase down BDZ, but Yamate does not get lucky with any form of a bash. BDZ looks to probably be safe. No, he's not. The Chrono will be committed by Yamate. He wants the kill, and he will get the kill.
Oh, that was just perfect timing. You know, he was 5 for a long time. They get the chase into the creep wave. Not the spot Execration should have run into, and Yamate gets to pick up a kill for free, keeping that kill board even 3-3. 1k advantage still on Execration's side, so you know it's still looking swimmingly there for Execration. They've still got a runaway start in terms of farm for Carl and Palos. Can't discount New Esports. They're starting to get the EXP in. We're looking for the Phoenix 6 next for the supports. Once that's up, you can play more with Palos.
Dead easy. Can he get the right one? Oh, he's actually just going to let Palos go. Decision there. I thought he might try for the X. Palos doesn't have Song up yet, so that may have been a guaranteed kill had you hit the X, but it is a level 2 X after all. Maybe he just didn't have the range. Either way, mid lane, Yamate in a bit of danger here. Does get glimpsed back after a time walk and is probably just dead. He can't get out of this one. The boat will fly in from DDZ, but it is not going to help.
It's just some interesting movement out from New Esports and interesting decisions. They punished Yamate well though. Execration are going to be very happy with that, increasing the lead to 2k, just buying time. Their slower playstyle is not being punished as much as we expected. Palos has been free to farm up. He's making steady progress towards the Manta style. Back at Carl as well, the Yules is going to be up and running relatively soon, so a lot of things lining up here for Execration. They aren't under as much pressure as you'd expect. It's still going to be a while for New Esports to get the combo off. That is one of the things you do give up when you've got the support Phoenix. The EXP gain is just not that fast, so that's going to delay the combo.
Top lane, Candloon does manage to pick up a kill onto RR, as they were fighting over the 10-minute bounty runes. Raging, gotta be cautious as they are still around. They'll get his courier. Thunder Gods is gonna come out, but doesn't do too much apart from kill Barry on the Phoenix, and Raging is actually gonna be left alone. They don't feel confident making the dive in.
It's strange. They had 3 heroes up top. They play it safe. They're gonna have Chrono up soon. Perhaps they'll just look to Yamate to get that setup for the kill. They are giving their tier 1 bot for this. Gonna have to be a worthwhile clump up top to compensate for losing an objective.
Mosin, nice swap out on Raging. They have the Chrono now available on Yamate, and he'll commit, and he'll get 2 in there as BDZ was TPing in, and will go straight into it, but they won't try to focus down the Tiny. They'll just accept the Raging kill, and now, well, they might have to fight again, but Static Storm is going to catch out your Phoenix, so Barry is going to die, and now Candylure is going to try for BDZ on the Tiny, and they do manage to pick him up, and that'll be it. A 2-for-1. One does disengage.
Yeah, it's a really worthwhile win for New Esports. They punish Execration once more. They get a kill onto Raging, slowing down the Snapfire. That's always what you want to do as still Execration. This is all space being bought out for Palos. He takes out that tier 1 bot. You're not seeing an exchange in terms of objectives yet from New Esports. Their lineup doesn't push the fastest, but you're gonna have to start making some headway in terms of map control, because Execration now, they've got a very safe spot for Palos to just play the farming game.
Palos has been farming just quite nicely. Seems though New Esports don't really care for it though. We really haven't seen any sort of smoke come out or any kind of chase onto Palos. He's just been left alone to do whatever he wants. Seems though they're very, very comfortable just letting that happen. Still mid lane, Barry Getting an avalanche toss by BDZ and does go down off the back of the glimpse from RR. Do they really not care about the Naga? They're just...
They've
She's
got
literally 0-0-0, John. She hasn't been involved in any kind of fight. Nobody's even tried to find where he is.
Yeah, it's the perfect Naga game. It's Execration playing aggressive. They're looking to catch Candy, but it's like that smoke might just be for naught.
And he had some nice fit Malice out. Where's your follow-up? Boat not going to connect on RR. Barry going to come in with the Sun Ray, but Static Storm going to cancel that off, and now Barry's gone with the Thunder God's Wrath out from Carl. DDZ getting very low and does also go down, and now Candyloon, the only man left, but he's also gone. A triple kill out for Carl on the Zeus. And this is getting out of control now, Execration. They have gotten way too much on this Zeus, and even mid lane, Yamate. Gonna get caught out now on your Void, gets tossed up into a cookie, and Execration are well and truly in control of this game.
Yeah, these decisions made by New Esports are just really questionable at best. They break the smoke up top, but they choose to jump back in thinking it's safe. Yeah, Barry in a very awkward spot, not getting his first egg off. Really important to let that one go. They lose now at 60-11, a 7k lead for Execration. The gap between the cores of Execration and the cores of New Esports growing really wide. Carl and Palos just left unchecked. Really big now. The timing for Carl into the Ags gonna be amazing. He just lacks 1k gold. Talking about maybe a 15-16 minute Ags on the Zeus. That's just gonna do a lot of work for Execration, even by Palos, right? Like, he's got the Manta up, he's going into the Scotty, and he's been left completely alone. 0-0-1 now, 1 assist, but Esports, they have to make headway in this map. They've got to get a push going somewhere, take an objective somehow, and start to look at that jungle, because Palos is just taking control over it.
Carl's farm really is insane. Like, you pointed out how fast this Aghanim Scepter is going to be up, but considering the fact that he went for the double null talismans and the Yules beforehand, it's kind of insane how fast he's farmed this up. And, yeah, maybe another minute. Like you said, the 16-minute mark should be around the point where he does get it. That is very, very problematic for New. So even now, if you do commit that chrono, he's going to be able to Nimbus you straight away, and you're not going to want to stand in that, because it does way too much damage.
No. It's going to be difficult. That does mean Yamate might consider the fast BKB, and he is. He's queuing up. He's already got the Ogre Axe, so just going to finish a BKB to be safe. They do take the top tier 1. There's some progress on the map now for New Esports, just getting some deep wards out as well. The issue is that's not where Execration has been playing. That bot jungle still in very good control here. Pipe up on Candido, so that is there to mitigate some of that damage they've been receiving. Whether or not that's going to be enough with how far ahead Carl is, that remains to be seen, but Execration, they're just confident. They're grouping up for another shove on that bot tier 2.
Carl's having a look through the tree line, see if he can spot anyone out. But they aren't going to push their luck too far. Palos still has plenty of farming to go on the Naga, so there's no real rush for them. Just sit back, relax, and Scotty up on Palos.
Oh,
because you
right in time. 16 minutes for the Ags. Perfect.
Perfect. And with that, like, you know you're not going to be in danger. Because again, he's going to always be able to throw that Nimbus and Thunder God's Wrath out if somebody is getting ganked on the side of Execration. And now even mid lane, DDZ gonna cop a cookie. BDZ trying to go for the avalanche toss, but it's a nice swap out from Mosen, but raging. Making it rain fire, does get a double, and they want more. They're pushing for that mid lane. Canloon and Barry gotta be a little bit cautious. Be it for Execration. They'll leave with a 9k net worth lead.
And you're seeing the effect of a core snap that does get its timings right. So really good timings for Raging. He's going to have the Guardian Greaves up soon. He's got his Hood of Defiance. He's doing the damage with his EXP. Got the control. And New Esports, man, they are just sitting on these spells. Like, they're just waiting on the Chrono Egg. And this is a trap a lot of teams go into. When you draft that Faceless Void and the Phoenix together, you have to use spells. You have to force fights when they're up. If you don't, then why did you draft that combo if you're not going to use the two spells together anyway?
Well, that's a good point, and we just haven't seen that yet. Yamate still just trying to get a BKB up on the Void. So after that Mask of Madness pickup, it's been a slow process for our Faceless Void. Gonna keep trying to farm up. Can be said for our Kunkka. He's got the Solar Crest up now, but expected it just a little bit faster than that. They are going to try and sneak a quick Roshan, and looks like they might actually get away with this as Execration. They don't have any wards around this Roshan pit.
No, I mean, they don't have Thunder Gods as well. They do have the Nimbus. There you go.
Can you make it in time? No, there's no way to make it in time. They'll let it go. Yamate will go ahead and pick up an Aegis. I guess that makes you feel, but if you're new esports, I don't think they can really go ahead and take a fight with that Aegis unless they have to kind of counterfight. But apart from that, they should be using it quite defensively.
Yeah, it's just going to let Yamate continue to farm safely. Again, that BKB timing can be very important for the Void. He's just playing in that warded top jungle. Again, there's been no heals there from Execration, so it's a safe spot for them. You know, Carl's just going to be spamming out the Thunder Gods to keep scouting, but Execration are happy with a slower game. This is giving time for Palace to finish that Scotty. He is about 600 gold, 700 gold off. And once you've got that on the Naga, that means you're going to have stats. You're going to slow down regen that might come out here from new esports, and it complicates it when you have to fight into that Naga now.
It is. Execration, they seem very, very comfortable with just sitting back now, waiting out that Aegis expiry before they try to get anything else done. Of course, Carl's just going to go for those BOTs into a Blink Dagger and just have that added mobility on this Zeus. That way you can just keep every single lane pushed out without a doubt. Of course, yet you do have Palos on the Naga who can do the exact same thing with the mirror images. This should keep new esports quite contained on their own side of the map. But for now, with that BKB up and the Aegis, they're going to try and go for a bit of a smoke play. Raging barely misses that Torrent. X is going to be there into the boat and Static Storm. It's all onto Raging Potato, and he is going to be left behind to die. The rest of Execration setting up to maybe counter-initiate here. Palos going to make a chase onto Mosen. Let's get the glimpse off there from RR, and that'll be Mosen dying. I believe new esports might just be done now. They don't really want to go back in. In fact, BDZ's the one to try and go back in with a great toss back onto Candyloon. That'll force out the Dark Rift, but he can't survive the magic damage. Carl, he is just doing way too much.
They're just starting to rip through. Even those Riptides coming in from the Naga are a bit too much, and they get another glimpse.
Very nice. It's going to force out the Phoenix Egg. Casual Torrent out onto RR. He's going to juke it out. That'll be your egg wasted. Execration. No need to try and force anything else.
Yeah, I mean, they forced out the BKB from esports. Has to realize as that BKB ticks down, you've got more opportunities for the Song to interrupt you, for the Disruptor Static Storm to do damage, and that's the cue to smoke up. Execration ready to go.
They know the Chrono's still there, but they just don't seem to give a crap. In fact, Avalanche Toss and Mortimer's Kiss is gonna be onto TDZ, and man, he just melts. Once BDZ gets in there with the Avalanche Toss and you have the Nimbus on top, it just seems impossible to survive. And speaking of, I'm gonna be out now on our Phoenix, and he is also gone. Carl will pick up another easy kill, and that will be the 8th of the game for him.
Oh man, it's been a fantastic run for Carl as well. 8-0-8, not a single death, and that's that passive play of new esports.
Oh, Yamate. Oh, he barely gets the time walk off in time. Does BKB and TP's out.
Oh no. It's ticking down at BKB. 8 seconds left, Mike. And yeah, you know, at some point you're just barely gonna have enough to last you the entire chrono, but nothing for before it, nothing for after it, no leeway, no room for mistakes when you pop it as it ticks down. Yamate has to be super cautious. He is farming up for a Maelstrom, so that's going to give them some D-push capabilities to stave off the illusion spam. But the lead grows bigger. 13k lead now for Execration, 7-17. That Scotty is up on Palos, and he is saving up for the Abyssal on the Naga. And once you've got that, not even a BKB will save you.
Certainly not. When are we going to see this next chrono from Yamate? How long has it been now?
Almost
such a long.
Yeah, right. 17, 18 minutes since the last chrono. He used it right when he turned 6 at the bot lane. And that was it. That was it. That was literally it. Like, again, you're sitting on this Phoenix Faces Void combo. You gotta use it. They are cautious because they're scared of the Song counterplay. Even with the BKB, you shouldn't be anymore. It's just small mistakes like that that are costing them. Now their age is expired, so if they wanted to make a play, it's definitely not as safe as before. And Execration, they're going to have just an advantage in that sense, because they've got the lead, they've got the momentum. They have literally not even found a kill on Carl, which is Zeus. You know, we're so used to Zeus dying. How has Carl not been punished? He's just alive. He's just fine.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it surely with the chrono out, you can at least go for a support pick-off. You have a Phoenix, you can just Sunray through the chrono, and that should be basically a guaranteed kill. If Song gets committed, Song gets committed. But if you're going to hold on to this big chrono for so long, you start to question what the point of picking up the Void was.
It's a risky one. It's a bit of a trap we've seen teams fall to when they do get this combination. Still, smoke out from new Esports. Maybe they find something.
Gonna give it a shot. Ozen, smoke broken by Raging. He'll be happy to die for his team here, but there is plenty of time for them to catch up, and they know exactly where they are. Raging buying more time as the boat is going to fly in, but he is still alive on the Snapfire. The egg comes out. He'll use the little shredder, but his team will not be there to back him up. They want to counter-initiate now. Once the egg is gone, BDZ gets an avalanche, but Candyloon is going to tuck Griff. Oh! Maybe not. He gets a nice X back. A very, very... Oh, maybe not a nice X back. He tried. I guess that was the only place you could X him.
Oh, man.
But,
Ping pong ride. Just, how does that feel, huh? To go across the map that fast? Not a great feeling, but... Man, these trades for new Esports, like you find Raging, you lose your own offlaner.
Still going.
Execrate. Oh.
Yeah, DDZ. He's in a fight with the BDZ. Yamate has the chrono. Carl's going to come in, try and force him to use it. He will not, however, and BDZ should still be dead here. Turn around for a casual avalanche, but that'll be enough. Does go down, and it's a nice little pick up there for new Esports, but they are still behind by 13k. Very, very bad predicament for in this game number 2. It's
a weird prospect. Like, you're going to be happy with those kills, but you're wasting your BKB on Yamate down to 7 seconds. So we're ticking down to 5 soon, Mike. And at the 5-second mark, you'll barely have enough for your full chrono. Going to be a window there where Execration can still get some control off. Have to be super cautious about how you start these fights now from new. They're still playing this farming game for the most part, beyond a couple of smokes here and there. That's giving Palos time to finish that Abyssal. He's very close to it, just lacking the Vanguard and the recipe, and once that's up, you know, it's going to be difficult, because Palos will just be ready to go. He's going to have some innate mobility on hand. You've got even a blink up on Raging, so he can just jump in, make some plays for himself, or even just blink out if he gets the opportunity. And it's just not a great sign. Even RR has the space to save up 40 Ags. So that's an Ag Static Storm, basically an AoE Doom. You cannot play against that if you are a new Esports, because your BKBs aren't going to save you.
Yeah, and with that Philosopher's Stone, he just passively gets that gold. In fact, Well, poor old Mosen is going to be free food every time Carl has that Thunder God's Wrath off cooldown.
News of the death is expected
That he was.
swiftly.
Oh, Yamate still trying to get that Eye of Skadi up now on the Void, but I believe I just saw another Aghanim Sept on. Was it? Picked one.
Oh, DDZ. Torrent Storm isn't the player. Yeah, it's pretty nice with a chrono, and that is one way to maximize it even further. We just have to see it. We have got to see that chrono. We're building up for it, but it's not quite up there yet. Again, more time for certain items to fly out. You've got the Kaya and Carl. He's going to be saving for that Bloodstone next. And once you've got that, all your mana issues as the Zeus solved. You're just not going to have any problem maintaining your spells.
Thing is, Palace is about to have that Abyssal. I'm starting to get really concerned for new esports. Like, that Abyssal's going to make it extremely difficult to deal with this Narc Siren. Try and sneak another Roshan, and they might actually get away with it for the second time. Give vision, but again, it's going to be too late. In Execration. Well, they're still making their way there, but, well, Carl, he's going to jump in after Mosen. Ara looking for a glimpse back. Mosen still alright, and Ara can't see him.
Missed opportunities. Execration has to be more disciplined around a Rosh Pit. They need more actual wards on hand because they keep giving these Roshes away. That is one way for new esports to bounce back in. They have more leeway for how Yamate starts these fights. They can opt for the chrono after the first Aegis use. So again, just more opportunities to set up, play around what Execration's trying to bring out, and does give them a little bit of a boost as well. They pass the cheese into DDZ. So they're just taking time here. Gonna have a Skadi coming out for Yamate next, but that Abyssal we were talking about, of course, it's up in Palos. Ready to go. And he's basically ready to just mad fight. Like, this is a very big Naga we're looking at now.
Execration, they jump in. A great avalanche toss, but Yamate will be able to turn around. Raging now, in a bit of danger, will try to cookie out of there, but looks like he has been left alone as well. Palos does come in with the song, but Torrent Storm's there now. They can't disengage. Raging just getting bounced up and down, and Yamate a great chrono out, but Carl is outside the chrono, and he gets the Aegis going. Palos, however, can he make his way out? He wants to go for a run, but he's been X'd up, and he is sure to die here. He will. New esports, even with that chrono, not really panning out the way they wanted. They do win the team fight.
Yeah, it's a bit messy, but they make it work. The combination with the Torrent Storm buying enough time. Very strange movements from Execration, right? They opt to jump in from the other ramp instead on the opposite side of that triangle. They get punished for such a slow response, and they might lose their tier 1 mid. It's been a while, but that should be some nice progress for new esports. They don't even get to stick around for it, and what?
Tips back, but they have the X back onto Candy Loon. BDZ, however, going for a toss back attempt. They aren't going to be able to get that on old Carl. He's been swapped in by Mosen. This could be a huge pick-off for new esports if they can get it. And Carl is being left to die. They'll throw the cookie up, but it is too late. He is gone. And now Execration on the run. Yamate will happily come in for RR's life. What has happened to Execration?
Oh, I wish I knew. I wish I knew how new esports woke up as well. They're suddenly playing a lot better. Their decision making's on point. DDZ's Torrent Storm really giving them the opportunities to find those openings, to find these kills, dragging that lead down to 9k. Execration have to be a bit careful. They're getting the control off, and they're being punished pretty hard for sort of overstepping their bounds. And doing that, well, faces Void late game still scales.
It is gonna scale. That's the thing. And BDZ now jumping in. But he's alone. Like, what are you jumping in for?
I don't know. I really don't know what's up with that. And it's just strange, is the way to say it. Less than ideal would be another kind way to put it, but esports, you know, they'll take it. They're not going to ask those same questions. Claw it back, 14 to 20. And Yamate, level 20 mark. He's got his level 20 talent, minus 1.75 seconds in the time walk. So he gets to spam that out a bit more. More survivability for him. Have level 20 yet in Palos because of those kills. Like the E bounce back for new esports was that big that they have overtaken in terms of EXP. So Execration has to be a lot more disciplined. It grew a little bit sloppy there. Need to stitch it back together. Maybe wait out RR's Ags. That's been stalled out. He's one part away, so 1,000 gold off. Once you've got that AoE Doom, you have ways of setting these fights up, but you have to contend with Yamate having the eye of Scotty. Is farming into an Ags. So he's gonna get that nice bash in with a time walk, and that can be really hard to play against if he gets the jump in right.
Raging. Back off at the right time up at that top lane. Rosen's still having a look around, just getting some sentry wards out. Execration just trying to buy more time. You almost have that Aghanim Scepter on RR, so it's going to be a big deal with that Static Storm. He's going to be able to land it though. We haven't really seen any kind of Song into Static Storm combination yet. That's been one thing with Palos throughout this game, is he has been very, very hesitant on that knock. He's been farming great, don't get me wrong. He's been top of the net worth board for the whole game. But every team fight that breaks out, you just don't see him.
No.
It's been very, very quiet.
Yeah, and they've been using that Song defensively much more of the time. And even then, the circumstances, it's been defensively, but not into the chrono. So the timing of that has been off. There is a smoke here though from Execration. There's a BKB flying out as well for Palos.
Go after Yamato.
Oh no.
Unfortunately timed. Carl's still going to blink in, so will BDZ. DDZ does pop the BKB with the X out. Does try to get the Yules off, but BDZ should just be dead, but he gets a nice toss off. Now Static Storm. What? Oh boy. They messed it up pretty hard. There goes RR, and Palos running away with his 10-second BKB is probably still dead. DDZ might be able to close the gap here for an X. Carl, he's going to turn around and try to help, but there's a chrono out from Yamato, and that'll mean the X can come out now with the torrent play. Palos going to try and mirror image, but he is almost certainly just going to die. They'd love to get Carl on the Zeus now to boot, but Carl looks to be safe. Execration, John, I'm not sure what they're trying to do there. That was a complete mess.
I have no idea. I have no words for that Static Storm. They were banking on that Static Storm too. That was the offensive Song play we were looking for, but it doesn't land on anyone. So the follow-up chrono is really easy to commit. There were some fast hands from Carl to get the Yules off though, so they did waste some time. They found a counter kill on Barry, but that doesn't compensate for losing all these big cores. And suddenly 17 to 21, 36 minutes in, lead down to 5k. Execration have to be asking themselves, how do we bounce back in? Because they've got the slight lead, but that's all on Palos. They do smoke up.
They're gonna try and catch Yamate. BDZ, avalanche toss with the Static Storm, but swap out. And now they're gonna turn again. BDZ is gonna be left behind. That was your Aghanim Scepter Static Storm being committed by RR. But with no vision, it was a hard ask to expect to get that kill. Of course, the Venge could eat up.
Yeah, that's the tricky part now. Like, they're not able to find these heroes, and you have to be a bit cautious with Carl as well. He's standing pretty far out. They spot DDZ.
They're going to try and go after the Kunkka. Palos trying to get the work done for DDZ. He'll BKB up, and the Sunray is helping just a bit. He does activate that Torrent Storm, and Mosen once again is going to save him with that swap. And he'll go for a reset. Comes back in with the X. In. Oh. Look like they want to fight, but they are going to try and drag out the time, wait for the next chrono, which is up in 20 seconds. Palos has to be cautious with his positioning here. Let's have the song up. Like both teams are going to back. Just going to wait out the next Roshan play, which is up in a minute 20.
They've got tier 4 items to farm up for. They're just going to go ahead and fill up on that first as well. You have the Ags out here for Raging Potatoes. He can try to make saving plays here with a spit. Whether or not it's going to be on point, we'll have to find out. Really nice items coming out here as well. A leveler out for Palos. He would like the Illusionscape more, but that is on new Esports side, so a bit unfortunate not having that, but they're holding on here. 6k lead still being maintained. They're keeping eyes on Roche. A bit too early for Palos. It's too early. Have to be feeling, have to be a bit safer. The Ags is already up there from Yamate, so if he does time walk in, he gets an instant bash. Gets instant control. He gets to, just drop the chrono instant on top as well if he wanted to, and just really pile on the damage.
To find a way into this team fight. Execration, I believe they are starting to feel like they can't take this too late. Palos is certainly dropped off as the big boy in this game, and even that win probability, you look at where it was for Execration, it was sitting so far for them. Just gradually after these really weird team fights, we're back to the just above 53% now for New. What happens next, I suppose? I mean, they're still trying to get aggressive here. Perfectly fine.
Holy moly!
Just about not blinking everyone in to areas with absolutely zero vision.
Yeah, gotta be careful about that. They did manage to spot the Roche though, so Execration are aware it's up. They can't allow the third Roche to just go to new Esports. They've gotten 2 Roches in a row for free. Third one can't go as well, but Yamate is already starting.
Well, they just used the Thunder God's Wrath, and once again they are lacking vision. Smoke up. Yamate, yeah, he's just going to use that smoke to get back in that Roshan pit.
How is it?
There's a Nimbus.
How is it you don't have a ward around Roche at this point? That again, they've let go of 2 Roches for free. They're making it harder for the third one, but you don't have wards there. It's just gonna be open for the picking. The timings aren't lining up for Execration. Palos is camping that pit again. Like, he was there for 40 seconds a while ago, mind you, waiting for the Roche to be up. They've either got to go for it or get their timing right when Carl actually uses his spells, because he keeps casting that Nimbus. They're never around to punish, and they're back in there.
There's that Roshan. Does get very low, and new Esports, they're going to give it more time. Not willing to go too far, but Palos might be able to steal now. There's that Nimbus to help out. Thunder God's Wrath to give vision. Smoke. Sound will be broken. Yamate has chrono, doesn't pick quite yet, and now does. He's caught both of them. Raging has jumped in. Still, the torrent boat does fly out. Aegis on the dead Palos. He does take it off Yamate. And with that, they might be able to take this team fight. Barry, he does get the egg off. Carl gonna blink in, trying to stop somebody. DDZ up by Mosen. Song gonna be way out of range. They do at least get the Venge. They'll settle. Abyssal, he has the Glimmer Cape, and well, they do finally get him. Palos eventually get him the kill. looks like that'll be enough. Go back and just get some more farm up for themselves.
I'd say a pretty good time for Execration managing to snag that one away. They get the Ags upgrade as well. So Palos, not only does he have the Aegis, has the Ags upgraded song. So they've got regen to reset here on Execration's side. Suddenly 13k up ahead now. Looking at the high ground, they need to land the egg Chrono. For some reason, Chrono was out, the egg was not. And they lost an opportunity there to really just start to reel in more control for new esports.
There's that tier 2 tower now. Palos gonna feel confident to just take it out. Yamate does have an Aghanim Scepter up. Palos gonna be able to avoid the bow, but Yamate again jumping in with that Axe, just getting that guaranteed bash off. He's in danger. He has the song up in a few seconds. He's going to try and commit, but Mosen does swap him back. Palos still not getting it out. He'll BKB and try to fight this one with the Aegis. Turning back around onto Candyloon. There's your Dark Rift, but it may not be there in time. In fact, Candyloon does die. Suddenly Execration, winning a team fight 3-1, are going to rush for the high ground.
Oh, this is a massive opening. No buyback on our Void, no buyback on the Underlord. It's basically 2 heroes against the world here. Egg, but is that going to be enough to stop 4 heroes from push? It doesn't look like it.
No, it doesn't. They're going to try and torrent to delay things, and Candyloon will commit the buyback, but that's not going to be enough for them to go back here, surely. Gobble up, that is a very nice hit there from Raging, and now Palos going to move in onto that Underlord. He just fought back, but Palos gets hit by the boat and might just lose the Aegis. But Candy is still in danger and does die with the dieback. Back to the racks it is. Knowing that that Underlord is gone for about 2 minutes, they might be able to go for a secondary.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have the Faces Void up in a sec. So you're going to have the Chrono Egg combination in play, but 20 seconds is a long time when Palos has that leveler.
Certainly is, and he's got the butterfly now flying out. Could be, well, not quite megas because of that tier 2 top tower still being standing. But it is going to be a pretty significant lead now for Execration. 26k worth of a lead, by the way, and swap from Mosen. They're going to commit the Chrono onto Palos, and they should be able to clean him up. A nice play out from Mosen onto RR. Yamate should be able to get this one very easily, and does. They do get a couple kills back. Still 2 Raxes behind now, but they might be able to get something going.
Oh yeah, it's a big set of kills. There's no buyback for quite a fair bit of gold. And Yamate, he's feeling big. He gets his 25 talent. He has the backtrack. They're looking to regain some ground. They've got to eat through these tier 2s first. There's a refresh up on Raging Potato for whatever reason, but there it is. We'll see if that's going to change the course here. Going to have to hold for a full minute without the Naga.
I mean, in some way, that having the refresh is going to be pretty useful, right? You get the double gobble up, you get the double Mortimer's Kisses, even the little shredder, you can refresh it twice, so it'll be 12 hits on the egg. Mosen going to catch out the snap by a Raging Potato, and, well, speaking of the devil, he is going to die.
Oh, no buyback on him. He just finished that refresh. It's way far off in terms of gold, and that's going to cost them. So they're going to have to play as 4 for an additional minute 20. They are going to have their Naga up, though. That's going to be a bit of a boon, and they've got a repair kit, of course, as is balanced.
Go, glimpse back into the Static Storm. That might be your Void dead. He's trying to survive. Nice Echo coming out from our Phoenix. That is going to save the day. Barry doing some good work with that Ags. But that'll be enough for New. They got the tier 2, and that'll be it. They just want to get out of there.
Yeah, and pretty decent set of gains. You would have wanted to take that tier 3, even out some map control for New, but they somehow clawed their way back. Although Yamate
gets in there on RR, gets the kill.
Ooh.
Palos tried to get the song off, but just a bit too late. Now, New Esports, I mean, they're so far behind in terms of net worth. Like, we're 21k behind here for New Esports, but they've taken over the map again.
Yeah, they're just playing forward. They feel confident. They've got the control. You are seeing Yamate start to rock back into the game, and you know they're just feeling good. Execration have to really be careful. I think it's down to how Palos has been positioning himself. Needs to really balance out when to use that song, because every time he uses it and the chrono has not been expended, they wait it out on straight chrono, finish off the Naga, and they have nothing to be worried about. It's only the song that can really hold them back. There is some farm coming out here for Execration though. BDZ does have an E-Blade up. You can go for some shotgun plays as necessary. That is somewhat there. He can also shotgun Yamate if he doesn't have BKB, and that could be a bit of a risk. That's going to be an easy disarm. Going to prevent the chrono from being as good as you'd want if you do get caught as that would avoid.
What are we even waiting on now? Like, Execration, there are basically 6 slotted on Palos now, right? Like, you can get rid of the treads. That's really all that's left. What he wants, and he may just want to tank up and just get something like a Satanic or a Heart and finish it off for himself, but got the Ags upgrade on that Naga. Mosen, nice chrono out from Yamate, and they have caught Carl. Static Storm also going to be dropped from RR, but it does not catch out Palos. Doesn't really matter though. Yamate, Tong is out, boat to fly out.
Oh no.
Palos does get hit by the boat, still going to be alright. They're cooking him out. Now the egg is great out from our Phoenix, and that is going to make it very hard for them to fight back. Even BDZ does get caught. He's going to die, it looks like, on the Tiny. And once again, New Esports get another 3 kills, and this net worth crap is going back down.
Really strange exchanges, but Execration are not finding those openings they want. They do have buybacks though, so they've got that, and there's no chrono and egg. Gonna be a bit harder to siege there.
And that repair kit makes it very, very difficult.
Of course. Perfectly balanced item, Mike. Exactly what you want. You know, giving everyone access to a pseudo Lich 25 talent. What more could you want?
Not much.
Still, it's an awkward spot. Like you mentioned RR's Static Storm. It's not doing anything to stop. Like his BKB's all the way at 5, but it's actually not enough damage anymore. And he's got the Minotaur Horn anyway beforehand to give him a little bit more of an edge in these fights. So you gotta be careful with when you do. It has to be preemptive. That Static Storm. It has to stop the BKB. They're not able to really find it. That's an MKB up now in Yamate. He can start piercing through. He has an easier time to start Palos, and it's getting a bit dicey. That durability of the Naga, you're starting to not feel it anymore.
He's holding 6k. What does Palos want to buy here? Do we just go for a Moonshard and keep the treads? Do you want a Hard Up? What is it he's getting? Maybe just
Tough one.
I guess he could save the gold in case he doesn't feel confident and go for a Divine Rapier. Not the greatest item on a Naga Siren, but it can still be pretty useful.
Yeah, it's not amazing. I think you would want to replace the boots, but a Naga's not particularly fast. So you're gonna want like maybe a tier 5 boot from neutral items. That would save you a lot. If you find it. It doesn't, you know, that's leaving it up to RNG still. It's on the map. There is a smoke here in Palos.
Palos gonna break his smoke, go for the Abyssal. His team is starting to catch up. Chrono is gonna be committed. And with the Torrent Storm, Palos is probably gone, and is. RR now gonna get caught out by the X and the Torrent, and he is almost certainly just dead as well. And they're looking for more. Icarus dives forward. Barry does not spot anyone else out, but look at that, John. Perfect timing. The Roshan's up.
Of course. Nice place there from New. That was Execration Smoke helping out New Esports. The smoke popped. They just stood there. Why? Why do you go against the Naga? Man, it's just questionable. They're in the pit. That's every single thing Roche has. Just beating up the homeless guy, getting his stuff for yourself, refresh on the deck. Ags upgrade as well. Who did he want to give that to?
They've already got an Ags on DDZ. They've got one on Yamate.
Yeah, they gave it to Yamate, and he.
No, he's already got one. They've got another one. DDZ.
No, he sold off his. Oh, he changed it to Blessing, right? No, I think Yamate ate it and then sold his Ags.
No. It's on Candy Loon, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they just gave it to Candy Loon.
No.
So what is the?
No, that's not the Blessing. That's the raw Ags for Candy. So Yamate sold his Ags and ate the Blessing, free up a slot for himself.
He already had it, John. I've been watching it for the past 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure.
Where's the Blessing?
It's ate by Candy Loon.
No, but Candy still has his Ags. I'm telling you, you look at Candy, he doesn't have the Blessing. He's got the Scepter. Am I bugged?
Is your Dota bugged? Yeah, I think you, dude.
What?
Yeah, your Dota's bugged.
How is this bugged? How the hell is this bugged? Why am I still seeing the Ags here in Barry?
No, not Barry. Candy Loon, John.
Candy Loon. Candy Loon. Okay.
You're going deaf now as well.
God. Okay, there we go. Okay. I was very confused from. It's just been such a long game. It's a Naga game, dude.
Yeah, I forgive you, John. I forgive you. Don't worry,
it's very confusing. High ground DCG. There's a song.
Yeah, Palos. Gonna get bashed again. I don't know about this, but the Static Storm is gonna be nice. Palos, well, they'll get the egg off in time. Nobody gonna focus down that egg. And Palos, he's been left behind here. Nobody there to help him out. They're gonna spit out the Mortimer's Kisses. They are getting low now. Swap from Mosin. Trying to help, but does die. Yamate still going for more. He does still have the H, so now a 3-man bash off. Into the torrent, into the boat, and they are gonna melt. Chrono also going to be out on the Tiny now. BDZ going to be in danger, but it's not the greatest Chrono. A bit rushed. It won't matter though. He has the refresher shard out. Now back onto the Naga. Palos very low, but the Glimmer Cape will save. And they are going to go for that Aegis. And they do, but Candy Loon does kill off Palos. Back in from our Void. Refreshes up, Chrono gets out, he is stuck by that kinetic field, but eventually does get on top of Carl. They will go swarm him up, but Carl's still in danger. Here comes Palos, however, fighting back up against Candy Loon with the Pit of Malice to be dropped. He is pretty darn tanky, and Palos, he can't fight back, even with that BKB. He is probably going to die. He does get the song out, however, but DDZ is going to not get the Torrent off in time. He does have a Torrent Storm going, but they don't know where Palos went, and he will reset with the Aghanim Scepter song, and New Esports are forced to back.
Classic Naga games, isn't it? Especially without Ags and Palos. You get a push, you get one range for Axe up top, not even a melee. And Execration, they hold on. They're down a couple of buybacks, but that E-Blade lives, the E-Blade from BDZ, just ensuring that it's not as easy for Yamate to find those kills. They might want to have a nullifier on hand to take that off. It has been a consistent issue, but they go back in. Song gonna be up in 15. You're gonna lose that top melee.
They are. The tier 3 mid tower. Palos does Abyssal Blade up, and Yamate. Oh boy. That's a...
Yeah.
Glimpse back on your Phoenix, or rather, sorry, on Palos. They are going to be safe to walk out. They do have buyback on Palos. He should be right.
Yeah, that's quite the punishment on to New. So, Execration still have slight net worth lead. They hold on to their high ground. They are 1 racks up, just down to 1 racks from 2 because New Esports did take out the entirety of the top lane. So a bit of a stalemate again. dead even across the board in terms of kills, dead even in net worth. New Esports. What are we starting to look for? Level 30. It's about the time where we start to look for level 30. You're looking at tier 5 items. To really start to tie in your itemization. Again, for Execration's end, I think Paulus will want some neutral item boots, unless he gets a really good neutral item. Maybe something like the Trident wouldn't be too bad for their Zeus here. If they wanted it, like that would be pretty fantastic for Carl. Still gonna be open. It's still about 2 minutes off, but I'm not sure if New Esports is up to forcing a fight without their Aegis advantage, right? So they're gonna be waiting for Roche. Both teams can't let that one go. And it's just gonna be a bit of a waiting game. We're at nearly the 60-minute mark, and somehow it's pretty even across the board.
Is. So what's Dota Plus think? Well, it's been really up and down. Back to New Esports side of things, it's been a very confusing game. Not only for us, but for the AI.
Yeah, and it's time for the Dagons for BDZ, Mike. So
why not?
Queuing up the Dagon 5 on the Tiny with the E-Blade. Always fun to see that coming into play. Just blowing someone up. And New Esports, they are smoked up though, but they gets
healed straight away. Palos even with the Bloodthorn up now on the Naga Siren. More control for this Void. Take the outpost back, and we are approaching that 60-minute mark, so we're about to have tier 5 items up.
Yeah, I think they're just gonna wait. Like, they've got control in the jungle here for New. They could stall out for a minute. Just get that advantage, because Execration, they won't have as much jungle to play with. They've got the triangle pretty safe. It's just not as many camps. So New Esports is gonna have a leg up in that sense if they just play the patience game. Execration is just trying to shove around. You do have level 30 in Carl, actually, so he's got all his talents pretty good as well, right? Like cooldown reduction, added stun, static field damage, cast range. 25s are a bit boring, but it's pretty nice. And just want more heroes for that, I guess.
Oh, well, we're about to get there on Yamate. He's 29. He's gonna get the Chronosphere AoE pretty soon. Another Thunder God's Wrath gonna give vision. The smoke attempt that will not pan out. Might just try to force them.
Mosin?
Get a swap off, but he is by himself. Now with that Static Storm expended, can he survive through it? He can. The Sunray gonna keep him safe, and oh, Palos. Yeah, he jumped into Palos. So now poor old Mosin has to kill himself to save Yamate, and he still dies to BDC. They are really rushing now. They are not playing this. They're not coordinating properly. I think the timing of the game might be getting to them a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's dragging long, but to be in such a rush, I mean, we just talked about it. 60 minutes comes up. A more patient team would just go back, get those tier 5s up, get the neutral item advantage, and you're good to go. But they don't do that. They get punished. Now they go in for those tier 5s. They've got the boots, the woodland boots up. You also have force boots, so 2 boots. Yeah, 2 boots up for New, freeing up slots for them if they wanted to. Still, invasion by Execration.
Yep. DDZ. BKB TP out. Song is going to be a bit too late. They are not going to catch out the Kunkka. That just gives them a bit more just a Venge Spirit. Going to give him a bit more time to try and get the rest of their tier 5 items up. There's a Pirate Hat coming out.
Oh, you gotta love
nice.
that.
Yeah, as if we needed more goals in this game, right? Now just guaranteed bounty runes.
Yeah, you want that. It's perfect. Exactly what you'd want in this game, and well, it's that moment. It's 62 minutes. It's a Naga versus Void. It's it's that late game dream for both of these heroes, Mike.
Oh, Trident, dude. Trident came
there
out.
You go. Yeah, that's really good Or Carl, if he wanted it. You wouldn't mind it in your Naga as well, right? But, you know, you've got the Force Boots, as I was saying, Palace. He gets what he wants, you know? Pause. You ask and you shall receive.
Oh.
Asked again.
Oh, and poor old new Esports find a ballista that nobody can use.
For Venge time, Mosin, transition. Not with that farm.
Absolutely not. Where has our Trident gone to? Is anyone going to build it? Just not worthwhile. Like, I realize they don't have boots now, so they might just... Oh, that's a big one, though. That Desolator, too. That is a nice item for Yamate.
Exactly what they need. It does feel like they were lacking damage, right? You're seeing issues when you are up against a Naga. And that should help the cause. At this point, the Mask of Madness isn't doing it either, but still, into the pit. Again, everything Roche has, but look at this. Palos is ready.
Got it out. The Roshan does not last very long anymore. Palos gonna send some illusions in, but there'll be a smoke to come out. They're gonna try and sneak this one, New Esports. In fact, no, they'll go for the fight. Try and see if they can win this team fight out. You have 30 out on Yamate, but he jump in, won't get anyone. Palos right nearby, but they just don't want to jump in. Back to the Roshan. They've actually blocked the staircase with those trees.
Love it. Gotta love it. Very cautious around that Roche, Mike. No one wants to be caught out here with her pants down.
A nice spit out there from Raging into the Mortimer's Kiss is just coming out. Who is he even aiming for? He's trying to get Mosin, who does get the swap off and does die, trying to save Yamate, but now Chrono does come out. Still with the Torrent Storm, Palos does die. We'll buy back. Back to the Roshan, however, they won't have time to contest. But there's so many items to pick up that they have to juggle all these items around. BDZ has been caught out of the tiny, although Song is going to be there into the Static Storm, but they let Yamate get out of there. He comes back in fact. Palos could be in danger now. He's been hexed up. Yamate going to jump in with the bashes. Raging Potato getting in there for a gobble, but he does go down. He has no buyback. Now RR also caught in the Pit of Malice, and he's guaranteed to die. But he can buy back. Back to it. Off we go again. We can go high ground, but we got to defend base as well.
That's how it is. You know, you're playing against Naga. You're down 2 racks. There is no Song, but there's a buyback forced out. Song up in 10. Can they hold? Yamate, he's hit it like a truck onto those tier 3s.
There we go. W tier 3, well, your Rax is gone in the mid lane. Something tells me that Mega Creeps don't really matter in this game anymore, but BDC does get the Aegis. And that's actually so much damage on Yamate, but he's oh no, he missed the Chrono. They got Carl anyway. It's okay, they got the Zeus. He will buy back. However, glimpse back onto Mosin. He'll be left behind. Palos won't be able to get anything done. The Dark Rift will allow everyone else to get out, apart from Mosin, who is going to die back.
Oh, man.
And now, well, now it's 2 Raxes down for each team. We have an equal game.
Oh, what is this? 16k lead now for New Esports. Refresh is flying out. Got the Ags blessing on DDZ, so he's got the slot for it. What's happening?
I don't know.
No. Oh, Carl's going for it, Mike. He's got the Kai and Sanch. He just lacks one part.
Oh, he sells it.
Gonna go for it.
Nice.
Oh, you lame-o. Carl, you bore me. No, come on, what are you doing? He's got a Kai and Sanch and a Yasha and Kaya.
Or too many.
Carl!
Sort it out, Carl.
Come on.
trying to figure this out. Like, what's the part of... There we go. There's your trident. Well done, Carl.
Now use it, Carl. Don't just have it there. There you go. Finally, I think this is the first time we've seen the trident, isn't it?
Not for... We casted it a few times, but it's been a long time since we've seen it.
Let's see if it makes a difference. Posturing around that triangle. New Esports got cautious.
ORR gets a glimpse back, but it was going to be onto Candyloon, who does BKB up.
They've got a leg up here, Execration, because they've got a tier 2 still left. So, you know, they can be a bit more relaxed. Despite being 16k behind, you have that. They've got the flexibility there. Still, your approach to ultra late point BDZ has the level 5 Dagon with E-Blade. So you gotta be careful about that burst. You know, Avalanche Toss, E-Blade plus Dagon should still be enough to kill some heroes off, and we have seen it do work. Gotta be really respectful of that fact. You can't discount the fact that Execration has, you know, with a pirate hat, is gonna have those bounties every time. Please use your pirate's hat. There you go. More bounties. Yep. 100.
Yamate. Nobody gonna be able to catch anyone out.
Got level 30 on Yamate, right?
At this stage, right, where you see the teams both hitting creeps, and you know, like, they don't even mean to at this point. Like, they're just pushing. Oh, that's a nice static storm out. Yamate's gone. DDZ gonna go after Raging Potato now. Peter Malice not gonna hold him down. He does have the BKB out. DDZ gonna refresh now. Orb to get that Torrent Storm going again, but it's not going to catch anyone. Not quite yet, but Carl, you're walking into the team fight, sir. He will go down. BDC now also going to drop. Oh, Carl, where was his attention? Raging now. Spat does BKB with the Refresher Orb. Gonna try and avoid this somehow. Oh, he's trapped. He's gonna go for the DB play, but gets swapped out by Mosin. Now Mosin's trapped, but it won't matter. They got the target they wanted.
Oh boy, an abyssal coming out for Candy.
It has to be over now, though, right?
Is
Carl's
it, Mike?
gone.
Is it though? Are you sure about that? Buyback's still up for Tiny. That's all the burst you need when you've got a frontliner in the Naga. You know, you can't count them out yet, Execration. Tier 2, back 4.
Rushing, Palos, he's not good for Mosin, but he does have an A on disc, and now Candyloon gonna come in and help him out. Palos will not be able to try and sneak out. And will be there to spam Firestorm, while the rest of his team does put tier 3 bot tower. That'll be a buyback on Raging being committed. Still, they should be able to 100% secure Mega Creeps here for New Esports. Again, I don't think that's going to really make a difference this game any longer, but they get them, and they're actually going to back off. That is a surprise.
Palos?
Unless Palos does get caught out, and I can see why they're backing off now. Palos is maybe gone. He does BKB, gets a song, and he'll go for a TP play out, but the BKB going to wear off, not in time.
It's New Esports, Mega Creeps. Gonna make too much of a difference, as you mentioned, Mike. 22k lead for New Esports. Somehow that doesn't feel significant, considering the items flying out for everyone. It just doesn't feel like... I mean, there are only so many slots in the game. It's down to play. It's down to catching those heroes out. If you punish Yamate, he did buy back. That would be a dieback for the next 5 minutes. You're also in that same situation here for Execration. You do not want to sacrifice your supports even. You did buy back and Raging Potato here as well. So you have to be a bit cautious. They do smoke up though.
Okay, smoke up. Candyloon, probably not the target they want to start with. Thunder Gods for scouting purposes. Refresher Orb now up on the Void. So Yamate's got double Chrono now, unfortunately, but double Chrono's pretty good. A DD sitting there. Are they trying to bait Yamate? Oh, DD not paying attention to the rune. Doesn't miss it. Oh, he's got the DD. He'd love to fight right now. It's just
Palos
caught out by the torrent of DDZ. Gonna be able to get away before the boat comes in. Mega creeps incoming. Nobody cares though, but Yamate jumps in with the Chrono now onto Palos, but there's no damage flying out. Now we see some. He'll refresh again. No Chrono yet. Can you get a song out? You cannot, but Palos will buy back. Now the team fight really starts. BDZ. Well, no, they're not going to go for him, but rather Yamate will go onto RR and Palos. Marathon dodges the stun from Mosin. And that'll be it. They're going to try and hold the high ground now. It's a 4v5, however, but there is a buyback now on the Disruptor.
Yeah, they're going to have to pop it. There is still a Chrono up on you because they did refresh.
Oh, they're going for the Roshan.
Of course, it's up. Poor guy. He's died every single time he respawned. Execration, you don't want to give this out. You're going to have to force a fight there.
Well, they get the Thunder God's Wrath to scout. Who even takes these items anymore? Well, what are you going to do with these items on the Roshan? Like, Aegis is the only thing you want now. Maybe the Ag's Blessing is nice, but that's it.
I mean, everyone's got a blessing on the side of New. No.
Moses,
you're running out. Yeah, just Mosin. Maybe you upgrade your Phoenix to free up the slot. Doesn't seem necessary. Just give it to Mosin. The Phoenix nice, right? Swap is pretty good. Might just watch that Candy Loon soloing. Sneakily, can't really tank it. Roche does hit pretty hard at this. 400. 500 damage per right click. That scaling is pretty fun.
Smoke up from New. Are they gonna rush the Ancient? They're drawing a line. It seems like they want to go through and back to the top lane, but Carl be there to break the smoke had they done so. Back towards that Roshan pit, it seems, for New, as they're not sure what Execration are up to. Palos.
Oh no.
Hexed up, boat to fly in, refreshed up by DDZ, and now the Chrono is going to come out from Yamate, and he does go down. That's a dieback.
Dan, RR just left him. He didn't even drop the Static Storm. He literally watched his core die and walked away. Static Storm might have saved him.
Well, not only that, but he had a chance to song, I'm pretty sure. Yamate gonna go for the Roshan.
It's those long games. It's those long games. It gets to the players as well. And that Roche, free one. 4v5 defense. 6v4 because of Aegis and Cheese. How do you do this? And who gets the Ags upgrade? Yeah, it's Mosin. Thank you. Everyone with Ags.
Yes. Everyone gets an Ags. Not on Execration side. They're missing only one Ags on Execration. It's BDZ. So maybe he'll get one later on. If we have enough time.
If they survive it, sure. Could be nice seeing that tree volley, but on to the tier 4s.
Yamate. They'll jump in onto Carl. BKB's out, but great Chrono there from Yamate, catching 3 of them, and he jumps straight onto that Zeus. Buyback will come out, but you've also lost BDZ now. He does also have a buyback, however. That egg dropping low, but there goes Raging Potato. The Ancient now exposed. The creeps are doing the work for them, while Yamate is just diving and getting kills in the fountain. Gets another Chrono off, and there's your GG call as Yamate will take an Ultra. our 77-minute game 2 is now over. New Esports do manage to get the 2-0 victory.
Really?
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Это такая Это такая душка! Holy moly! What the f just happened? 哎，队友呢？队友嘞？哎，队友呢？队友呢？队友呢？
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Holy moly! Holy moly!
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5
Here
seconds remaining.
of the day, and it is going to be between Among Us and Motivate.Trust. It's
Just happened.
of course MLP Dota. John, welcome back, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Mike. You know, these boys, they're ready to go. They were priming up in the lobby. Take a look at the names, Mike. They're both from the same guild again, so it's gonna be a noisy one. They're all friends. They were talking about the best carry in C being Kitty Corn. I have no clue what that means, but they're having a good time. And this is the team everyone is waiting to look for among us. The boys, the one-time team. Sadly, it's already known. It's gonna be a one-time thing. Most players are already signed elsewhere to be announced, so enjoy it while it lasts. We've got our initial draft in. Grimstroke, Batrider for Among Us, so double lasso already in play, looking fancy there. Motivate.Trust, Tiny Void Spirit, straightforward for them. Likely early mid pickup, some flex there for Among Us and where the Batrider goes. But pretty straightforward draft. We're not seeing any sort of focus on something like the Phoenix or any Phoenix combo, so we are moving past that for a series. We'll see if that does pop in, as Phoenix hasn't been banned itself. Either team could go for it, and it should be a pretty interesting one between both sides.
Should be. Motivate.Trust have been looking decent overall throughout the past couple months, if you ask me. And obviously, Among Us, they just formed. You already mentioned this, and they're not going to last very long as a team, but see what kind of influence they can have throughout the BTS Pro series. Of course, the first series yesterday did end up in a 2-0 for them, up against 0-3-2. So they've had a very, very good start. Really ask for a better start if you are a team in the Pro Series, and I'm sure they are looking for another 2-0 victory if they can afford to get one here up against Motivate.Trust, who have again been looking pretty decent. They've had one win and one throughout their 2 games so far for Motivate, so of course they'd also love to get a 2-0 victory if they could.
Oh yeah, just helps you climb up. Want to give yourself a bit of a boost as well. Interesting that Among Us bans out the Savage Morphling themselves, and they actually do pick up a Lifestealer. So we're seeing the Lifestealer in play in response to Tiny Void. Again, it's about the rage. It's about being able to stand and fight. You don't have to worry about magic damage this game. Got a natural vehicle in the Batrider. So you've got a lot of things playing up here, Mike. A double lasso, Infest Bomb. It's looking pretty good.
I do agree. That does explain the Morphling ban, of course. Lifestealer does not enjoy playing up against the Morph. Very, very ugly time for that Lifestealer, but that's not too much of an issue now. But there is an issue for Motivate.Trust. They've got to figure out a way to deal with this Lifestealer. So they did pick up the Void Spirit Tiny, which can't do much up against the rage of that LS. So what else do you have here to pick up?
See you later, nerds.
It's a bit unfortunate for Motivate.Trust, considering they actually banned out the PA and AM themselves. They won't have those options either, but they are going to go for a Tidehunter.
Ooh. Yeah, instant pickup of the center as well for Among Us. So just building off the run at you kind of draft for Among Us, and they can just pop the war run, the stampede, and just get the infest bomb off, double lasso off, everything can fly out. Really solid draft for them. Motivate.Trust, Tidehunter here just to give themselves some good team fight, give themselves a hero that can purge off the lasso, purge off the control right with the Kraken. We've seen that happen in a series before where the Batrider gets forced to just jump a tide. The lasso doesn't do much, so that's something Among Us has to be careful about. Of course, with a Centaur here, there's some flexibility with where the Batrider actually or not. That's our Jabs 4 hero, or if that's still going to be mid or off with all of their cores picked up. Depends on how Among Us wants to do this. If it goes to Cuckoo or some such, it's really open. Motivate.Trust, they do go with a PL, so that's an excellent response to the light. And all of these heroes, you don't have the best AoE control here for Among Us. Phantom Lancer is going to have a pretty sweet time just running around with solutions here.
I wonder if they want to like switch out and put the Batrider in the offlane now for Among Us rather than having that Centaur. The Batrider might have a pretty decent time up against that PL, assuming you can get those sticky napalm stacks without the doppelganger being leveled up. I guess we'll see. I mean, it does seem like Among Us are lacking a position 4 at the moment, unless they are intending on running the Batrider 4, which you don't see very often anymore, but could still be a potential thing here. Apart from that, though, if they didn't ride the Batrider 4, then that would be Arbed mid Batrider, which I don't really feel like that's an Arbed hero that he'd want to play. So
no, definitely not. You'd want him to shine in something else. I think. Wait here for one of the Spirit Brothers to make their appearance. So Storm might come out, maybe Ember. I don't know about the Earth Spirit in this case, but you do have the Grimstroke, so you could possibly get that done if you wanted to try that. None of them play well against the PL. That's just going to be your biggest worry. Just the PL catch is really not there, no matter what mid with those choices for mid. So find out how Among Us plugs that hole in their draft. They do have last pick overall. They might pull a surprise out. Motivate.Trust is going to have to show their full roster first. That might leave them a bit exposed, especially if they're trying to flex Void Spirit. We're going to find out with their last pick.
Gonna be. I mean, surely it's just a position 5 pick up here. I mean, you really want to run a support Void Spirit. It just seems so meh.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. The Bane comes out now. Fair enough. A nice way to just stop the lifesteal from being able to do anything. Just get the grip off, and he is kind of just stuck and pretty vulnerable. Among Us, they don't really have a great way of cancelling that Bane's grip either. Like, you've got Lasso, you've got Centaur, Hoof Stomp, and you've got the Silence from Grimstroke, but
5 seconds remaining.
it's not like a real guaranteed way of stopping that from happening. Not like an LC that can purge the Fiend's grip off. Speaking of, both those heroes are banned right now, so you can't choose those either if you are Among Us.
Tricky spot. Again, and with their early picks in the Bat Centaur, that's kind of biting them here. Because you know your mid lane matchup against Void Spirit. You could still put the Bat there, but in the support position as well, you don't have anything to deal with PL. That's the biggest concern for Among Us, and they're just gonna have to decide now. Are you gonna run the Abed Batrider, the Cuckoo Centaur, or are you gonna run, this Batrider for Jabs with something else coming out for Abed in the last pick?
Maybe they could go for the Abed Kunkka here, because it does a way of cancelling off the Bane Fiend's grip. It does control the Void Spirit. Obviously, the Tidebringer boat is very nice against the PL. Maybe that's what they want. Maybe just pick up the Kunkka. No, they're gonna go for the Storm.
No. Yeah, it's one of those Spirit Brother sliding through again, you know, Abid special, just gonna dance around, natural vehicle for the Life Stealer as well. You still have to worry about that control onto Jackie, right? Jumping onto that PL down the line, it's gonna be risky, and once the defusal is up, you do not want to get hit as the Storm. You don't want to lose any point of mana. So you're gonna have to be careful. There's some good control here for both the Life Stealer and the Storm. Right, Bane can make it hellish for either hero to really maximize their potential. Can be the biggest weakness from among us. They're gonna have to be cautious about that. Maybe a Lincoln's down the line for Abid is going to be coming out just to ensure that he stands there and fights no problem. They're gonna have to really be cautious. There's some bigger team fight potential here from Motivate.Trust early. Ravage. It's a really easy spell to land. Really wide AoE, of course. I'm not going to be prioritizing that, I think, in this game. No need for it, but it's going to be an interesting back and forth. Very different draft, very different playstyle. Should be a fun second series kicker here.
Could be. But very, very soon we'll see how this all does pan out. Of course, I'm sure are looking to be the favorites in this matchup, but we'll get the loop bet odds up pretty soon to see what they think. They have been looking very, very strong recently, though, these guys.
Dominant in their debut. And Motivate.Trust, they're not one to sneeze at as well. We saw Masaras. He's been playing a lot of Tide. You know, with that distinctive set, which we can see Tide's head under. But he's been doing work. Seems to be having fun as he asks for it again. And look at all those DCs. Savage DC'd with him.
What is happening with the internet over there? It's just, this is the second time today.
Yeah, this time it's Thai internet for whatever reason. Ovid says go.
See you later.
Of course.
Can't go. Let's take it easy. Wait it out.
No patience. No patience, man. Just wants to play.
I
play this waiting game.
I have brought up those odds, by the way. They are heavily favored right now among us. $1.25 to $3.70 for Motivate.Trust.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that performance. This is the C Dream team. They play well. They've been fun to watch, and I can't tell if we're getting more people reconnected or if we're losing more to disconnects right now. Feels like we've lost more.
We have. Slowly reconnect up. Surprising, you know, it's generally I expect the Filipino teams to have this problem.
I guess Avid's got a better connection. I don't know. Mid privilege, maybe?
Maybe.
So, yeah. We want to watch out for jabs, you know, on the pause 4 roll on that Bat Rider. Just watch what he does in that offlane together with Cuckoo. It's a pretty potent lane, I gotta tell you, Mike. Bat Rider Centaur, right? You get in with a stun. Level 3 is where it really shines. Once you've got more levels up in the Napalm and a level in the Firefly, you can really get some work done. Cuckoo's super tanky, gonna be hard to zone out. Kind of have your work cut out for you, and a remake's being requested.
I'm guessing they can't reconnect to the game, perhaps.
Yeah,
They can't reconnect. Oh, you know, some things just never get changed, do they?
Play the game, Mike. All right, here we go.
All right, we'll be right back. We'll come back once we're into the game. See you all again very soon. Oh, I imagine he is. Won't be too long. We'll reconnect and we'll remake and be right back.
友嘞？队友呢？队友呢？队友呢？What the just happened?
Such a limited imagination you have.
你气不气？队友呢？队友嘞？队友呢？队友呢？队友呢
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our first game of this best of two between Among Us and Motivate.Trust. We are... Some bugs just never disappear. I don't know what to say. It's
Man.
Can't fix bugs, John.
No, they're having fun in chat. Their moods are lifted, Mike. It doesn't affect them. They're happy.
I'm glad they're happy.
MY versus MY. Apparently the best carry gang. Well, whatever any of this means. The in-jokes flying out. Just gotta smile and nod and wave as Outing Rude's gonna be coming up. Looks like they're gonna make an aggressive move into Jackie. Gotta watch out there.
Duh. Jackie will be right. He's gonna back off. Let's get zoned out of those bounty runes, and they're just gonna be a bit wary of not giving 3 bounty runes away at this start, I suppose. If you are Motivate.Trust, because it does look like Jab wants to contest that bot bounty, but they do group up down a bot lane. Jabs is not going to bother trying. He'll return back to his lane, and we are going to have some lane switching going on.
Yeah.
Savage wants to run up top.
Just avoiding the matchups on hand. Of course, that does leave you with the Lifestealer up against the Tide, but I think that's exactly what you want, right? The Lifestealer can just eat through the Tide, and you would want the the Centaur to just do the damage onto Jackie's to stay in that lane. And once you've got that, it will help up. Of course, this is a bit of a boon for Jabs, having the first wave for himself as a Bat Rider. It's not too bad of a trade, so despite playing musical lanes, it's pretty alright here for Among Us.
Yeah, I'd say so. Masteros has to be a little bit cautious, though. He's taking a lot of harassment out from Savage and Whiteman, but okay, he's got a salve available on that Tide and just needs to get to the point where he can get a few levels up on that Kraken shell. Should be fine to sustain himself in this lane, as we do have another pause. And well, the MG Trust boys were saying that they were still experiencing a couple lag issues, so we might have a few pauses throughout this game, but hopefully they don't last too long.
Oh yeah, it's a little slightly concerning, but hopefully it doesn't maintain itself. Does give us a chance to talk about that mid lane a bit, Mike. Fearless up against Abed. Storm versus the Void Spirit. Fearless pulled slightly ahead, but the Storm isn't going to be lagging too behind. It's going to be a bit of a back and forth lane. Level 6 is where both of these heroes really start to pop off, but Fearless does have a more varied kit. It does go for a utility skill point in each spell at level 4 at least, then he's gonna have ways to at least juke around Abed, and Abed's got to be a bit cautious. It's really gonna be down to support rotations onto the mid, and you already see Q making his way there.
Yeah, Q looking for a toss back on Abed, won't be able to get it, and Abed bit of a love tap on the way out. They're going to try for it though, just coming back in, and they realize they've got to make sure Abed does not have a good game. Ooh, no. Bit unfortunate there. The 8th Remnant though, not going to latch on from Fearless, and well, had it latched on, that may have actually been first blood, but they do miss out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Abed's going to be happy with that. That is some EXP soaked away from Fearless. The lane equilibrium gets thrown off a bit, but they're still dancing here. Fearless just focusing on those creeps, and again, the support's gonna have to be on point. Q is gonna be looking to make that play over and over. Does move his focus up top though, as Masteros, you mentioned him dropping low earlier. He's not too far behind the last hits, but he's not slowing Savage any way down.
Well, I mean, it's a hard lane, right? Like again, up until you have that like level 2 Kraken show, I think Masteros is probably going to struggle just a little bit. Savage is going to have a nice, somewhat free time, apart from the anchor smashing that is happening. Q Go for a nice little toss back onto Jabs into that double stacked large camp. It won't take too much damage. Jabs is going to actually make a bit of a rotation back towards his own triangle. Maybe just reset and go back into the lane. Still bot lane. Jackie and Boombell up against Cuckoo on that Centaur and Whiteman on Grimstroke. They're going to put the Nightmare off onto Whiteman, making sure he can't chase him down for the Ink Swap. Overall, though, you look at the CS board and Cuckoo seems to be having a very, very good time.
He definitely is. He's taking over that lane just a bit more. Kind of the same story for both offlaners. They're just applying that pressure slightly ahead of this opposing pause 1 cores, and it's not too bad of a position for those safe lane carries, but not to lag too far behind. Maintaining it this way is not too bad. You're not slowing down the offlaner as well, but your own farm is on a steady pace, so you'll take what you can get here.
Fearless on that CS really pulling ahead now, 22-5 in comparison to the 15-1 of Arbed. Be somewhat expected, however, considering it is a Void Spirit, but now that Arbed is at that level 4 mark, he should get aggressive and does. Fearless will be able to get the Dissimulate off and continue to be CSing this mid lane, but down at the pot lane, they were trying to fight over the Power Rune. Only problem being Jabs had the Power Rune up at the top lane, and that was the Arcane. Overall, both heroes will get denied off that bottle, so I think that might actually hurt Arbed a bit more, though, as Fearless does seem to be having a much more comfortable time.
Oh yeah, and it's helpful for Jabs, but it's not like he's going to make any too aggressive plays with the Napalm. Gotta love the plays that Q's making. He's keeping track of Jabs every single time, getting Jabs damaged in those camps, breaking off the pull, makes it a bit trickier to find those stacks that you want to build up as a Bat Rider, and that's going to have some impact later down the line if they do maintain that. But Q, he's not finding kills, but he's being very annoying on the timing.
He is, and he might actually find a kill now. Avalanche Toss is going to be out onto Cuckoo. Do slow him down with the Stroke of Fate, and now the hoof stop, but Fearless is going to join in with the Aether Remnant, takes the first blood, and takes the bounty away from Among Us. That's a great start for your Void Spirit. Not only is he top of the last hits board, but he gets the first blood goal.
Yeah, that's really important for Fearless. Sets him off to a way better start. He is significantly ahead of Abed at this point in time as well. About 600 gold up. So that's going to set the pace for a Void Spirit. Gives him an earlier level 6 as well. And that's the point where he can start to look at even more pick-off opportunities onto that Storm. So a bit of caution advised here for Among Us. Got to play a bit safe. They need to ride it out until you can clear these stacks. Once you can, you've got a lot of stacks to play with because Jabs has been very effective in going around that map.
Where are these stacks?
Should be in the triangle. It's a bunch.
Fearless.
One.
Aether Remnant going to be out onto Arbed. Doesn't go for the Dissimulate damage, just wants to back off. Was only a level 1 Dissimulate after all, so it wasn't going to be enough. Does just bed out. Go up towards that top rune spot, but nothing's going to be there. He is indeed going to go to that triangle and start taking some stacks for himself.
Yeah, it's actually not as much as you'd expect. Again, that's down to Q being pretty annoying. In fact, speaking of Q, he's got an Invis and looking for an opportunity, but a lot of caution. You're not seeing Among Us overextend in any way. They're just playing it safe in that safe lane and getting the creeps back. You look up top, Masaros is at 6, Savage is at 6. So those solo lanes are starting to find the EXP, find the gold. Got to be cautious of that timing. The first Ravage going to be very important to set that pace for MG.Trust.
I wonder if he does even skill up the Ravage here. He might just choose to hold out, and yeah, he does. He goes for the Kraken Shell, so understanding he's probably going to be a bit more passive for now. Just Ravage timing. Savage, however, going to get a bit aggressive here, trying to take some creeps off Masaros, but Masaros does still manage to just take most of them. Savage only got one with that Infest Bomb. Even now, with that level 7, he still doesn't bother with the Ravage timing. He does go for the level 4 Anchor Smash.
I mean, he's got his early Morbid mask up as well, so he can stand there and trade with Savage. Not the ideal situation for... No, they're just going to be trading farm. Headhunter does clear out camps, clears out creep waves a bit faster, and in that sense, Masaros is enjoying this 1v1. He's off to a pretty good start, number 2 in last hits, although...
Mid lane, caught by that remnant, but will survive through the initial burst, and now wants to turn back around onto Q. Q will drop to the Storm, and now Fearless, being chased down by Jabs, does also go down, and those are 2 really big pickoffs for Among Us.
Oh yeah, it's a massive set of kills. Abed gonna be very pleased finding that. He even has the regen rune on himself, so that kind of takes a bit of that early start away for Fearless. It has to be a bit cautious. You want those rotations to be successful. You die like that, the punishment from Among Us, you can't underestimate. It starts to, you know, even out. You still are in a pretty good spot as the Void Spirit. But, you know, you start to wonder when the side lanes will start to open up. None of these heroes in Among Us are particularly easy to pick off. And that means the only real one you can make plays on is really Abed. It's just, he's at level 8 now. And that just got a bit more difficult.
Looks like he wants to go for another kill, Abed. We go off to Jackie for the doppel, but without that, oh, Jackie is just a sitting duck. Who will commit the Stampede, and it will be a very simple rotation out for Abed. This is really not what you want to give Abed, right? You don't want him to take kills like this across the map because he is going to snowball out of control. Yeah,
that's exactly what you want. The Storm, he is working towards that Orchid. He just lacks a quarterstaff in the recipe. That's actually pretty fast progress for a Storm. Number 2 in net worth now with all those kills under his belt, tied up with Savage on the free farm lane. This is just fantastic for Abed. Sets up the pace, and once that Orchid is up, you can expect his aggressive plays to be even more effective. The additional control you can get onto Fearless is going to hurt that Void Spirit. The Yules is not going to line up that Orchid timing. He's going to have a big window where there's just no Purge available.
It's going to be very problematic. It's looking for more creeps to hit right now, but BO2 it's a double stack there up that triangle. Does come back for his rune and realizes it is gone. And now Fearless even double damage on that Void Spirit. Might be able to make use of it very, very soon. It does get very lucky with those runes, and well, now he's not going to be able to catch anyone out. There is no one around. He's having a look, he's having a gander, see if he can catch anyone here, and just use both his astral steps to steal some creeps off Savage with that double stack.
Yeah, that's enough. You know, slowing down the farm to Life Stealer evens out the net worth graph as well. It's very flat across all of these cores. Only one lagging behind is Cuckoo still. BO2, they smoke up. Level 9. Want to use that double damage, as you mentioned.
Where are they going to use it? Bot lane? I mean, it's just Whiteman there. They could try to set up for that bottom T1 tower. Pings come out, they want to go for the kill. This should be a very easy one. Q gets the avalanche into the top, and should be a nice easy cleanup here for Fearless. Or is it? Whiteman had the ink swap going. Does make Fearless expend a lot more than he'd like to try and get that kill. I suppose at the very least they should be able to now go towards that bot T1.
Yeah, it's going to be a relatively straightforward push. None of these heroes melt towers fast. It will take some investments to get that done, but they've got the numbers. Doesn't look like Among Us is sending any heroes down to even just soak. Excuse me. So should be some good chip damage done. But it's only Fearless standing in this lane, so it's probably not a full-blown push. Just, again, chipping away. Down mid, it's where you see some focus from Among Us. They do have Cuckoo along with Whiteman to chip away at that mid-tier 1. So just applying pressure there, forcing a response out.
Now, T1, you don't want to lose that if you Motivate. Now going to bring Masaros in to try and defend, but that's going to open up the top lane for Savage to start forcing in. And speaking of Savage, he has the armlet up now. So he's been really free farming quite nicely. All props to Jackie, however, who has kept up with him, and they are on the exact same gold right now. It's gonna change now as they do get a couple of creeps going for themselves, but it seems though Motivate.Trust, they want to try and force a team fight. Boombill does have the Fiend's grip up, just needs to catch himself a target. To have Q around, but you need more than that. You can't just go with the Bane Tiny. Looks like they are going to back off.
Yeah, missed opportunity. They want to jump Savage. They need some help for that. They do find something bot though, Abed.
Yeah, he gets Fearless. Another huge pick off for Abed, and they knew that they were up at that top lane trying to get a smoke rotation happening. But Abed just takes a very easy kill down at the bot lane, and to make matters worse, that was the position 2 of Motivate.Trust.
Yeah, that's a great Orchid reveal from Abed, and there's that timing. You know, the Yules is just not ready yet for Fearless. He's going to be vulnerable to that silence, and in this way, Abed is just set to snowball even harder, working towards his booster next into the Bloodstone. It's a smooth ramp up. They haven't punished the Storm. The jungle hasn't been monitored. This is a bit of a concern for MG.Trust. They do catch jabs though.
They got the Fiend's grip off onto the Batrider. Not really the usage they were hoping for the first Fiend's grip, but sometimes you just have to take what you can get. They'll accept the jabs Batrider kill into that tier 1 bot tower. Leave Jackie and Masteros to take care of that as the rest of MG.Trust go for a smoke towards that mid lane. They are losing that mid tower. Masteros gonna TP in. Abed zipping away from Fearless. And they do successfully hold that tier 1. It is on very low HP, but it's still there.
Yeah.
MG.Trust might want to try and go for a counter push.
Yeah, they've got the heroes clumped up. They still have the Ravage. They've left Savage to free farm top though. He's even shoving that tier 2 up. Have to be cautious about that. He's done some good damage by himself onto the tier 2, and he's keeping the wave shoved in.
Yeah, MG.Trust, they're going to keep up the push. Not going to be too bothered by this push happening up at top by Savage. Thing is, Cuckoo's pulling the creep way away. That's a bit annoying now for MG.Trust. They have to go after that tier 1 tower without the creeps. There's going to be TPs coming in, and we Savage showing up now. You don't have the Fiend's grip to hold him down. Savage gonna pop the rage onto Jackie. Masteros does have Ravage, but needs to commit very, very soon, and he has not yet. He'll hold out. Back to that tier mid tower, but now the Stampede in from Cuckoo. Nightmare will be there on your Centaur, but Jab's got the lasso off. Big Ravage, however, from Masteros, and Abed gonna zip back in. Does take down Boombill, but Q also going down on the Tiny, and Masteros is still left behind on the Tidehunter, but they want to go after Fearless. Abed, does he have the damage output? He's kind of low on mana. That'll be it. A 2-for-2 trade. Both supports on both ends going down. And Motivate.Trust do successfully take that tier 1 mid tower.
That's the objective they're really looking for. They're going to be happy just trading evenly for that. They still maintain a bit of a lead there with Jackie, but the overall net worth is leaning towards Among Us. Still, they've got the map control advantage with their own mid-tier 1 looking a bit better. You know, it's still up at the least. And that's something Among Us will have to be cautious about. There's an additional TP point now that MG.Trust is going to be able to access. Does leave their jungle slightly compromised here for Among Us. They're going to have to wait a little bit more. Jabs did have that early blink reveal. Didn't pan out the way they wanted it though.
Masteros been stunned up mid lane. Fearless going to try and jump in and help out. Masteros, he's a tanky target, so it's quite difficult to get through the raw HP pool of this Tide. And now Q, a great toss out on Jabs, and that's going to mean your Batrider's gone. And MG.Trust, they are fighting back very, very efficiently now. And they're really making sure that mid-tier 1 does not drop.
Yeah, they're keeping really good checks on that tower, just maintaining that control, maintaining easy access in their jungle. This is going to hurt Among Us. It's not going to allow them to roam around as much as they'd want. We've seen them really try to find those aggressive plays. It's just going to stay that difficult. They're looking for Cuckoo's blink right now. So just sit back, wait for the blink on the Centaur. It gives you more opportunities to jump in beyond just the lasso. They are smoked up though. Jabs does have the lasso ready, and they do infest up, looking for a play.
anyone quite yet. Fearless actually going to be the closest target to them, but they ping out Boombill, and they'll commit the lasso, go for the easy Bane kill, and now the chase will be on. See if they can get anyone else. Ross again is going to be way too difficult of a target to get through. And instead, well, they're going to zip in onto Fearless. Silence will be there from Abed, into the Vortex and the Hoof Stomp. Fearless, he did not have that Yule Scepter available, so couldn't quite purge off the Silence in time, and well, suddenly it's a 2-0 trade.
Yeah, it's a really big trade going away of Among Us. And that is also Cuckoo's Blink finished up from that kill. So there's that additional initiation we were looking for Among Us. That's going to enable them to, again, maintain that aggression that they have been showing. And as soon as they start chipping away at this mid-tier 1, the map opens up. That's where is next once a few more items come out, and that's where, again, MG.Trust, very disciplined to keep that tier 1 alive. You're gonna have to keep at it to counteract any sort of movements from Among Us.
Bit of downtime here in this game number 1, 8-6. Both teams just kind of sitting back and get some more core items up here. Carbet got that Bloodstone up already? Is that what he just bought out?
It's a soul booster. He lacks the Kaya, but he's gonna have the additional HP and mana pool, so that's going to be a huge boon for him. You look at Q as well. Even our Pause 4 Tiny has a blink available. So really fast blinks across the map for both sides. Very disciplined in that farm. And again, it's still a close match, 8-6, 1k lead on Among Us, but it's not much. Really excellent plays from all. Slower, but they're finding that steady farm. You look at Jackie's progress. Diffusal and Manta up at the 20-minute mark. That's with Power Treads and with a Rape Band. Really, just fantastic farm. No punishment from both sides. There is another smoke here from Among Us, though.
Loop through the triangle. Not paying any attention towards those PL illusions that were farming the Ancients. Abed now going to try and bait for his team a little bit. And Savage, well, he won't wait. He'll go straight after that tier 1 mid tower. And now Masaros is going to TP in. But he has absolutely zero fear of dying here in this Tidehunter. And they're not even going to bother to jump. They just know it's too difficult at the moment. That HP. Funny thing is, he is alone in that mid lane. So they take their time with him, but they're just not going to bother.
Yeah, he is just way too big. Like, he's got the Vlads up, Hood of Defiance is there, waiting for the upgrade into the pipe, and it's just a tricky one. They're just gonna go for the safe play, chip away at objectives. That's forcing the TP back here, though. There might be a fight.
Pops the essence ring there. Fearless gonna get the Yules off on Cuckoo, so he'll start on the Centaur. Cuckoo does commit the Stampede, but Ravage is gonna fly out, and it's a very nice Ravage, allowing them to jump in. Q with the Avalanche toss, but Jabs, he got the lasso off on Fearless. They could burst down this Void Spirit perhaps, or maybe not Abed. He's running low on mana. The Motivate.Trust are still fighting back, but Savage standing his ground up against Jackie, who is very, very low, and looks like he might die. Among Us. It looked kind of poor for them after that Ravage, but they just sustained themselves, and well, you lost Jabs on the Bat Rider, but you might find even more for your trouble, as you will get Fearless, and even Masaros is set to go down here up this bot lane, and it'll be a full team wipe.
Ooh, man. Among Us, just playing perfectly. Really, the spacing was beautiful there. Like, you saw the Ravage coming from a mile away. It only caught 3. They were all really split up. The only hero they could actually jump is Cuckoo, but he already got the Stampede off. So it's not like it mattered to him. And Among Us, so all of a sudden, off that team fight, 3k lead. I believe that's the Bloodstone now being finished for Abed. 22 minutes. Orchid Bloodstone. That is just insanely fast farm for Abed, and he's not even #1 in net worth. The 2 cores are still up there. So now our Storm 6-0 punished. with the fresh bloodstone up, going for the Ags next. I love this coming out from Abbott. He's just going for that control to ensure that they've got a way to keep that PL locked in, keep all of the heroes of MG.Trust pressured to split apart, where they can pick them off one by one.
Absolutely, and you've also got the Mjolnir now on Savage. So he's going to have a way to deal with those PL illusions, and illusions are essentially just going to melt themselves. That Mjolnir makes it very, very difficult for Jackie. Of course, Jackie is going back towards that Iron Skadi now on the Phantom Lancer. Just question whether it's going to be enough, though. Even that last team fight, everything went well, but they just couldn't kill anyone worth killing. Now Jabs with the Firefly gonna go in with the Infest, and Q's gonna go down, and so does the Bane. Masaros can't really do much as his Ravage is on cooldown, and now Jabs a perfect lasso off, catching Jackie, and that'll be your PL gone. In fact, they're not even done, Abed. He's going for more. He wants Fearless and the Void Spirit, but Fearless will be able to Astral Step away. But you've got the POS 1 PL down. Couldn't be more happy if you're Among Us.
Massive wins for Among Us. That's a really amazing feeling if you're the Storm. Abed, fresh Bloodstone, one fight, 17 years now. You're gonna be glad. So much is staying. Still though, Among Us. Welcome.
Fearless gonna jump in after Jabs. Was trying to get the TP out, but looks like he is gonna end up going down, perhaps. Shadow Amulet, yeah, definitely not gonna be enough. The Astral Step 1, Fearless. But he won't mind. I mean, he's the position 4 Bat Rider. He doesn't even have Lasso at the moment. As long as he's doing his job while Lasso's up, he's happy.
Yeah, they actually managed to bail Whitemon out, so meant there was no stun to punish Whitemon, and Among Us only take one loss, not the biggest one. MG.Trust, what they need to get done now, they have the Ags up on Fearless, so there's additional silence coming out, additional control. This is going to hurt Abed. He doesn't have anything defensive yet. He is building BKB next, but there's a window here where the BKB is not up and the AoE silence is precious. Fearless, he's going to look to flex that new item.
That top lane, Abed. Gonna get spotted by Q, gets the avalanche into the toss, and now Fearless can get the guaranteed silence off. Abed gonna pop the Bloodstone active and is gonna be alright. They can't kill him, and he's gonna turn back around onto the Bane, who could not get the Fiend's Grip off in time, and Kuku's gonna be there with the hoof stomp onto Q, and now Fearless, he cannot step away. He's got 5 seconds for it to be off cooldown, but the Dissimulate Juke is perhaps going to be enough. Jabs, no, he's going to get the lasso off, but he did catch the Bane. Not quite the target they wanted. They'll take it. Now the Soulbane out from Wyman into the double vortex of Abed. They'll throw the Ravage out, but it might not be enough. They'll lose Jabs, but what does that mean when you're losing all your cores on Motivate.Trust? Jackie trying to run back towards Abed, does get the Storm. And Boombell's actually going to buy back. They'll try and turn this one around. Masaros buying time. Q. Avalanche toss going to be out. Whiteman, he's falling very low and looks like he will die. Now Savage, how do you... Going to go back onto Boombell, but he's been Fiend's Gripped up. They can't cancel it, so Savage is also going to die now. Q. Kuku trying to TP out, but he's going to get wiped. Oh, Motivate.Trust. That's a team fight coming up.
They're going to be very pleased with themselves. They're just making the most of that buyback, punishing Among Us for their overconfidence. You get easy access into that Roche Pit. Massive wins for the tie stack. Really chuffed. Among Us, they're going to be beating themselves a bit. We saw Abed trying to zip out of a rabbit. He didn't quite get out of range. If he did, that might have ended up a bit differently, but they lost Abed very early on in the second half. And that's just costly. Free Roche for Motivate.Trust, dragging that Network lead back down. All of a sudden, a very even game once more.
It is. The Roche aren't going. Jackie will pick it up on the PL. Looks like Among Us might have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what happened that last team fight. It looked like it went so strong at the start, but the buyback came out from Boombell and the Ravage was committed by Masaros. They just turned it completely around.
Yeah, it's it's going to be down to the BKB for Abed. They just need him to be able to stand in front. And he was almost there, but it is flying out now. Yeah, no, actually he switched this out. Yeah, he's just going back to the Ags. So skipping the BKB. If he gets that additional AoE control, I think that's going to be it. Their combination with the Soul Bind there didn't quite catch on. They got it off, but they didn't get the double lasso because Jabs had to commit in the Bane. So once you string these spells together, it could look a bit differently, but Motivate.Trust are not giving them too much time to think. They're on the up and up, they can feel it. The Scotty's just about to be done on Jackie, 800 gold off, and once that's up, our PL, well, he's going to be a lot harder to finish off here.
He is. Is that Scotty coming out in 400 gold? Well, Among Us, they are just sticking as a team. They can see Masteros, and they're going to try and make the jump in. He does have the Ravage. Again, can he actually die? It doesn't look like he can, so Jabs is going to jump into the backlines, but he's been nightmared up. Boom, get jumped straight away by Arbet, and is down. They find another. The Soulbind is going to be out on Fearless and Masteros. A big Ravage though from Masteros, but the Vortex is out from Arbet, just holding him down. But here comes Q with the Avalanche, but it's not going to be enough. Among Us giving it back the way of Motivate.Trust. And Jackie, the only man left, thanks to the Aegis, might be dead anyway. So Arbet goes in with the Inkswell, and he won't even need it.
Oh, man. Oh.
What a back and forth game from these two.
Just the bounce backs, the full team wipes from each side, playing to the limits, and Among Us not scared to force a fight into the Aegis. They still make it work. They actually didn't even expend the lasso from Jabs. He still has that on the Bat Rider. They didn't need the double lasso. They just had all the control, all the damage, and that just sets themselves up for a really good time now. 5k lead built up on Savage. AC Mjolnir armlet at 29 minutes. It's just really good progression for the Lifestealer. And they're just starting to chip away. Tier 2 mid going to be taken out. MG.Trust got to be cautious now as Q.
Yeah, he's gone. Arbet makes the jump. Jabs does have lasso, but no, they can't actually catch him. The spider legs gonna make it so he can get out, and Jabs might be just left here to die, and that will be the case. That Rider does go down. With that now, Among Us are just gonna have to take it easy for the next 45 seconds. On the brighter side though, Arbet does finish off Yags.
Just beautiful. That mini black hole in play, Mike. Easier ways to initiate, a lot more control that will come out, and that first use of the Ag's Vortex can be very important to set the tone for the next fights. Just makes it more impactful if you've got the Infest play with Savage as well, right? It's just a lot scarier to go into, and it gives you a much more burst at the start still. Jackie does finish up that Scotty, so he's a bit tankier in the PL, and there is a smoke immediately from MG.Trust.
Crack. Behind Cuckoo, about to break the smoke, but not quite in range yet. Counter smoke is there from Among Us. But perhaps just trying to play the bait. Draw an exact circle as well. It seems like they know where they are. They will avoid them, Among Us. They're not interested in a bad team fight at the moment. But they are also very close to an Aghanim Scepter on Whiteman.
Oh,
so
man.
They might just wait that one out.
Yeah, that's going to be big. You know, he's got the Aether Lens as well for his cast range. So very low committal to get some PL clones, and those clones will hit hard still. Jackie, given the space to clear a tier 2 bot, does get it with no challenge. Just giving a little bit more control out for MG.Trust, but their top tier 2 is gone as well. And there's that Axe. So Soulbind, Dark Portrait going to be in play. Going to be a big one.
But it's got an Arcane Rune to boot. That's going to be problematic now for Motivate.Trust. You generally don't want to fight into the Arcane, nor the Aghanim Scepter Storm for that matter. We haven't really seen that being used yet. And with that Grimstroke in portrait, I suppose they're just looking to take over the PL, right? Because you can get illusions off that portrait, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It can be really easy to maximize that if you can. And we've seen the Dark Portraits actually do a ton of damage outwards, right? It just does so much more against a team like that. You've got a lot of farm on Jackie, so it's not like those Dark Portrait illusions are just going to tickle. They're actually going to be very impactful here. You managed to catch him out, so MG.Trust has to be a bit careful. Still, both teams just playing it a bit slower, playing that farm game. What are we looking for? 4-staff for Jab is going to be next. And, you know, we're still looking for that BKB on Abed. Just to have that security. It's up now for Fearless. If you do jump in and lasso or soulbind, it's going to be blocked. You have to be cautious about that, as they have been targeting the Void Spirit as well. It has been the Bane for the most part, but, you know, the Void Spirit doesn't hurt. They're in for a surprise if they do drop the lasso on him in the next fight.
Savage is trying to finish off a nullifier on that life stealer. Maybe that might be the cue to go for a big smoke. So quite close to it actually. Just needs to buy that Sacred Relic, and he's about 300 gold off it. Try and deal with these PL illusions, just taking out his creep wave.
It's just slowly building up. Waiting for those key items. Jackie is going for the Abyssal next. There's that nullifier you were talking about for Savage. They can pin someone down, keep them in place, and twack that damage on. Of course, that does mean there's going to be a disparity between the Abyssals, as Jackie's probably going to have his first. That could mean that he can get the jump in a very big way. That's something Among Us has to be cautious about still. They've got Abed and Savage together now. Infest Bomb ready to go.
Waiting. I forget, Abed still doesn't have that BKB up. About halfway there, so not looking to wait for it. And well, Savage does jump out of Abed, so it looks like they might just be willing to wait. Boundary runes did come up anyway, so it's probably worth going and getting those instead of looking for a kill here. And Abed is, yeah, he's just gonna push out the top wave, maybe hope for the gold for a BKB. Of course, without that Abyssal Blade being finished up on Jackie, it looks like MG.Trust, they aren't too interested in forcing it to fight yet. They might just wait for that one big item. Unless Masteros gets caught out. Well, he's a type hunter, he should be right.
Yeah, it's given enough time for Cuckoo to finish his heart, so he's really tanky now in that centaur. Heart up, Pipe and Crimson Guard up earlier. You're gonna be hard pressed to chew through the centaur, and that is gonna be something that they've got to be cautious about. Cuckoo's been very on point, acting as bait. He's not the target you want to hit first here if you are MG.Trust.
Savage is going to back off as well down to that bot lane. Back with the infest onto Jabs. Dota Plus has been a bit confused today, but sitting at 71% right now.
Nope. There's that full Abyssal up for Jackie, so they might look to make a play with it. Of course, that does give him a control advantage over Savage. Fire D2. We'll see if that will affect them. Just been lounging around. No engagement between both sides. Very cautious. From MG.Trust, I'd say it's a bit more cautious because you've seen Among Us smoke up a lot more still.
They are initiating onto Cuckoo, but he's got a heart up now. So the best they're doing is draining the mana of Cuckoo and actually drain a substantial amount of it. Probably can't get through the raw HP of Cuckoo yet. Not until he's just been left alone. I think for Motivate.Trust, they're seeing a lot of these items being picked up by Among Us. They just don't know how to initiate here.
play coming out from Whitemon. Yeah, his Dark Portrait illusion of Jackie taking out a courier. Just stalling some wards out, denying some vision, and that Roche from Among Us, it melts really quick here.
Masaros, he's coming close, but he's not going to make it in time. Jabs, nice lasso out, does catch Boombo once again, and they just burst down the pain. Now with the flame break, back onto Masaros, and he is not as tanky as he used to be. The Nullify making short work of him, or is it he's still trying to run, but no, he's gone. On to the next, Arbet zips on to the Tiny. That'll mean Q is certainly dead. Whiteman with a triple kill on the Grimstroke of all things.
Gotta love it coming out for Whitemon. That is enough for him to finish up his blink. He's gonna have the opportunities to jump in and get a good Soulbind off, get some Dark Portraits on, silences off, really set up for his team as MG.Trust, off the back of a bad fight, suddenly are 10k behind. We haven't seen the effect of Jackie's Abyssal yet. He was on a different part of the map. Is building towards the Ags. Once you've got that, you can play around a bit more. He might be thinking of jumping Abed here.
Does. Abed does actually go down. It's a very nice play from Jackie.
That's painful. Like, he swapped in the cheese a bit too late there, Abed. He also popped his BKB. That was his 10-second charge. And it's that control factor. You just can't underestimate a PL with Abyssal. That is the reveal. So an effective reveal nonetheless for MG.Trust despite losing the earlier team fight. That's going to push Among Us back a bit. They're not going to be able to go for any objectives. They're going to have to wait the full minute 10 for Abed to be back up.
Bit of a time frame. And they'll be fine to wait it out. It's not like MG.Trust can actually get anything done in that time anyway. And they've got 55 seconds, but they're not really close by to any objectives. They're just trying to get some more farm up on... I guess once he has that Ags, he should feel a bit more confident going into these fights.
Yeah, gives him more mobility, more options to run in. This is stalling out for Savage to finish up his own Abyssal. He's already got the Vanguard up. He's just waiting farm. Not going to take too long when they've got this much control on the map. Might have to wait for the Aegis to expire unless he swaps an item down for the Abyssal, but it's going to be there, and that disparity in control is going to kind of lose meaning once Savage has that. So they're going to set eyes on the bot tier 2. Just a bit of a shove. You trust. Shove out that top tier 2 a bit as well. A bit of a back and forth between both teams.
Masaros TP's in and Savage completely ignores him. Care for the Tide. Arbed gonna get another Arcane Rune to bottle up. He's gonna be a very, very happy man with that. Does also have level 25 now.
Oh yeah.
That late game stage where you start to expect both teams to go at it.
It's a pretty big spike for Savage, right? Like plus 1.5 seconds in rage. A lot more uptime, a lot more effectiveness there. Go for an Infest T play.
Not gonna find the target they wanted. Jab's just gonna fly through a bit. Bitty there. Dead mid lane, MG.Trust. Gonna stand behind Masaros and see if they can bait somebody to go for that kill. They haven't really been focusing on Masaros whatsoever throughout this game, so it's very doubtful that they would. They'll go back to their triangle, but Jabs is posturing underneath an Observer Ward now, but so are the side of Motivate.Trust. Jabs still that lasso is going to go on Fearless. They break the Lincolns, and the Phoenix is going to do nothing. And now Arbed with a 3-man Vortex off on the Storm is just going to melt them. Jackie's trying to run, but they are gone.
Oh man.
See you later, Masaros.
Oh boy. That was just wonderful from Among Us. The Dark Portrait of Whitemon was zoning Masaros out. Like, he was stuck there. He was losing mana from that Dark Portrait. The Ags picking massively to break the team fight up, split up MG.Trust, and they're going straight for tier 4s.
Yeah, it's over. There's no buybacks left. One Vortex from Abed and the game's over. Of course, all props to Jabs for getting that lasso before he could get Fiend's grip by the Bane. Well, that'll be game 1 to Among Us, but John, all props to Motivate. They made it look like a really even game for most.
seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
你气不气？
Radiant team ban.
Oh, let's do this! Holy moly!
10 seconds
Holy
remaining.
moly! That's pay to win, baby!
5 seconds remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Among Us and Motivate.Trust. It's MLP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. How you feeling?
No, I'm feeling great, Mike. Had a bit of downtime after, it's hard to believe we're still in the second series. I needed a bit of a pickup. I had some Monster. I'm sure you did as well. What flavor did you have today, Mike?
Same one I've got on the desk right now, John. Mango Loco. I'm out of pipeline punch, unfortunately, but we get some more tomorrow. Don't you worry, sir. I have a new can for you tomorrow. Still, John, draft has begun. Among Us, they have gone for the Disruptor pickup to start us off. Motivate.Trust, they go for the Tiny Oracle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shakeup. Looking at hammering in a much more solid support duo here for Motivate.Trust. You can expect them to be a bit more aggressive with the Tiny Oracle. They can draft safe lane core that maximizes this Oracle as well. You might be looking at a Sven. You might be looking at the Troll if they're not banned out still. Among Us, they're going with something different here as well. The Disruptor comes out, the Bloodseeker as well. We have seen Cuckoo play the Blood off, so maybe that's the game plan here once more, but really flexible hero, could go in multiple lanes. We'll see what exactly they have in mind. It lines up with the Disruptor well though, like, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and Bloodright all together are pretty nice. So it opens up a lot of combos here for Among Us, and this series is a bit closer than yesterday. It's definitely more competitive. MG.Trust is making them work for it. And if they play their cards right, they might be able to even upset them in at least one game here.
They could. I mean, that last game, it was looking good. Obviously, the way it ended was quite a dominant kind of way to end it for Among Us. But Motivate.Trust, they were keeping up in farm. They were giving it back to the side of Among Us and see if they can maybe change up the draft a bit. I mean, we've seen so much PL as of late for some reason. And I don't know what the record is, but I can't remember seeing many PLs win over the past few days. It just seems like it is kind of out of meta right now, and it just takes a bit too much farm to make it do anything.
Yeah, it's been on a bit of a lower bar there. You've got to be cautious about going off meta heroes like that. Like, there's a reason why you don't see too much PL nowadays. It's been off. The timing's been off as well. We'll see what exactly Motivate.Trust does give Jackie. Now, props to Jackie, though. His farm was really good. He had all the farm in the world. His farming patterns were perfect. He wasn't being punished as much as you'd expect, and he grew big. It's just not big enough in the PL. We'll see what they opt for. You're looking for something with the Oracle. They've ignored the Troll Among Us. They've ignored the Sven. This could easily come out here with the Oracle. Even a TB can be there, although into a Bloodseeker, that's a bit shaky at best. That makes it tricky for you to just stand and fight, and the magic damage really can ruin you. So some options there, some options not so viable. We'll see what Motivate.Trust does, because when you pick the Oracle, you do want a pause one that maximizes it. Otherwise, it's kind of a moot pick if you don't.
No, that's fair. That's a very fair point. Well, finally now we'll get to see where this draft is going for both teams. Among Us, I'll take a bit of time for this one. They could ban out the troll right now if they did want to, just to save themselves the headache of going against that Oracle troll. But no, they're actually going to ban out the PO, and they're going to go into the Morphling for Savage.
Yeah, the Savage special comes out. This also sort of preempts like a Terrorblade pickup, right? So if you wanted to go Oracle Terrorblade, you're going to have to contend with the fact that Morphling is going to have a free ride into Metamorphosis, and we know how that goes. Morphling enjoys it, so going to have to think twice about your hero choice with the Oracle here. Morphling's going to enjoy the Terrorblade. He's going to enjoy the Sven even. You've got to watch out still. Still pretty open here for Motivate.Trust. They want to reveal that safe lane. They do see the off lane and safe lane matchup though. They can kind of plan around that with the next few picks.
They can. Morphling probably going to be a bit of a headache to deal with here for Motivate.Trust. Does limit your options as to what you can pick up.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, they'll go for the Prophet. Because popping up here and there to mixed results. Not revealing too much here, Motivate.Trust. Just going for a very safe pickup in that Prophet.
Yeah, they're leaving it open whether or not that's going to be the Masteros, Fearless, or Jackie hero. So it could be in either core position. Really open. It's an interesting one up against a Bloodseeker. Say if you're trying to run away on low HP, making a TP play, you're going to be easily spotted out. Bloodseeker can just hone into you, so got to watch out for those kinds of on the edge plays. Not going to be too easy to pull off in this game. Gonna have to be cautious as well. There's a lot of wave clear here from Among Us, right? Like Bloodseeker's there. Now you've got the ET on top. The combinations here for Among Us are looking good. Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and then Blood right on top. Elder Titan Stomp. It's all really lining up well. The timings are looking good. The aggression that you can get out here for Among Us is fantastic. And Motivate.Trust, they've still got a lineup that can sort of deal with it. They don't have as good of team fight though. Like they only really have the Tiny, right? Avalanche tosses it. Gonna have to look and see if they want to get more 5v5 team fight potential there. It's got to come out in the next two hero picks.
I'll tell you, they have a lot of that Blood Ride is going to do a lot of damage though. Like you've got Blood Rage plus the Elder Titan aura, reducing everyone's. Yeah. It's going to be very, very painful. Motivate.Trust, they go for the Drow Ranger now. You don't have the Venge there with her, so it is lacking just a bit, but I suppose they could still go for a Venge pick if they want. It has not been banned out yet, but they do end up picking up the Drow.
I don't know about this one. The Drow has been really up and down. Even with the Venge, right? Even with the Venge, it does kind of middling in this case. Morphling doesn't mind turning into Drow, for one. You don't have the best ways to catch out the Drow, that's one thing, and I guess it's a hero with the Oracle, but it's not quite the kind of combination you look for an Oracle. So kind of nebulous as to how effective that combination is. You see Among Us actually do ban Avenge. You're not even going to have that to fall back to. We're going to have to see what Motivate.Trust do to tie it up. It's not looking particularly impressive. It does look to be focused on push. A lot of shoving down towers fast with the NP, with the Drow, taking these objectives, shutting down the map. But in terms of actually facing up against the heroes Among Us has, it's not the sharpest. It's not quite the same amount of control. It's not the same amount of damage. I love that Among Us also banned out the DK. Just taking out these push heroes that work with the Drow, just ensuring that the last pick for MG.Trust is going to be difficult to really synergize with the rest of it.
Right, they'll finish off with the Tusk, so they did get the Venge banned on Among Us' side of things, so Tusk will come out, and obviously it's a decent combo with the Drow, because you could just frost arrows and tag team. It's a lot of damage, but Among Us, I'm sure they know how to deal with this. Their final pickup now. They are just lacking an Arbit hero. Yeah, generally seems like you want someone to close the gap on the Drow.
Yeah. They've got the Well, the Void Spirit's still there if they wanted that. You could go with a Quap, you could go with a Puck, close the back line. I think a Puck would tie in that team fight really nicely if you wanted that. Just have to worry about that silence from a Drow. Pretty open. Motivate.Trust for the Tusk. You mentioned the synergy. The early damage is great. I worry about scaling here. It's after the laning phase for that damage output. Like, you know, tag team still does work. It's just not the same as, say, a Static Storm. It's not the same as the Stop from the ET. It's just not the same scaling. So that's something Motivate.Trust has to be aware of. They've got to play with their lanes fast. +1 combo, whoever it is that ends up being his lane partner, and there's the Kunkka coming out for Among Us. So stacking on that durability for Abed, giving them control for the NP with the X, tying up that team fight as well. It's looking pretty darn good for Among Us. Motivate.Trust, they are looking better in terms of aggression. So the heroes can fight faster. They can look for opportunities from the laning phase. They're going to have to do that. You don't want to give out these kills early on. You have to be finding them with that Tiny, with the Tusk. You got to maximize that early game here. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's gonna
be on that.
Yeah, it's the last time we've seen that was really more prevalent in China for the most part, right? Like we saw a lot of Somnus mid, Tiny, but it hasn't really caught on outside. It still has potency, right? Like early timers are there. You get an early Shadow Blade or Blink, you're going to be doing damage, you're going to be setting up for your team. That is still vital here. Trust. Get to that good start, get that Blink fast on Fearless, and start hunting. Like, it's going to take some time for Savage to be big. It's going to take a little bit of investment as well for Abbott to actually start dishing the damage out. That early win here. And another thing that's really important beyond just winning out those lanes is really where Boombell goes as the Tusk, right? Like, he needs to ensure that his presence leads to kills. If not kills, then he needs to make his presence really tough in that lane up. And you're already seeing, well, at least 3 heroes down. But they're actually sending Jackie on the off lane here. And we'll see if it pays off. The aggression the aggression you can get out with a Drow and Tusk early on. You talked about it's Frost Arrows tag team, even a Root coming out from Q. You can more than likely find some kills here, and just back and forth. Both teams just really happy.
I know what my pro's done, but apparently they reckon he is the best carry in C.
It's their guild, right? MY. Look, I have no clue who they're calling out, but Bonchon keeps. Now they're just making us hungry. Here we go.
There we go again. Clans are going to end soon, though, aren't they? Like, the battle pass is going to wear off, and then clans are gone.
Yeah.
How sad.
I mean, they're supposed to be gone, right? They were supposed to be gone. Oh, they're not gone yet. Do you reckon Immortal Treasure Tree comes out? Because they're not going to end it until then, but never know.
I don't know. I have no clue, John. Q takes the bounty rune down bot. It'll be a 2-for-2 trade to get us started. And what I'm very, very intrigued about is how this mid matchup is going to go between Fearless and Arbet. I mean, the Tiny's very effective, obviously, with the tree grab at CSing. But it's going to get to a point where that Tidebringer is really going to start to hurt. Unless you can get some nice tossbacks into your tier 1 tower or something like that, it's be a hard lane for him eventually.
easy matchup. I'd say it's explosive at level 4 for Fearless, so when you get 2-2 in your skill points, you can go for a play, or at least 2-1-1 on your skill points. Maybe try to go for an avalanche toss kill, but Abed's, it's going to be a smooth ramp up. Tidebringer's just going to sustain him. The supports are going to have to make that difference up, and you know, it's not going to be an easy time. You look up top, you've got Masaros on the NP, of course, with Boombell on the Tusk. So it's actually the NP Tusk lane. Tag team with the Treants is what they're looking for. No early tri lane for that first blood, but it's not a very easy lane to really force it. Savage is around there. They've got Jabs helping him out in the ET, and even if you get the tag team off, he can just kind of shift through and stay alive.
Whiteman running at them, forcing out the tag team from Boombell. You seem very afraid of this Elder Titan, as of course with the Astral Spirit, even at level 1, you can essentially just get double the damage you have, and kind of ridiculous how much damage Elder Titan can pump out. It's back down to that bot lane. Q and Jackie having a decent old time, not too stressed out about trying to harass out Cuckoo. Wyman will give him a bit of a thunder strike, but the Fortune's End is going to be able to purge that off anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be a smooth lane for Cuckoo for the most part. You know, he's not going to necessarily slow down Jackie's farm. At the same time, Jackie's not going to be able to put a dent in Cuckoo's farm. So this is going to be a farm for farm trading lane. Should actually benefit Cuckoo a bit more just to maintain that pace. You know, Bloodseeker with the early Veil can do a lot of damage and can set the pace of the game. Something they're gonna have to be careful about.
Top lane, Masteros gonna be the first blood, and Jabs, he just keeps rushing forward. Boombell could not get away from this man, and eventually Jabs will go down, but he does help set up both kills and eventually takes one for himself, and that's gonna be a great start out for Among Us.
Yeah, just that's exactly what you want when you've got the ET. You want to enable that aggressive play, and it pays off big. He did have to expend his salve to get that chase off, but if you find a kill, so you're happy enough, you're going to be able to TP into, well, no, not regen Savage up, because you don't have any left, but still, a smooth lane coming out for Savage. Widow's kill, it's going to be very happy. You're not seeing the same farm from Masteros. He's at 7-8, compared to Savage's 14-5. You're not slowing that Morphling down.
Nice multi-shot out of Jackie. Is going to be able to pick off Whiteman, and Cuckoo was trying to go after Q, but Q's going to be able to salve up and slow Cuckoo right down. Fortune's End is going to fly out, but we do have a pause out from Arbit now. 100% sure what the problem is, but I assume it's just a tiny bit of lag coming out. Speaking of that mid lane, Fearless is standing real far back. Looks like he has been taking quite a bit of harassment out from this Kunkka, and has had to go back and get some regen for himself. Does bring out a set of tangos.
Yeah, he does have his bottle early, so he's going to be able to maybe play around those power runes. Again, going to be important for the Tiny to find those, just to ensure you've got that regen going. So again, watch the 4-minute mark for the sports. It's going to be important. We've seen a lot of teams put that emphasis on the mid just to get those first runes. Wouldn't be surprised to see it here still. Ready to go, and Cuckoo is fine.
Still running. They haven't got a way to hold him down any further. I mean, you've got Boombell there with the snowball, but I don't know if you really have the damage output. It just seems like they're more than happy to make Cuckoo run around instead of being in the bot lane. Be the idea here, but even Boombell gonna sneak up from behind now. Cuckoo, but anything done? Meanwhile, mid lane, Fearless is dropping very low. He's gonna juke out the torrent. Does get a toss off. Arbed wants to go for the final swing, and the Thunderstrike is gonna be out from Whiteman as well. But now the snowball is coming into Arbed, and this should be a trade. Q able to pick up that one on the Oracle. But you're still very happy if you're Arbed. And even top lane Jabs. He just rushes Masaros Titan again and offers him a glass of water.
Yeah, that's one thing you've got to watch out for, just the amount of damage that the ET can do. Jabs has been running down Masaros for a while. You can't leave that lane alone, and they do finally send Q up to do some damage, but Jabs is already happy.
Mid lane, they end up actually dropping Whiteman, and now Q ends up killing off Jabs on his way out. Masaros will just TP his way back in on the Prophet. Of course, Whiteman on the Disruptor, John. He was trying to soak some XP in the mid lane, but does end up getting caught out by the Tiny and the Tusk.
That's that early aggression here for MG.Trust. That's what their lineup has to get up to. So they're starting to find this aggressive plays, making it work for themselves. They're not finding bigger kills. When you're still happy with just finding these support pickups, you would really want to start to maybe get the kills on the Bloodseeker. But look at that disparity between Cuckoo and Jackie. Jackie's at 5, just about to hit 4. Our Drow now off to a very good start compared to that BS.
No problem. He's got the creeps near his tier 1 tower, so he's going to feel fairly safe, and even Jabs now is going to rotate in with Whiteman. They take up Boombill's courier, Blood Right to come out. They would really love to get Jackie on this Drow, but now actually Whiteman going to get turned on by Boombill and the tag team, and they actually end up giving up the Disruptor. No kill on Jackie, no kill on anyone for that matter. That's a big win out for Motivate.Trust.
Yeah, they're finding the kills. Again, the early aggression starting to pay off a massive amount. You're not finding that snowball start on the Bloodseeker as you'd want. They have diverted their resources out to Abed and Savage, so they're getting the farm out for those two heroes, but you got to be cautious about how much space you give Jackie. This guy is just on top there as a Drow, and once they make their way to tier 1s, those aren't going to stand for too long.
Speaking of tier 1, Savage has gotten started on that top tier 1 tower. Masaros not wanting to get too close to this Morphling, who is out-leveling him by 1. Make matters worse for Masaros. Jabs is here, but a great avalanche toss out from Fearless. Sneaking up behind 23 Savage and does end up getting the kill with the avalanche toss.
That's an important one. They've left that Morphling alone for a bit too long. Finally getting the punishment. That's going to give the MG.Trust a definite edge. Slowing down that Morphling farm, which is, again, what Among Us is banking on. You still got Savage up in number 1 in net worth. Jackie's not too far behind, though. That does save their tier 1 for a bit longer. But MG.Trust, with these movements, must be feeling pretty good. They just need Masaros to bounce back in, and he's already 6. After that rough start, he's starting to slowly build in on the NP. Still a lot slower than you'd want, but it's a better time than even Cuckoo. Like, you compare that to Cuckoo's off, still at 4. No rupture up yet, no farm at all.
So rough, but Masaros is going to get glimpsed back at least. Cuckoo still in danger, has TPs coming in, but it's not going to matter. Fearless able to set up for Jackie, and now Abed does rotate, but the Edict is going to stop the magic damage coming out on Fearless. Abed's still going to go for the chase, but Fortune's End, no, it's not going to be enough. But they'll turn around now on that Kunkka. Abed, he's a tanky man, but he may not be tanky enough as he is dropping quite low and does go down to Q on the Oracle. MG.Trust, they are really taking a nice lead in this game number 2. Cuckoo does TP back in, but this bot lane is just completely lost for Among Us.
Oh yeah, and all they find is a trade for Masaros up top, opening up that push once more for Savage, but losing Cuckoo again is not worthwhile. That's not the trade. Slow start for the Bloodseeker, Mike. No rupture. I mean, he's gonna have to play in the jungle again. This is space being bought out for Abed and for Savage, but what do you expect a Bloodseeker to do now when he's lower than the supports of MG.Trust? Boomball about to hit the 6 mark. Tier 1 bot gonna be traded for the tier 1 top, and MG.Trust, they've got a slight lead, a 1k gold advantage, but 6 to 10 on kills. They've got a nice amount of EXP above their heads as well, and they're starting to take over that bot jungle. Among Us, they can't play here anymore.
Cannot. On the brighter side, of course, Savage did manage to kill off Masaros up at that top lane, so your Prophet is having an even rougher time. At least he's on the at level 6. Just can't catch a break. Fearless is not going to leave him alone. Does get another kill onto this Bloodseeker. He is level 5 now, but just getting him back into the graveyard. And they're going to start setting up for that mid lane. Jackie, he's joined in. Still Abed, going to go for an X-Back, but a nice snowball back towards the creep wave out from Boombell will save Fearless the headache.
Yeah, and again, you can see the discipline from MG.Trust playing the objectives game with their Drow draft, and there's just nothing Among Us can really do. They can drop the blood right, but the tower's already really low.
Up again. Looks like MG.Trust, they want to take this fight. They do get the tier 1 tower. Gonna be able to catch anyone out? Not quite. Shards just way off target, but they got what they came for. You got a quick mid-tier 1. Suppose the only problem left right now for Motivate.Trust is Savage has been farming freely this whole time.
Yeah, it's not a massive amount of gold he's gotten top. He's just about 600 above Jackie. It's not too significant, actually. It's pretty much, it's not even a big item. And they're still waiting on Savage to finish up his Manta. He's going to go into the E-Blade next. That's when you start to find opportunities for burst, especially if you play with, say, Blood Rage later on from Cuckoo. Once he has that up, if you pump it onto Savage to get the shotgun blast off, you're going to delete people off the map. It's just that you have to get to that point. So, you know, just stalling out this game is the best Among Us can really hope for the next few minutes. Stimmy to push, you know, stimmy to bleeding. Stop it out for a bit. Safe. Find some safe spots on the map to farm. Savage is doing the right thing, playing in that top jungle, where there are no real wards, nothing to stop that farm, and that's the best you can hope for right now.
Masaros does TP pot and does find Whiteman. Gets the sprout off, but gets glimpsed back immediately. H's Wrath will fly through. Among Us, I'm not sure if they can take this fight. Snowball going to be out on jabs, but that'll force out the boat from Arbit. Right onto Boombell. He's pretty low with that rupture and he's going to drop it. Now Savage is going to join his team. They do pick off Fearless on that mid-tiny. Chase continues. They'd love to get Jackie on this Drow. That Blood Right going to be well positioned with the torrent out from Arbed, and that means this Drow Ranger may have just lost his life, though. No, they do get the false promise off in time, but Savage has got so much damage coming out. I think Jackie might just die anyway, and will. Cuckoo has him surrounded with Savage, and there goes your Drow. Not to mention Q also being caught now on the Oracle does go down, and Boombell is not out of the woods yet. He just brought back on that task, but they're just going to keep rushing him. Savage on top, goes for the waveform through, gets tossed back by Fearless. They do lose jabs. Have they gone too far? Snowball is out from Boombell, but no. They don't seem to have the damage output. Savage is actually blocked up by those trees. Thinking about turning back around. Fearless, avalanche toss on Arbed, just trying to get that Kunka down. He is now trapped in the sprout, but still on the run. Turns around for a Tidebringer, but does eventually go down. Savage might not want to stick around that area. Bell in, he's got the Walrus Punch, he's got the Snowball available, but Savage is going to waveform. Still, the Snowball is going to follow him down. They have control, but a great stop out from Jabs. It's going to stop him in their tracks. And that'll be it for that team fight.
Yeah, it's still a pretty big win for Among Us. They managed to find Jackie. They trade away Abed for that, but they win out in the end. It's still a slight lead now for MG.Trust, but you can see Savage start to pull ahead from those kills on him. 7.4k compared to Jackie's around 6k. A nice 1.5k lead, as I believe Savage is flying out his Manta, or at least a recipe, so it's almost there. Into the Scotty next. That's the point where Savage can start to apply some more presence, but MG.Trust are not leaving any room to breed, keeping that shove down bot.
Very easy push for them. Bloodright gonna come out to delay things, but oh, they're gonna start a fight. Fearless does jump in onto Whitemon. It's another disruptor kill for himself, and that'll give him his blink tag money. 14 minutes in, he does now have it up. Also going to find a nice double damage rune for himself in this tiny. Well, I expect him to another kill very, very soon.
Yeah, just racking up the damage. Among Us, the one big issue for them right now is the level 6 timings on their supports, particularly Whitemon. He's been stuck at 5. And he needs to hit that 6 mark. They need Static Storm to come out. Jabs has been on point with his stomps, but you just need that additional control. He does have his ult up as well here, Jabs. Finally getting the point in. Once you have that tool from Whitemon, you might be able to look for more opportunities with a counter plays. Are down in control now. That bot jungle not very safe for anyone in Among Us to go into.
Avalanche toss. That'll be Whiteman gone. It's poor to get some D wards out, but immediately dies to the Tiny. Us just trying to allow Cuckoo to catch up on this Bloodseeker, and in all fairness, he has reached level 9 now. So he's getting there. He's very close to being fully caught up. But in terms of net worth, he is very low. I mean, 4.3k is pretty abysmal. Behind the Oracle of all things on the other side, not a very good position for him.
No, and you know, he's going for that Blade Mail build, just to have that value item up early. You tend to see the Veil be prioritized. You just can't go for it. Like, there's not enough to really maximize it as well. So that does put the utility back just a touch. Or Among Us on that Bloodseeker. Down mid though.
Abed gets the X off on Boombell, but the snowball will be there in time, and Whitemon, he's already gone, and now Fearless, well, he gets blown up by Savage. So 1 for 1, but it looks like Among Us are going to be ahead here. As Boombell, he'll try for the TP. Abed will just X him back. That'll be Boombell gone. And of course, meanwhile, Q, he is also surrounded with the false promise out. Does get the TP off in time, but does die in the fountain. That'll be a 3 for 1 trade, I believe it was. Only Whitemon going down for Among Us. Even then, he's died that many times now on the Disruptor. I really don't think he minds anymore.
No, definitely doesn't. You're gonna be happy if you're Among Us. You get the big kills. You punish Fearless for being a bit too keen. And you're building up still. There's just a lot more room to grow as the game goes late and we find more.
Like, poor Jackie, that's the big one. Blood Rite to come in. Masaros TP'd into the Blood Rite. Maybe he saved the Drow, but he's given his own life away here. Trying to run, Fearless, a great avalanche toss with the multi-shot out. Jabs, very low, does go down to the Purifying Flames, but there goes Masaros. So dying on the Prophet. Savage just going to TP his way out on the Morph. Arbit trying to do the same. Everyone missing out on those TPs. And Whitemon actually survives the avalanche toss this time around. Does get himself away.
Oh yeah, just a really messy back and forth in the end. I believe Among Us are going to be happy. They're keeping Masaros down as much as Kuka has been kept down. Still been a bit better for the NP, but not by much. Happy with that. There's a smoke here from MG.Trust though. Gonna keep hunting.
You've got such low cooldowns. I mean, there's essentially no cooldowns apart from the false promise. You may as well just keep going. Fearless into Savage. That'll be a massive pickoff. Avalanche toss, not quite enough. Not even with the multi-shot. Savage will try to waveform out. Now the trade. They wanted to turn around and fight here. Among Us do get the boat out. Onto Jackie. With the stomp out from Jabs, still Fearless, going to jump back in for an avalanche toss, but Cuckoo just trying to get out, will not be able to. The Fortune's End is going to be enough. Who are they aiming here? Jabs getting trapped up on the low ground, can't get the stomp off in time. He'll also be the one to go down. And they're going to try for a Roshan play.
Oh, big one. You're not in a position here for Among Us to try to fight in. They can't afford to give it out, but you can't expect 3 heroes to do enough. And MG.Trust, you talked about it, but no cooldowns to wait for. They're always ready to fight. It feels like that momentum's a bit too much for Among Us to play against. Like, MG.Trust are just all over the map, forcing the aggression. Among Us need more time to farm, and they're not being given that time.
Basically all on just Savage to get that farm up, and he is still doing a great job of getting his net worth up. It's just that Morphling is so weak right now that it just takes a lot more time. You need more items on this hero than you used to. It's like just back in the day you used to just buy a shotgun and it was fine. You were good to go, but it's not so much the case anymore.
Yeah, it's going to be slower going. Another factor as well is that Cuckoo still hasn't recovered too well. He's still lagging behind. He's barely ahead of Q, mind you. Like a while ago, he was behind Q, so that's an improvement compared to being behind, but to see a little bit more progress there. Still, MG.Trust, you know, they've got that Aegis. They're feeling confident. 20 minutes in, 14-19, clearing out that top tier 1. No defense coming out, of course, as it's pretty much a dead lane. Not much you can really expect there, although...
Cuckoo just ruptured it, TPing Tiny. Turn around onto Boombill, but the glimpse back is going to ruin the blood right. Bit of miscoordination there, and well, Jabs by himself across the map. Also going to get caught out by Fearless.
And that punishment is costing them. This is delaying the Ag's timing for Jabs. They really need it just to get the full channel off from their spells, and you know, having that spell immunity up when the Astral Spirit is out, very helpful. It's delayed. It's really delayed now when he's not had that progression. So Among Us being punished for this slower playstyle in MG.Trust, they grow bigger and bigger. They've got that Spirit Vessel up on Boombill. You've got a way to mitigate that regen that is coming out on Savage. This is just the bane of every single morphing, right? Like, having your strength morph be effective in such a way always hurts, and that's going to make it more complicated for Savage to keep himself alive.
That it will, but he's got an Aghanim Scepter himself now. So what's the idea? He's going to morph into Jabs? Get the Aghanim upgrade from Jabs, get a free BKB and stolen damage?
Perhaps, yeah. That sounds like it. Just the free damage, then you swap back to Morphling. It sounds pretty ridiculous. Even Abed, right? They turn into a second Kunkka with 2 X's, 2 Torrents. That's pretty good as well.
Torrent Storm's gonna be quite nice.
Oh yeah.
For Savage, but he does go for the Order Titan.
Okay, how much damage?
That's not too much.
Yeah, it's actually a bit underwhelming. Just 55 bonus. You'd want more, but this is, you know, it's helpful. It's low committal to get the spirit out. You're not wasting much just running through there. And it is a nice scouting tool, so Savage can protect himself. It looks so funny when you see 2 of them flying out, though.
Yeah.
It's just a bit strange.
This spirit's just... The spirit... Oh, it's gone. It was stuck in the trees.
Yeah, because he lost the form.
Yeah.
You gotta love the beta game, Mike. Gotta love it.
Fearless mid lane. Yeah, a little bit cautious there, just showing himself for a second. Go for a smoke. Spirit is going to go through, and they know Jabs is pinging it out. Cuckoo. Stuck around there with an avalanche toss out from Fearless. He is a bit tankier than you'd expect now, so Bloodbright is going to be able to come out with the rupture. The snowball Tiny away, but Fearless going to have to take the stop now from Jabs, but it's going to be no follow-up to that. Pretty much be it.
Yeah, it's not the biggest loss in the world for Among Us. Again, they've already kind of resigned to Cuckoo's fate and Cuckoo's farm. Gotta be careful, it's still showing up here, not very safe.
Whitemon, he could go for a glimpse back, but the snowball is going to buy them some time to run. There's your glimpse coming out onto Fearless with a static storm and kinetic field. And this Tiny, well, he'll get used up. Might buy him enough time. In fact, it does, but the X is now going to be there from Arbit. Great shots up from Boombill, locking them in, and now Fearless back out with the toss. Straight on Jabs, but the Elder Titan is still not dying. Now poor old Masaros going to get glimpsed back on the Prophet. They do finally kill Jabs. But can they retreat without being punished? Well, that's a nice snowball once again from Boombill. Going to buy time to avoid the boat. Now with the multi-shot, going back in, but he trying to go after Q. In fact, no, they'll focus on Boombill. That'll be a Tuskon. Fearless, he's just bleeding in the corner. Can't really help right now as he waits for the rupture to wear off. And it finally does, so he'll go after Whitemon. Doesn't really finish off the kill, or does actually with that tree throw, but it's going to cost him his own life, or perhaps not. The false promise is out now from Q. Cuckoo still going in with the blood right, is going to go down to Q on the Oracle. Savage back in for the Prophet. Eventually might be able to get him, but no. Again, Q saving the day. And now our Drow can turn back around onto Arbed and get that damage out. And Arbed with that Heaven's Halberd going to be able to walk away. Now Savage going back onto the Drow. It's literally Arbed versus Savage versus the world. Boombell going to come back in with the Walrus Punch now. Arbed getting a reset. He's XTPing and coming back into this fight very, very soon to help out Savage once again. Torrent is going to be there. The Fortune's End flying all the way back from the fountain onto Maceros. The Prophet is very low, but Savage is even lower and does end up finally dropping. And now Arbed has been left alone with no friends. Well, I say that. Whiteman is just around the corner. Not much he can do as the Disruptor to help out. He'll drop a kinetic field. Rupture out on Boombell. Cuckoo now going to come back into the fight. But they do not want to continue. They want to disengage, and they will get away with Arbed intact.
Ooh, man, a messy back and forth between both sides, but that is a big win for MG.Trust. They come out on top in the end. Jackie, living true with a sliver of HP, gonna be very pleased with himself. As Among Us, they keep having to throw the bodies out. Now, in that Astral Spirit Ags upgrade, giving a free BKB to Savage is big, and he is going for the pure right-click build off of that. Crit stick up. He's looking for the Daedalus next, and maybe finish up the Scotty afterwards. But it's just a lot of farm that needs to come out, match that outfit for him to start bursting these heroes down, and it's starting to feel a bit lacking. Like, they've got a lot of durability with Abed, but the damage isn't coming out. A Cuckoo, you know, he just drops Blood Right. There's just not much you can do when you're this far behind on the Bloodseeker. They're gonna have to find a way to get that farm distribution back on track. Except when your map shrunk this much, it's very difficult to get all of these heroes up and running. And, you know, key items are still coming out for MG.Trust. There's a BKB up on Jackie, so they smoke up. They're gonna go hunting.
Oh, not. Obviously, that last team fight, although it was quite even, did go very well on Motivate. But with one to burst him down. Snowball gonna be out. We'll stun him up through the Glimmer Cape, and Boombell will eventually just finish him off with the Walrus Punch. Onto that tier 2 mid tower. Of course, Jabs is gonna be there to just try and slow things down with the Older Titan Stomp. Look at the damage coming out from Jackie and Maceros. It's just so much damage. They are forced to glyph this one up. Stomp is out with the Blood Right onto Fearless, but he's going to be alright to run away. Perhaps not for Q though, as he does get X back, but he gets the False Promise off in time. Now the Snowball back in, but Arbed times the boat very, very well and does connect both of them with Jackie, getting the multi-shot, but Savage now is breaking the gap, going after Fearless and the Drow. Do they have the damage output or the control? Fearless, nice blink away. Cuckoo's running pretty fast, but they're not going to keep chasing. Or are they? Savage looking for a glimpse attempt with that Disruptor more, but not going to be able to get one.
Yeah, it's a good disengage for MG.Trust. They only lose their supports, so not much of value actually being dropped there. They're going to be happy enough to get back and reset. Would like to make more progress on those tier 2s, especially that mid one, but good defense from Among Us. They are without a Fortify for a bit longer though. Have to be cautious about the next fights that break out, as MG.Trust, they're not gonna, it's not like they're just gonna sit back and wait. Again, no cooldowns means that can you, and they might just look for that. There is a rush up for the taking as well. Gonna have to keep your eye out on that objective. That is gonna be the Aegis and Cheese. There's a courier here from Cuckoo to keep track. No, not quite that same information from MG.Trust, but they are smoked.
Whitemon, they get caught out by Fearless again, and well, gets the Glimmer Cape off in time. All right. Fearless still looking for him, does eventually get him with the Avalanche Toss, and will be enough with Q throwing out the Purifying Flames. Want to go for more again. Everybody is going to be able to get back from Among Us, so back into that Roshan pit. Maybe not. Arbit with these illusions going to be able to scout out that pit, so they don't want to risk anything quite yet. They'll have to come back another time.
It's a good stall out from Among Us. Does cost them 1 life, but this puts them in a good position to contest the next rush. That rush, actually. So you're going to have Whitemon up. You've got the Static Storm. It's not a very easy fight for MG.Trust to go into, but it's like they're just going to settle for the runes for now. And again, back to resetting, waiting for certain items. You've got a BKB now on Masaros. So 2 BKBs in play. Fresh charges for MG.Trust. Also very close to getting a blink out on Q and a E-Blade on Fearless. Just maybe wait out for one of those items to be ready, and then you can look for more plays on the map as Among Us. You know, they're using that time to farm up as well. It's still a bit slow going. The Daedalus is just about done for Savage though. That's going to be a huge damage boost, especially when he does get a good amount of spirits or a good amount of heroes bumped by his spirit in the Elder Titan form. That is something that MG.Trust has to be a bit leery about. The right click of Savage can shoot up massively from that.
Can. Matter of whether Savage can stay alive though, like that's just been the main issue is once that Spirit Vessel gets put on Savage and he doesn't have any way to dispel it, it does get very problematic for this Morphling. Bot lane, Jabs going to be picked up by Fearless, who is very, very deep, and this might cost him his life. They throw the Torrent and the boat in, and Savage with the Tiny Morph does manage to get up the kill.
See you later, nerds.
Well, they're going to try and rush the Roshan with this. Forcing Among back into that Roshan pit, but they are not taking it fast enough. Cuckoo will be there to scout this out, and they have to disengage.
It's not the best of trades for MG.Trust. You're going to be happy about that if you're Among Us. And again, you're keeping the Roche stalled out. It's an awkward situation for MG as they've been sitting on these BKBs for a while. They haven't had the opportunity to just jump in, commit the BKB, find a fight. They're not finding the opening. So very disciplined of Among Us, just playing the patience game. MG.Trust, they're not getting too rattled. They're still playing that farm up. But it's not too big of a lead they have. They have to be aware as the game pushes towards that late game. You're talking about, you know, it's a Morphling late. It scales a little bit better. The Kunkka, especially once the Ags comes out, be a major factor. We've seen the Tide Storm really make a good difference in engagements for teams with a Kunkka. So those are some spikes to watch out for here from MG.Trust. If you stall this out too long, you will have to deal with those tools coming into play.
Absolutely. It's funny as well, Loopbet is still sitting as with Among Us as favorites in this match. Dota Plus is actually agreeing. 61% for Among Us in this matchup. Motivate.Trust has the 4K net worth lead, but perhaps a bit of a drafting thing to happen there with the AI. Like, it's weird to see that, isn't it? Like, having a higher win rate for Among Us when they're kind of, well, they're 10 kills behind 4K net worth. Scaling gets pretty insane when you have a Morphling and things like the Older Titan. I guess the Tiny does drop off. I mean, that is your mid-core in comparison to, say, the Arbit Kunkka, who can sort of scale really well with Tidebringer.
Yeah, the one thing is, I mean, MG.Trust can keep up. It's just a bit harder. Like, you fall off in raw stats, you fall off in raw damage. Your kit is not as pliable as Among Us because, you know, you go for a Drow draft, it does tend to hit certain timings, and then it does kind of taper off. A bit cautious about that. I think as the game goes on, you will have to redistribute that farm to Masaros. So it becomes more about the NP because you want him to be able to really melt down lanes, apply that pressure with a split push. You know, once you get, say, the site of Vice that he's queued up, then you can get so much more control as well with the NP when he does go for those side lane pushes. It's just several items away. Up the AEC, and then you're talking about the site of Vice. It's such a long time off. He's gonna need to be the one to start reeling it in. And Trust has to be ready to give that space out. He's relatively close to Jackie in farm, so they have been very good in splitting it between these two cores. But that's the name of the game. It's just a bit harder to pull off for MG.Trust. They have to kind of play that split push aggressively and force Among Us to make mistakes. And when you're depending on the enemy to make mistakes, it's not a sure-cut thing, you know, especially for a team like Among Us, who they've been undaunted despite being this far behind. They're smoked up looking for a play.
It's a nice X. Jackie. They get caught, but they don't capitalize. Perhaps not feeling confident with their position. Didn't have any vision of the other team. So it was just Jackie that they had vision of, and they leave him be. They'll go for the Roshan play.
It's a bit sneaky. You don't have the wards there, and that's a real quick one. Savage picks it up. Can be scary going into this fight with Savage being this big.
Huge. Start with the Astral Spirits out. Really catch anyone out. Very slow game between these two. Aghanim Scepter coming out onto Jabs now, so you've got double Aghanim Scepter on these Titans. So essentially 2 free BKBs. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean, if you catch 5 with that Astral Spirit, that's a free 10-second spell immunity once it's back. So you're gonna be banking on clumping them up. The issue is getting MG.Trust to be that stuck together. It's been a bit difficult to force them, to curl them into such a tight spot. Really disciplined players. Like they have been holding out well. There's that E-Blade out on Fearless. He gets a massive damage boost with his Avalanche Toss combo. Fearless has been on point targeting key heroes. He's been keeping Whitemon down, keeping that Disruptor out of play, and has made it harder for Whitemon to commit that Static Storm. So watch your spacing there. Ensure your backline's not too exposed. You do start to need that Static Storm to land consistently here as the game racks on.
Go. Masaros might be the one to get caught. The TP, and they don't have vision. Alright. Fearless, however, is at the top lane. They haven't scouted him out either, so he's going to hide in the tree line.
Yeah.
They're just going to sit back. They don't really catch anyone out.
Yeah, just stalling out for both sides. Still have that slight lead for MG.Trust. Trying to find those key items on these two heroes. Jackie's still waiting for 2 parts for his Butterfly. Masaros is just the plate meal away from having the full AC. So AC into sight, again, very important for the NP to have that control, to have that durability. Perhaps once the sight is up, that's when you can expect MG to go for a play. But with this opportunity in a Savage wave, onto those tier 2s.
AC now up on Masaros. Savage does take care of that tier 2 top tower, and smoke up now. Savage's courier though, he's going to lose that Reaver. Not going to be able to quite finish off the Satanic yet, but run into Boombill and Jackie. Abed should see Jackie there with the Blood Ride and does get the X off in time. Jackie, however, pops the BKB. Will be right, and now Fearless going to go in onto Jabs, but he'll also be safe. Jackie now, or Fearless rather, getting him back on the Tiny. He's been trapped up by that Static Storm and really has nowhere to go. He'll try to force stuff to the low ground, but Savage is on the case. He is stuck. Does Ghost form up, but it probably won't matter. Eventually Savage should be able to get the kill, and does. While Abed was chasing for more on the Kunkka, wasn't able to quite catch anyone out there, but they are still hanging around that bot area. That'll be it. They're going to go mid-tier 2 instead.
The objective games for Among Us, they're going to be happy with just finding that one pickoff. Took a lot of work. And just shows you how much more MG.Trust does have left in the bank. Using this opportunity to find some tier 4 items. So they're going to have the edge in that sense, as Among Us hasn't quite dipped into the jungle. They've only got one though, but the high ground is open here.
Fast tier 3 tower. Disarm Savage, but with that Blood Rage, he does attack very, very quick. Back off after the glyph, and they are pinging up that bot tier 1 now, so just wanting to deal with that instead. We want to go for more than just one Rax, of course. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jabs catching out Masaros, does get the Earth Splitter off. Masaros force a TP, and BKB and TP up. At the same time, that'll be your Aegis gone now on Savage. It does end up expiring.
Yeah, that's the 10-second BKB reveal as well. Of course, we've been sitting on those BKBs for so long. Now, that was actually the first time he used it. So, again, not finding those openings for MG.Trust to get that item usage out still. MG.Trust, they've smoked up. This is going to be into certain tier 4 items, though. The Princess Knife might turn him off a bit there.
Possibly do so. Fearless does get in to cancel the TP of Jabs. They do blow up the Titan. Boat not going to really connect onto Fearless. He does use away. Masaros, as usual, getting glimpsed out of the team fight, but Cuckoo is going to be left behind, and they do clean up a 2-0.
It's a big win. Not the biggest kills, but you're going to be having the numbers advantage, so you can look to push down a tower. There's no Roche, so it's going to have to be the last outer tower. And that's all Among Us tier 2 gone. Onto the high ground. They don't have anything like an Aegis, though. Got to be a bit cautious about the damage output here.
Masaros. As soon as they see him, they just glimpse him back every single time. And he'll be alright. He'll be close by. Put the old-fashioned way and walk back down. Tier 3 tower is not going to last very long. Be that gone. Savage does get a lot of damage off onto Jackie. Do still have Q there to just reset him. Get those heals out. But high ground defense is very, very good from Among Us, and they aren't going to be able to go any further than that tier 3 tower.
Yeah, just playing it safe. You don't want to give any opportunities to Among Us to bounce back. They do have the 7k net worth advantage, 20 to 31. They've got all the space in the world to just sit back, keep farming up. Masaros is working nicely into that site of Vice. Once you've got that in the NP, he gets a sort of a second life in terms of how much damage you can pump out. You know, you're also finding some decent trickle down farm here for your supports. Q is working towards an Aeon disc, and that is just perfect for something like the Oracle. You know, having that window to just cast your False Promise on your cores going to be a massive help for MG.Trust and boosting their durability. As you know, the game's starting to go a bit late, 14 minutes in. Among Us not out of it yet, but it is getting a bit more complicated in finding those openings.
Neither one really wanting to give the advantage away to the other. Fearless gonna go in onto Cuckoo, but we'll get glimpsed back up from Whitemon. But Masaros gonna TP in on a Disruptor, and they will take him out. Whitemon having a very, very hard game on the Disruptor so far. Can't really avoid death once he is sprouted up like that. Except for the fact that he is gonna die. Be able to get anything though with that Disruptor kill. It really doesn't mean much because the respawn timer is so low. Gonna be guaranteed to be back up soon anyway.
Yeah, it's one benefit for Whitemon. It's like he is, you know, still 15. Doesn't take too long for him to be back. There's no objectives on the map anymore for MG.Trust. That's safe. The Roche is still about a minute and a half, a minute 20 off. And once that's up, that might be where MG.Trust set their sights next. But before then, you know, it's just back to farming, back to waiting out the building up for buybacks, building up for those big items. You look at Fearless, he is going for the Dagon, so we're at that point where Tiny stacks the Dagons up. Gonna be a bit until he gets the full Dagon 5, but there's that Aeon disc up for MG.Trust, so you've got that safety net on cue to cast the spells, and that's just gonna make it more difficult for Among Us. They can't just immediately blow up the Oracle. They're gonna have to contend with that fact that one of these heroes are going to stay alive a lot longer than you'd want them to when these fights do break out.
It's a bit of a stalemate, I suppose you'd call it. It's a 7k net worth lead. It's been a bit up and down, but I suppose 7k at 42, 43 minutes in doesn't really matter anymore. Dota Plus has no clue, sitting at 57% for Among Us. We're not really seeing that amazing scaling yet out of this more for Kunkka. It's hitting very hard, it's just not the issue. It's so many ways of escaping, so many defensive abilities being thrown out by Motivate.Trust that they can't really burst down anyone. All props to Q, by the way, on the Oracle. He's been doing an amazing job.
Oh, yeah. Been on point. You know, the Blink has been paying dividends. MG.Trust, they do smoke up, though. Had a bit of enough of that.
Savage gonna get jumped on. Fearless does not get the avalanche, and now does get ruptured. Static Storm gonna hold him in place. They don't really want to give up this Tiny like this, but they may not have a choice.
Jackie.
Let's go down, and Jackie is very far forward, so they just jump immediately. That'll force the buyback from Fearless. Jackie is going to be okay, but Boombell will not be. Now, well, they're looking for more. Arbit, a great stop out from Jabs into Arbit's X. And Fearless, he did just buy back. They can't afford to lose him like this. Go on, Masaros will control up the side with the Hex onto Jabs, but Cuckoo will take care of him, and Fearless is gone on the Tiny. He does die back, and now Jackie also being caught out on the Drow. An ultra kill out for Savage, making a rampage.
Oh boy, MG.Trust, and they've been so patient for so long. They force a smoke up the hill. Like, Savage was at the perfect spot at the perfect time to punish. All of a sudden, that lead of MG.Trust gone. Roshan, third of the game, going the way of Among Us. That's a refresh shard along with the Ages and Cheese. They are just ready to go. They catch one out.
Masaros, now he'll be right. To that point where you want to try and make something happen with this Aegis Cheese and a refresher shot for that matter.
Yeah.
Savage is pretty far now. Should know that Fearless does not have buyback on the Tiny, but it seems as though it's going to be a slow process as Savage. He doesn't really have any boots up at the moment, but he is just going to eat the cheese and start rushing through mid.
Yeah, it's a pretty good bounce back here for Cuckoo as well. Like, he's still behind in that fort, but not too behind Fearless. And Fearless was up there a while ago. There's an Abyssal now in Cuckoo, so they've got more ways of jumping in, more control, and it's been a fantastic time for Cuckoo. Despite all those deaths, still found a farm. They just need to make use of these pickups.
Fate's Edict. Slow down Savage for a second. He has bought a rapier. All right, Savage has had enough of this game. Straight Divine on the Morphling.
Yeah, why not? I don't mind it. It's like he hits like a truck. He's going to hit even harder. The only thing to stop him is Q's disarm, so that's really what they're going to depend on now.
Where is the Divine? He's keeping it in the courier for now. Does bring it out. Then active. Go into that Elder Titan form. Masaros always been hexed up, so Savage looking for that Oracle, doesn't quite get that, but just blows up Boombill, and now the Abyssal is out on Jackie. He'll try and Hurricane Pike away. They'll just focus on Masteros instead, and now Jackie will be focused down by Savage, who just gets into the back lines and just hits him as the Elder Titan. But toss back, not quite to the fountain, but they got the Hex off on Savage, but he has been strength morphing. Does have the Aegis anyway. And that'll be enough for Among Us. They get the racks, they back off.
Yeah, safe plays from them. They're just gonna take it slow. Savage is out of mana. Does still have the Aegis, so they're gonna go for the XTP play just to regen him for the full. And they force feed him mangoes in the base too. Just getting to that full mana point. Efficiency, Mike, it's always important. MG.Trust now. I mean, their one Rax is protected. They've still got an outer tower left, but not gonna hold on to these the top range.
Fearless.
And,
oh, Fearless, you can't die like this. Not right now. Caught by that kinetic field, and he's gone.
Ooh.
The big crit out from Savage.
Man,
they might just go for that final lane of racks.
I think
No,
I think they have to go for tier 4s. Yeah, the tier 2 is still up. Just gonna go for that end game, and without the Tiny, your control is kind of gone here.
It's one tier 4 gone. That's another quick tier 4 gone for Savage, and he's just gonna waveform through. He is done with this game. He wants the Ancient, and he is gonna go straight for it. They can't really slow him down, or can they? They get the Hex off from Mantaros. Boats flying in. He'll waveform the other way. Another disarm, but he is focused in on those objectives, and that is it. GG Warplane is called, and Among Us will win their second 2-0 victory throughout these group stages thus far.
Oh yeah, I mean, this time around, MG.Trust did make
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Spirit.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team
Here for our third series of the night, and it's going to be between BO2 and Boom E. LP Dota and John X5. John, welcome back, sir. Third series of the night. How you feeling? How you holding up?
I'm doing great, Mike. It's been a long day. You know, we barely had time for merienda. You know me, I like my food, but a quick sip of the monster over there. Well, not that one. I have a chilled one, but a quick sip of that, and pretty energized for the next series.
I love how you were pointing at your body pillow, by the way, John. I know you were trying to point at the can behind you, but can't drink that body pillow, John. It's for other purposes. Still, John, the draft start. Magnus Faceless Void is upon us for 032. Boom Esports. They'll go for the lovely Earth Spirit, who deserves more cosmetics, and the Bat Rider.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a tight one. Having the Magnus Faceless Void off the bat for 032. It's a quick one, and of course this is the the former Adroit boys along with Ninja Bogey. They love the Magnus. They love the playstyle it brings out. Not to me. I know he prefers the PA, but he can play a mean Void as well, and we've seen a lot of that Void. With this combination off the bat, you have options to maybe go with a Phoenix, build off with a Chrono as well with other support picks. Boom Esports, for their part, I think they've got a solid answer to at least pick off the Void. Earth Spirit for the long range initiation, Bat Rider as well. And Boom, they play a mean Earth Spirit. Like, we've watched a lot of Boom. We know Hyde can perform in the hero. It's a very potent opener for Boom. They've got the flexibility with a Bat Rider as well as to whether or not to run it in the offer mid. So they've got their options there, and they keep it open. They need a way to counteract that Faceless Void when the Chrono comes out, though. And Boom, for their part, they actually do ban out the Oracle themselves. They don't have the option for the free disarm, and they also ban out the Phoenix. So 032 on their end, they take out the Winter Wyvern. Now that's something that does counter the Void, does counter the Magnus. You're not having those options. You're gonna have to look elsewhere, prevent that Chrono from being a factor here.
I do wonder whether it's going to be problematic that they went for that 2-core opening for 032, because it does seem like Boom Esports are going to have plenty of time to try and have the counters out for these two picks, right? Like, trying to have something to sort these out. And I mean, you've already got the Bat Rider, which does tend to do quite nicely up against both these heroes. Like I said, there's plenty of time for them to try and get some counter picks out up against the Void and the Mag. Matter of what they want to go for. We'll have to wait for these follow-up bans. As Boom, they did get rid of the Phoenix, which makes enough sense. You've got the Void Mag. You don't want to give a Phoenix over to them as well. Matter of what else don't you want to give. I'll have a think about this one.
It looks pretty good to still pick up a Bloodseeker for 032, right? Like, you get Empower on the Bloodseeker as well. That's pretty nice. Combinations with Rupture and Skewer, we've seen that in play, and of course the Blood Right and the Chrono. There's a lot there. It might be a bit greedy if you do opt for like the Bloodseeker and you open up your Tricore already, so Boom's gonna have a lot of options to counterplay there. But if you're confident, that's a draft that can run down at certain timings. If you wanted to play fast, I think that's one way for 032 to get that done. If they really do want to keep that aggression. You can also play really slow, right? With a Magnus Void, you just go in the jungle, you farm with Empower, You build up an item advantage and then you go. It's not necessarily a fast draft, and 032 can take it either way.
Yeah, it's very true. See the Snapfire being removed by Boom Esports and 032. Their final ban out now. They haven't really had much revealed to them yet with this Earth Spirit Batrider, so
Radiant team
probably focus in on heroes that they don't want to play against, and they'll get rid of the Slark now up against Boom. 032, what's the next pickup? I mean, surely we have to see some supports coming out now for this side. Have a bit of a think about it.
10 seconds remaining.
Ports for the Void Mag, I mean, it's really open.
5 seconds.
I'd say an Ogre would be nice if you just want to buff your Void. They go with the Venge themselves, so this is a soft ban out to prevent that swap in the Chrono.
Yeah.
On top of that, now you can break the lasso. So 032 solving issues with that Venge pick. I like it. It's solid. We've seen a lot of it. It's been hit and miss, but in this case, it kind of does suit that lineup, so it's perfectly fine here.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a deny pick from Boom Esports, just in case they wanted it. I wonder as well whether either of these teams will bother going for the Drow Ranger, which we have been seeing a lot of.
Yeah.
How could we forget?
Oh, Casino Night comes in. Yeah, it's a great one. It plays really fast. You can dominate the lanes if you're not careful, and I'm gonna have to close my video for a bit. I'm getting water through my windows from the storm. I'll be right back.
I was about to ask, but go ahead. All right, well, it's just me now, and hopefully John's not getting completely flooded while he's trying to cover his window. So we got the CK out from Boom Esports. They have been running this quite a bit. Seen Dreamer Soul having a great old time on this hero, and hello, John.
Hello, Mike. Yeah, my little bit of water coming through the side. You know, that's what you get when it's a tropics. It's really strong winds.
I was wondering why you kept looking that way. I was like, man, something's happening. House on fire or some crap, and he's just gonna put it
the
out.
The opposite, you know, my house is flooding. Yeah, no, it's storm season in Southeast Asia. You know, it's about that time. Burr months. Other Filipinos would know. That explains the disconnects too, Mike. You know, so just prepping us for that. But look at that response here from 032. Rubik picked up. Now, this is more of like counter picks, right? Like there's not much to steal from Boom. The lasso, I guess, would be nice, but the kit just doesn't work as tied up. Like this is just to prevent Boom from picking up a Rubik themselves and going for the steals and the Magnus, going for the steals and the Void. You can make this work. It's still okay as a lineup. Now you have the Beastmaster Roar to take, which is perfectly for 032. Boom for their part. The Beastmaster is key to countering that Void. Chrono flies in, you have to ensure Beast is outside, so you can get the Roar off. That is your only way of preventing an effective Chrono. A lot of pressure there on the Beastmaster. Just stay safe and get that positioning right.
Banouts now. Have the Timbersaw and OD being removed, and now the Tide Hunter also being taken up by Boom Esports. I wonder, are they still lacking a mid laner here for Boom? Like, you probably aren't going to see the mid lane Earth Spirit this time around. I mean, you pointed out earlier, but Hyde does have a pretty good time on the Earth Spirit, and they might even just run the support Batrider as we saw last series. So it seems like we might just be lacking a mid lane hero for Boom Esports, and well, they should know they're up against the Mag mid, if I think I'm correct in saying that.
Yeah. It's a tricky one because you think about the support duo of Earth Spirit Batrider. That is really greedy, super easy to punish. I mean, the Batrider could play in the jungle, but then your other heroes could play in the jungle too. So you don't want to be occupying that spot as the pause for too much, especially since the Beast will want it a lot more. So a lot of factors there to consider for Boom Esports. They do have a fast pace. So if you do pick up a different mid and run the Earth Spirit Batrider supports, if you do just play fast and force your hand, 032, they are constrained by RP, they are constrained by Chrono. The Blink and Echo Saber timing is one thing. They need fast from their Magnus as well. And it's not always a guarantee when you've got two hard farming cores like this. So Boom might be able to get away with a little bit of a greedier start here.
Have a think about this one. From the previous matches we've seen Boom in, where they do go this CK route, it just gets to a point where Dream Missile's just farmed way too quick, and the game is just generally over at some because he just hits people with Reality Rift and they just get deleted. The only game that they dropped was the TNC on the first day so far, Boom Esports. Yes, on the second day, of course, getting a 2-0 victory over Boom. All right, they'll get the Undying now, and I wouldn't call this greedy at all. I'd say it's a pretty open kind of draft. Doesn't really need much to get going, and seems like they just want to really get to fighting and give Dream Missile all the space he wants.
Yeah, exactly it. You can maintain that fast pace with the Undying. You just need to hit maybe level 6 marks on your Bat Rider. It's going to be key. Earth Spirit, not so much. So just have the cores at 6, Undying at level 5 at the least when you start fighting is a good point. If you invest in Tombstone, in this case, going 1-1-3 is pretty good because you don't have ranged cores that can melt your Tombstone, Venge and Rubik to focus on that, and you can position it well. You've got a lot of slows, a lot of control. Boom is just looking to play fast, and that's a signature of Boom Esports, right? Ever since years back, since we first casted them, they play non-stop Dota, and this is exactly that kind of lineup. It doesn't want to sit and farm, it wants to run and fight, and 032, it's the opposite. It's a Magnus Void, right? You maybe throw a Chrono here, an RP here, but you're going to be sitting back and farming. They get the Legion Commander as well, just to have that purge from, say, the Lasso, from the Roar, right? So you've got a way of countering that. You've got some decent wave clear as well with overwhelming odds in play. So there is a back and forth with the toolkits here. Gonna be a fun time to watch that clash, yeah, and really maximizing the Magnus. Even the LC is gonna have a good time with the Empower.
Yeah, I'd say so. Should be a very fun matchup between these two. I love the drafts, very explosive, and because it's a big ultimate here to keep an eye out for. See if 032 on track in this group stage and it's going for themselves. One of the harder teams you're going to have to go up against. You know, them, TNC, and probably Among Us are the hardest teams you're looking at in the group stages right now. And well, 032, they've already had to go through Among Us yesterday. Today they have to go through Boom Esports. So see if they can put on a performance here and try a win. Of course, Boom, they are looking to be up, I'd say. But we'll check the odds in a second and see what Lupet has to say about it.
I think one thing for Boom here that I have kind of a doubt about is how they itemize on Dreamer Cell this game. So we've seen a lot of CK. We've seen a lot of CK Midas. If you do go that route here, it might slow down that timing that you want to play because you do want to play fast. I'd say if you went Echo Saber or SNY or even Armlet, I think you've got a lot of a faster timing. You might give up your late game scaling, but honestly, this lineup does not want to go late. Like you're talking about RP, you're talking about Chrono at say the 15-minute mark. You have nothing in your kit that matches that. I'd reckon this time Dreamer Cell might want to itemize for the fast, but we'll see. You know, a lot of times these cores have just opted for Midas CK just because they want to ramp up the EXP faster. Steady gain of gold gets you to a stronger mid-game snowball, kind of offsetting that slower start. But we'll see how Dreamer Cell does with it. He's been playing pretty on recently anyway, so I'm sure either route he goes for, it's gonna go the way he wants in mind, as long as 032 doesn't put a dent on it.
The odds do come up, John. You do see Boom Esports are indeed the favorites in this one. Sitting at $1.35 and 305 of 032. I'd say that's about accurate, but I wouldn't underestimate 032 matchup. I mean, they've been showing us some moments of brilliance throughout this group stage so far, and definitely not a team to be underestimated, especially if you can get some decent farm up on Natsumi. You know how fast these voids can snowball out of control.
Oh yeah. They really scale great into the late game as well. So Boom, if they don't find that early start, they might face some issues. There's just so much better team fight from 032 with RP, with Chrono. Both of these spells, you know, ignores BKBs, ignores all that spell immunity. Doesn't matter to it. That control will always be relevant. And in that sense, it scales a lot better. I mean, you do have Roar, but that's just FBZ. That is literally it for late game scaling control. Like the CK is still nice late game, but again, Empower is already there to kind of deal with that.
Top lane, they are going to run into each other. But Bok really wants to get that banner in. Still Hyde going to roll in onto Matthew. Takes the bounty off, and now Matthew is going to be in massive danger and is going to go down to Dreamer Cell of all people.
Ooh, no.
Oh, that is not the start you wanted for 032.
No, that's going to accelerate Dreamo Cell's initial farm. I believe that's actually one Bracer already flying out to him. Yeah, a Bracer plus a Mango. So our CK going to be tankier in that lane. Going to have more mana to play with, and that's something you have to be really aware of. Kezcute is playing a very aggressively positioned Undying, and if he gets the stacks of Decay up, well, Dream Assault's damage and stun, it's going to rip right through these heroes.
It is. Talked about the itemization of Dream Assault. He's just got some braces and treads queued up for now, and we'll see if he does go into the Midas a little later on. The lane goes for him. In that mid lane, you do have Nico and Makoto up against each other. This should be somewhat Makoto favored, considering you are a Bat Rider after all. You can just spam Sticky Napalm. Nico already has the Magic Stick ready to go prior to even getting to the lane.
Yeah.
Of course, the way you have to play it against the Bat Rider.
Yeah, I'd say it's not the toughest time for Magnus, although.
Bok ends up losing his life, and even as the LC, you've got to respect the decay of Kezcute. He has stolen 8 strength, and with the CK damage, it's not too hard to see him go down.
Yeah, especially if you roll max damage Chaos Bolt, then you're just stacking up a lot of nukes. So again, it's always a gamble when you play that CK, but when you get lucky, you win big, and that's something you just have to be careful about. Now, Boom is out of mana, so that will give Matthew and Bok a bit more room. You know, it's going to be important to bounce back in that LC. That mid lane, again, talking about the Magnus, he doesn't mind that lane. Like, he goes back in jungle, he farms up. You're giving Mikado a little bit more space in that sense, and Mikado can play the same way, but it's just important for these two cores to get that initial farm. In that sense, they're not going to slow each other down too hard. It's going to be down to the supports where, you know, you look at these supports down bot, it's Ninja Bogey on the Venge, you've got Hyde around there with FBZ to face off against Natsumi on that Void as well. And it's down to maybe Hyde getting some rotations out. He's not going to go to until later on. Maybe that first power rune is when you'd expect it. And in that sense, Boom does have more potency there. I mean, it's an Earth Spirit. He's the king of rotations. Gotta be cautious about that timing at the 4-minute mark.
That you certainly do. Very dangerous kind of roaming hero. He does get a decent start for himself, and he's going to go for a bit of a pull, but no, he'll turn around for the roll now as Ninja Boogie trying to interrupt. They've got the balls there from the Beastmaster, but man, that is a lot of bashes out from Natsumi. And FBZ, he'll still be able to salve up and walk away. That was like a triple bash or something coming out from this Void.
Yeah, it's highly unfortunate because even the Thunderclap from the Tomato Creep is just landing on FBZ. Not a good time. He's forced to salve. He's down to 1 Tango, and all of a sudden that lane is not as good as it would be for Boom. So just watch the spacing there. Those creeps can turn against you.
Yep, that they can. Hyde will go for another pull and make it a little bit easier for FBZ. Boulder Smash not going to be enough for that large creep. Boogie will ensure that Natsumi is the one taking that farm. Back to the mid lane, Makoto and Nico are very even in terms of CS at the moment. Of course, some of that CS on Nico is going to be some jungle creeps, and well, actually Matthew going to make a nice rotation in onto Makoto. There is a regen rune up that top lane that Makoto would love to have, but a great skewer back. No, the flame break, Makoto, he ends up getting the kill, and now is going to make a run for it. Oh, gets the
no.
salve off, and Nico, he had too many stacks of sticky napalm.
Yeah, brave play from Nico. Extremely good punishment from Boom. Mikado now suddenly on top. He's going to have a creep with the Soak True. He's going to have an EXP bounce back. He was slightly behind in levels, but now he's going to be ahead. He's going to hit the level 6 mark a bit earlier, and that's something Nico has to be careful about. Once the Lasso's in play, Mikado is going to look for that rotation with his Earth Spirit and try to find a kill.
Hyde, be back to the bot lane. Don't really see an opening in that mid lane quite yet. Let's just secure those 5-minute bounty runes first. Bit of an awkward position for Hyde, because the bot lane you can't do anything with the Beastmaster, so you may as well just leave him be. Gotta try and find somewhere to go. Gonna just interrupt Nico here, who is just taking that medium camp. Hyde to make it so he can't really go back to that and will be forced back into the lane. Luckily for him though, Makoto isn't even at the lane, as was in the jungle for a little bit, getting that bottle filled up by the bounty. Make his way back now.
Yeah, you've got the level 6s on these two mid cores. RP's ready to go for Nico. Lasso's ready to go for Mikado, so maybe some rotations out later, although down bot.
Yeah, Hyde gets down there. FBZ was initially in trouble, but does help set up a kill for FBZ. And even at the... was a secure kill onto Bok. That's the second time Bok's done in this Legion Commander. Just not really dealing well with this Undying.
That's going to be a massive issue. Dreamosol, he's having a fantastic lane. A bit better than you are seeing on Natsumi, and he's going to go for that Midas build as well.
That's a real shame for Matthew in that mid lane, Johnny. Ends up going down solo to Makoto, who does commit the lasso. But that's really one thing you don't want to do up against a mid player, right? You don't want to give him any more gold than they can get off the lane. And it's going to make Nico's life harder now, because you just gave him even more gold.
Yeah, and you're going to be very happy with that. He's got the level 7 up as well. So a slight EXP lead now for Mikado. And in fact, 0 to 6 on the max. 0-3-2 just not finding any trades for these heroes. They're dropping a 2k lead for Boom. They've set themselves up for a really nice start here.
That they have. Boom's always been very good at this as well, just being able to be very, very dominant in this early game. But now Nico going to come top lane with an RP out. Kescute has the Tombstone, but he's not going to bother wasting it, as Dreamosol is guaranteed to die. Nico with the rotation on the mag, it is going to pay off.
Yeah, that's an important kill. Again, putting a dent on Dreamosol's progression, as he has been left alone for too long. It's going to stall out the Midas just a tad. Boom. They are grouping a few heroes bot, but they are getting some TPs for the defense in that tier 1.
Yeah, it's very hard to defend into that Beastmaster, especially when the siege creep is there. He has Raw. Natsumi, going to be careful. Gets the Chrono out, however. On to Makoto. They're trying to get this Batrider down, but Makoto's going to go for a run, and it looks like he might just survive it as well. He is safe. They could not finish the kill off, and they could keep trying, but Makoto is just moving way too quick. He'll be right.
Yeah, it's a wasted Chrono, it's a wasted first Roar, but overall, Boom Esports is going to be a bit happier, as Chrono's cooldown is longer. They force the movement out, opening up some side lanes as well, giving themselves some time to just play farm. That's free time for Dreamosol to, of course, have a free time top, although they are invading that triangle. They don't really catch FBZ, and FBZ with the Necronomicons, well, he's not feeling too unsafe.
Well, Hyde, he's going to roll back in with a nice Silence Boulder Smash. FBZ still coming in with Makoto now. Have the Firefly active, just not using it yet. They decide better off the chase. They don't really need to force anything right now. If you look at that top lane, Dreamosol is pushing in that tier 1 tower, and he is still farming very, very freely. In fact, he is going to go for the Midas once again on this Chaos Knight. And if this keeps up for Boom, there's just no need for them to get involved in any fights. This is what they want.
Yeah, it exactly is, and their CK is off to a good start. You are giving some time for 0-3-2 to farm up, but again, These are two very heavy farming cores. It's gonna be a while until they're ready to go. You look at Nico's progression on the mag. He's still working towards his Echo Saber. After that, they have to look for the blink and look down bot. They're moving in.
Once again, on to Ninja Boogie. They drop the tombstone just in case. In fact, Matthew's still gonna show up. Gonna try and help LC get a jewel off, but now he's in danger. Trying to take down the tombstone. He will be able to get it. They lock down Hyde. Gonna roll the other way, trying to juke them out. Kescute going back in on the Undying. Does get Matthew, thanks to FBZ. The Beastmaster with those Necro units. They are still just outrunning this 3-2. Even Hyde just juking out Box so we can't get a jewel off. And then he's gonna TP away.
Oh man.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Oh, they also lose every bounty rune, so a massive gold injection coming out for Boom. The hesitation from Nico to throw the RP costed him. If he just commits the RP onto one, they could have at least traded a hero for a hero and you'd be fine. It's not like you're actively looking for RP opportunities. But they play a bit cautiously. Boom punish well. They've got a 4K lead. They've got the travels up on Mikato. So this Batrider now can go across every lane, go for defenses, go for farming, no problems, and it's just smooth sailing for Boom. There's that Midas as well for Dreamocell. All done. He's just set to free farm in the jungle. No opposing wards, no nothing to stop that. 032, all they can do now is clump up top, try to go for a push.
Luckily for them, they do have RP and Chrono back up. So they can take team fight now in 032 if they so wish. Of course, they would be lacking quite a bit of damage between those RPs and Chrono, but looks like they aren't going to get that opportunity anyway. In fact, they may have to rotate mid soon as Boom Esports are starting to posture around that mid lane. They want to try and set up for a very early tier 1 tower push. Kodo going to be on the front lines there. Happy to show himself, but the rest of Boom just waiting for their victim. Seems like 032 are well aware that they are waiting behind that tree line. Boom, do you want to fight this? Dreamocell kills off Ninja Boogie by himself. Now the roll in, but a big Chrono out, catching two. They got the Magnetizer there as well. Matthew's gone down. Now the roar out from FBZ, holding down Natsumi. He is still alive, however, but it's not looking great for 032 as they just collapse mid, and that is going to be a full team wipe.
Oh boy, it was a good Chrono, but there wasn't any follow-up. They couldn't get the RP off, and that tombstone positioning coming out here from Kescute, just way far back. There's a massive horde on top, and they just couldn't handle it. It's a level 1 tombstone, but when those zombies pile up, it's just nearly impossible to run away, and 032 just getting punished. Boom. 1-13, 7K lead. They're looking fabulous in the first 15 minutes. It's still the 12-minute mark, and they're already really far ahead.
They are. 7K, in fact. That's why they love this this POS 1 CK is even with just the Treads Midas, he can get involved so early on. You gotta love this from Boom, these aggressive drafts that don't really take too much time to farm. They just go at you. It makes it very hard for heroes like the Faceless Void being played by Natsumi to actually get any farm in.
Oh yeah.
Feels like there's no downtime sometimes.
No, there really isn't. And again, 032 are constrained by Chrono and RP. They need Nico to finish that Echo Saber and then go into the Blink. And then that relieves some pressure. You know, they don't need the Chrono. If you can land the RP, that's going to be Nico's job. The issue is you've got these two heroes in the jungle, and both of them are clearing out these camps fast. There's not enough camps to go around to sustain all of them, and boom, not many cooldowns to wait for. They're smoked up.
Back to it. Roar up. Blink Dagger now available on your Batrider to make matters even better for Boom Esports, and flying out, getting vision onto Ninja Boogie, but it's not really the target they want to go for. They may just have to settle for it. Definitely want something a bit more valuable than the Venge. They may have just spotted out Natsumi with that observer ward being placed, and Natsumi is going to go back to farm now. But they have given up on the smoke. So instead, FBZ back down to the bot lane, and he'll start pressuring that tier 2 tower. And he might just try and force a fight here with 032.
He gets to fortify. I think that's a little pickup for Boom. Opens up some push potential elsewhere. Not gonna have to worry about it for a while. Yeah, and they just pull back. They've got the pacing here. They're clumped up.
Doom. Oh, Natsumi, he saw him. He went in with the Chrono. Tombstone was already placed in the Soul Rip, keeping FBZ alive. Now back in with the roll and the Magnetize. They are falling very low on 032, but at the least they do get FBZ. Dreamer Cell, however, coming back in onto Matthew, wanting to go after the Rubik. Natsumi, he does kill up Hyde on the side, but they are going to lose that Void and their Venge for that matter. And it looks like they just can't do anything to fight back now. They've just got Bok left with the mag. Nico's still holding on to that RP. Just ends up being another good trade for Boom.
Yeah, just spectacular positioning. Big Chrono coming out from 032, but he was knocked out. Break, like, that was just enough to throw off the timings there, the right-click damage, and it was an awkward Chrono as well because there were some steps in between. So it's not like you could just go in, get the right clicks off once more. I have to say, Kezcute is highly effective in the catch Ninja.
It's going to be a very easy kill, Makoto. Damage on the Bat Rider right now. So, Dreamer Cell even, as he finding kills. Just kills Bok solo with the Phantasm Illusions. And Boom aren't done. They're still going for more now. Just so many low cooldowns for them that they don't have to wait. Back into that mid lane. Natsumi gonna go after Kezcute, but the backup is coming in. Kezcute, he drops the Tombstone. Makoto looking for a lasso, but trying to juke out Nico. Does eventually get the lasso off on your mag. He has the RP, but he's been silenced up, and they're not giving him a chance. He just can't get one off.
Oh boy. It's messy now. 032. Nico just not able to find those openings, and Boom. No cooldowns to worry about, no problems, constantly running at you. The Tombstones of Kezcute, perfect in breaking up these fights. This is just a spectacular game to watch from Boom. Execution's on point. And Kezcute, yeah, he just reminds you why Undying is such a beast. Just positioning well, forcing 032 to focus down on the heroes, but always getting a swarm of zombies, and you're not big enough here on 032 to eat through those zombies. So it's been a tough time. 032, they really need that blink to come out for Nico. I mean, he's got the Echo Saber, but the blink's so far off.
Dreamer Cell just ripping Ninja Boogie apart. Hyde does get caught out and gets bashed to death. It'll be a 1-for-1. But it just goes to show the confidence right now in Boom. They don't feel afraid to just reality rift up that Venge and just one-hit it.
Yeah, I mean, it's always worthwhile getting the numbers advantage, and they smoke up again. Even if it's just two heroes, they're not afraid to smoke to look for opportunities.
Can actually avoid the big team fight for now. FBZ, he's going to join in, maybe go for the bit of a bait, though no, it is going to be Kezcute. He'll pop the Flesh Golem. Now the Tombstone onto Matthew, but Matthew does take the Soul Rip, but Nico, a great RP out. Do they have the damage output to follow? No, they do not. Everyone else is being held back by FBZ. And they just can't capitalize. It's just complete domination out from Boom Esports. It's not even close.
No, it's definitely not. Boom Esports dominating the Pinoy boys. 032. And this Indonesia versus Philippine war, Mike, it's not shaping up well for the Pinoys. 4-25, 14k lead. They finally get the RP, but there's no follow-up. There's no follow-up for Nico. They're split up too much. They can't even kill off Kezcute. He's too tanky now on the Undying. And look, no cooldowns mean straight to high ground. There is a Chrono, so they're gonna have to play slightly safe. There's an opportunity for 032, perhaps, come in if Natsumi is around. He does have a TP. can come back down, maybe get a nice chrono set up for his team. It's tricky though. Like Boom's already set to go back, and you look at their cooldowns, half a minute for Roar, about half a minute, oh well, not even half a minute, like 20 seconds for the Tombstone, full minute for the Lasso. They don't need to wait too long. They're just gonna go back and more than likely reset and look elsewhere. Perhaps that top tier 2 is the next objective under mind. Maybe even the Roshan.
Boom. And now go back. No need to force anything quite yet. They might actually just start going towards that Roshan pit, but there is going to be a big smoke here from 032. Phantasm Illusion's going to be left in the mid lane. They'll realize they are just illusions. Ninja Boogie, they get caught out here by Makoto. Doesn't have the lasso available. Kescute, he'll jump in. Doesn't have the flesh golem either. Natsumi, not going to chrono yet. He's been rolled on, however. There's a big salt out with the roar, and Natsumi is going to die before he can chrono. And now Dreamer Soul's going to have his way with them. Down. Nico trying to steal them back up. He doesn't have the RP either. He's going to go down. A triple kill out from Dreamer Cell, and the only person left is Matthew. And they're going to leave Makoto and Kescute to do that job while they start the Roshan. There goes Matthew. A full team wipe out. And the Roshan is borderline almost done.
I don't know why they forced that fight. Like, they lost their bench straight out Ninja Bogey's smoke was broken by Kescute in the high ground. The Tombstone placement from Kescute up on that camp spot. No one can clear it out, and they fight under the Tombstone. Like, you do not do that against the Undying. If you see your support die with a Tombstone drop, you pull back. Fight elsewhere. Fight without the Tombstone, then you can win. But 032 being punished. And boom, 5 to 30, 20 minutes in, Mike. 20k lead. That's more than 1k per minute to build that lead up for Boom. They're just having a fantastic time as they've got a massive advantage. 032, they do have great team fight in the high ground. They're gonna have to find the RP, find the chronos they want. They can easily get the damage out. They can easily kill a hero or two off. Well, easily. It's probably not Dreamer Soul with a heart.
No, not Dreamer Soul. He's got 4k HP now. He's probably not dying anytime soon. Go for the top tier 2 tower. Solar Crest's gonna make life even harder. Nobody just seems to die on Boom Esports. Might even try for this high ground now. There's not that much time left on these illusions. Get a bit of chip damage in. Expire. I mean, they'll just keep all lanes pushed in. When you control the map like this, there's no need to rush.
Yeah, it's so open. And, you know, after all this time, FBZ, like you mentioned, the Solar Crest, he just left his Necronomicons at 1. He doesn't even need Necro Tree. Get a push going to help with the damage. Just that far ahead.
Boom want to fight again. Kodo almost daring them to come at him on this Bat Rider, but don't. There's your BKB now available on Natsumi. The only thing lacking is probably his damage. Well, that's that Mask of Madness, but something more of a core item. Also smoked up, still willing to take a big team fight. Rely on Makoto to try and start this one off, and he does also have a double damage on that Bat Rider right now. So, smokes break, Makoto. Let's see Nico, will go for the lasso straight away with the Tombstone dropped, and that is Nico just getting demolished on the low ground. The rush to try and force the buyback.
No Tombstone though, it's in a pretty far spot this time for Kescute, but without that RP, without the Empower, how are you just gonna find that defense here?
Hard to see it. Reality Rift in onto Matthew. He hasn't even popped the illusions yet on the CK. He's just waiting for the right moment. Now, Rift, Chrono in the back lines, but it's not really doing anything. FBZ's copping no damage. He'll just walk away. And now, well, in the base, Dreamer Cell, he sorted them out. GG. There was one last-ditch attempt, and they can't even get the RP off in time. That's upsetting.
Boy. Yeah, 0-3-2. Boom. The Indonesians coming out on top in dominant fashion. 0-3-2. They tried to go back.
team ban. Radiant team. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between 032 and Boom Esports. It is MLP Dota and John Expired. John, welcome back, sir. We're back here for game 2 after a short break, and as you can tell, the draft has already started. These boys like to go fast.
That they do. 032 already opening up with the clock, so giving themselves options to be a bit more aggressive. You know, last time they played this super passive game up against what Boom Esports had. Gonna have to cover their bases, ensure that they can match that pace this time. Boom, for their part, do get that tiny. It's been very popular across a lot of games, and they go with the Wind Ranger, so a lot of confidence already. You know, they had a very strong showing in game 1. 032, it looked rough, but they're gonna have to try to shake it up here. Ember Spirit is the pickup for 032, so that looks to be our Nico hero. I think they expect the Wind Ranger mid to be the matchup. Not entirely sure if that's going to be the case though. Boom, they do love flexing a lot of these heroes, and the Wind Ranger by nature is pretty flexible, so it's still open as to whether or not you actually do want it to lane mid anyway.
Well, I'm not sure Boom is worried about their draft at all. I mean, just judging by game number 1, it was just so dominant.
Oh yeah.
You know, you could make the argument they probably had that game 1 at sub 15 minutes, maybe even sub 10 minutes, just the way they were playing. And just if they can replicate a performance like that, I'm sure game 2 won't be very difficult for them, but also going to be based off what 032 can do. Quite frankly, they're drafted and come together, right?
Yeah.
We can be honest about that. But we questioned some chronos, we questioned some RPs. It was a very, very tough game. They need to get it together, right? Like they need to. What is it really? The chemistry, that not gelling together, the timings, maybe.
I don't think
Because there was plenty of times where we were talking about, you know, the RP's available, but they can't find an angle, or the chrono's available, and they just maybe they had the chrono, but there was no damage involved. Like,
I think it was more of execution and timings. They opted to play it slow. I think that's their biggest mistake. It wasn't down to coordination per se. They just didn't want to fight. They wanted to play a slower game, and Boom does not give you room to breathe if you play that slower draft. Like we talked about the options from draft, right? You could play Magnus Void super fast, doing the chrono every time, doing the RP every time it's up. Instead, they chose to stay in the jungle, play with Empower, and grow big. And that's where the mistake was coming out. It's just the direction they took that draft. And I don't think you'll see that same mistake. Ember Spirit is forced to play faster by nature of it, because of its power spikes, because of how it dictates that mid game by its presence. So you're looking by nature a faster draft for 032. They've got to play it fast. They've got to match Boom Esports pace, because we've watched a lot of Boom, right? You and I have casted Boom for at least 2 years now. And across all the iterations of this lineup, they just, one thing is constant, they always run at you. They don't sit back and farm, they don't wait, they just push.
well, that is very true. That has always been the case with Boom, is they don't like to have long games where it's drawn out and it might get a bit stressful. There's a lot of pressure. They like low cooldowns, they like to fight, they like to get a net worth advantage, and then they like to take objectives. Dota teams do like to do, but they are especially good at doing it's always good to see as well, seeing these teams like that we were casting a couple years back. They weren't that big back then. They would, maybe they'd show up once or twice at a tier 2 tournament. Now they're, here, at the top of C, fighting the big dogs. So always good to see from teams like Boom Esports. Even 496 and Neon. I mean, we were casting those boys, a couple of years back. They've been improving. See them making it up the ranks. Still,
it's a beautiful time.
It
Yeah,
is.
you've got the draft developing here for 032, right? The Grimstroke comes out with the Ember. We talk about the potential of that. Inkswell with a jump in for the Ember. The clock looking good in that sense. Yeah, opens up Soulbind plays depending on what you pick up next. Not sure what combinations you want. Like Doom is available for the offlane. Maybe a Bat Rider as well. You want to go for the double lasso or double Doom. Otherwise, you're not getting anything from the clock Ember, so that's a bit of a missed opportunity for the Grimstroke. We'll see how they develop it, and whether or not Boom abuses. They do abuse it. They go with the Chaos Knight and don't do anything against you. Right, early on, maybe the Clockwork can apply harassment. Maybe the Grimstroke Inkswell in a tri-lane can slow down Dreamo Cell this time around, but down the line, this does not control CK. This does not, it doesn't stop him. Dreamo Cell is just going to run at you anyway.
5 seconds remaining.
You'd think they'd know by this point that this was coming, though, right? Like, they must have assumed, okay, they're probably going to choose CK again. They must have a plan for this. Surely, like, you can't let yourself get beat by a Chaos Knight twice in a row that dominantly. In all fairness, their draft is a bit more early game orientated, right? You have the Ember, you have the Clock and the Grimstroke. Those supports don't do very well up against the CK, in my opinion. Like, the Clockwork can't really do much. Neither can... I mean, Grimstroke has Stroke of Fate. You can kind of deal with the Phantasm Illusions, but... sees you and gets the Rift off, you're just going to get blown up.
Even like the Ember.
Yeah.
Even the Ember, right? To clear out those illusions, it's okay, but it's not really about the illusions for the most part. The CK, I mean, yeah, Phantasm is important to his kit, but he by himself right-clicks hard. Without those illusions up, he can still chase you down, still get the damage. 032 though are fixing that a bit. Underlord comes out, so there's a way to root them in. There's a way to get Firestorm damage out, which scales with how tanky the CK is, so there is that to kind of counteract it. It makes it harder for the damage, the physical damage in particular, to come in for Boom, especially if the Underlord picks up a Crimson Guard on point. So you've got the Atrophy Aura to worry about, which will put a massive dent in Wind Ranger. Especially if it's a core. Your right-click base damage isn't amazing. Atrophy Aura, you're going to take a hit as well. Focus Fire is probably going to tickle for a while until items fly in. So it's balancing out that aggression, and this is a nice hero to stall out coming out from 032.
Oh.
Ooh,
Well,
boy,
that's a
no.
hero that can deal with the Underlord very easily. That's the there's the issue there. So Boom, they choose the Timber. And if you're Boom Esports now, you want to try and ensure that Timbersaw is laning up against that Underlord, because it's a free lane, right? Like the Timber, just spam Whirling Death. Underlord is not going to like you very much at all.
No.
That pick from Boom. 032 may not have seen it coming, but it's going to be tough for this Underlord now if they are laning up against each other. There's no real way to win the lane as the Underlord up against the Timber.
No. It's a difficult time, and the draft is still fairly open for Boom, so the Wind Ranger could just be pause 5. It's a bit more difficult when you've got two heroes that can be pause 4 in your support role, but they've got the room for it. You can kind of make it work. Pick something else for your mid matchup now to tie in with that, especially since, again, your damage against Underlord's not going to be amazing as a core Wind Ranger. They can relegate it to support, take something else mid to counteract that. Options available, I mean, they don't have the best hold here from 032 beyond Pit of Malice combining with anything else, but directly stunning someone in is not in their forte. You could go with, I don't know, Storm Spirit would be decent if you wanted to swap the mid. If they do go with support picks, something that just enables faster play, I'd say Shadow Shaman would be okay here, just to get you that instant stun on the Ember, to kind of also get that control out for the hero, but it's open. Boom has flexibility in how to close out this draft, and we'll just have to find out how they want to deal with that tankiness and the mobility of that Ember.
Radiant team pick.
Oh,
Wow, that's a new one. 032 straight into the OD. Okay, so get the OD. Does work very well up against the Timber and the CK for that matter. It is going to be a mid Wind Ranger by Makoto.
okay.
And I think the CM, like, although it's something a bit unexpected as the last pick, I do think just even having that mana aura, just giving the CK, giving the win, like everyone on the side of Boom Esports loves mana. They love to fight early. I think it's just going to allow them to snowball out of control even faster. Yeah. Quite frankly, having the CM on the team.
It definitely will. The beautiful thing about CM with Wind Ranger is that you as a Wind Ranger, sometimes you find yourself wanting that mana talent at 10, right? It's like 2.5 mana off the top of my head at that point, and it's massive. You don't need it. With a CM, you can skip that. You can go for the Shackle Shot cooldown and not have mana issues. That enables a lot for Mikato to play it, and we've seen that talent like do a ton of work, right? You get a full shackle off. You're gonna have it after in a second. Literally, what? No downtime, almost no downtime for a max level shackle. Just a lot of control, and as you mentioned, it also enables the Timber Saw and the Chaos Knight. So it's playing into that fast draft again for Boom. They will maximize that, but 032, I think they've covered their bases here. The OD coming out with Natsumi on the safe lane Ember instead. So now you have to contend with the OD. You've got to contend with the Soulbind Astronaut, and that is pretty potent. That's a lot of control. That's one way to stack up the Santi Eclipse charges, right, for the OD, and should help them get a massive nuke in some bigger team fights. You have to be a bit cautious about that from Boom. They can still punish. This is, I'd say, this draft from 032 is a bit slower, so you still have to be cautious about Boom playing a fast game here.
Yeah, I agree with that. They might actually run into each other down at this bot lane. There are 3 heroes heading down here from Boom, and for now, it seems like they want to try and run an aggressive tri-lane Boom Esports. See if they do want to keep it. Dreamercell might feel like he can solo the lane on the CK, but we'll find out as they are going in hide. Maven caught out and does with the Inkswell onto Matthew, but the block.
What?
Oh boy, they can't get the chains. He's out of range. Oh, that is unfortunate.
What?
Matthew, he had the battery assault going, but he got blocked by the Ember.
Oh no, Matthew.
Oh no, he went up the... Oh no.
No.
Oh, they tip him. That's not nice. No, give the guy a break. It's not his fault.
I feel bad watching that. It hurts, Mike. It hurts. Painful, but Boom, they don't care. They're happy. They're bullying here, and first blood going to them on, on Mikoto as well. So our mid player off with first blood gets to access some regen earlier on, and these early lanes are going to be important. You look at mid, it's the Wind Ranger lane up against the OD. Haven't seen the matchup in a long time, but it can go back and forth. Nico, of course, will play with the Astrals. Mikoto just going to try to nuke down the waves with his own power shot. It's going to be a bit for Nico to start applying maybe some damage on. And, Mikoto would say an early level in the Wind Run can just get some free hits. So Nico has got to watch that spacing. Of course, they're not as important to get those power runes, but the supports will still likely keep that locked in. And those supports are, spread across the lanes. Up top, you've got Matthew in that clock. It is a solo lane for FBZ, so it's just him against Matthew and Natsumi's Ember so far, and that does mean Boom is trying to apply pressure bot, a tri-lane, with Dreamusel, Kezgut, and High just looking for openings, trying to get some toss plays with the slow they can get with the Crystal Nova as well.
There's a toss onto Ninja Boogie, and he's going to pop the Inkswell, but there is probably zero chance of survival. Does connect with the stun, but actually getting a salve off. Dreamusel trying to cut him off, does cancel the salve. And, well, it's going to make matters a bit worse for Ninja Boogie now, as he does essentially waste that gold. And Dreamusel TPing straight back to that tier 1 tower, unwilling to lose any creeps.
Yeah, fantastic start for Boom, and we talked about it from draft, but this is a faster draft for 032. It's not as fast in laning as Boom, and Boom is just not relenting. Look how far back Bok is pushed back. He's just not able to even stand in that lane, and he's missing out on some EXP. That's not what you want here as the Underlord. You do need a good start to start ramping up to at least get the levels to start clearing some camps if you're really that desperate.
Thing is, if he gets close, he might get tossed in again. Hyde's waiting. Yeah, they'll go after Ninja Boogie. Ninja, he's going to get the ink swell off, but Hyde just tossing him back to Bok. You don't get the kill, but who cares? You make him waste some mana. Dreamer Soul's free farming. He's not missing any CS either, Dreamer Soul. He's using his bolt whenever he needs to secure some CS. Gonna find himself at the top of the last hits board, and that's at least gonna force a defensive tri lane. Matthew's gonna join down at the bot lane to help out, and that may help them out just a little bit, but you've still got to be very cautious of the fact that you are going to get tossed back if you get close. But Matthew going to go for the battery assault cogs onto Kescute, but that is probably just suicide right now. A nice ink swell, but Kescute is going to survive, and Hyde wants to continue the chase to at least get some substantial damage out onto the CM and Tiny.
You don't mind this dose, Boom. Look at the last hits you've got here on Dreamosol. 16-10 against the Underlord lane. Bok is stuck at the 6-0. Not slowing the progress of Dreamosol down. If he keeps this up, progress into the Midas is going to be smooth going. And when he gets that early Midas, it's going to be so much harder to slow down that farm for Dreamosol.
How's Natsumi going? 11 last hits so far on the Ember. FBZ not giving him a very free time. It's not an easy lane as the Ember Spirit either. Like, you're up against a Timbersaw who does have Whirling Death and level 3 chain, or rather level 2 chains. And every time you come close, you're gonna cop it. So Natsumi, he'll pull the creep wave away, try to get it behind his own
Ninja
towers.
Boogie.
Yeah, Ninja Boogie's gone. Matthew gonna go for an ink swell, try and get a trade off, but Dreamer Soul gonna be there to back Kescute up. There's your Crystal Nova. Matthew, can you finish the kill? He can, but it is gonna cost him his own life. And now poor old Bok is gonna get tossed back into Dreamer Soul, ripped it back, and the bolt's gonna fly out. All three heroes going down. And I think the importance of this defensive tri lane for 0-3-2 is, as the name implies, be defensive. It doesn't seem like the offensive stuff is working out.
No, it really isn't. Like, you fed Dreamosol 2 kills at this point, 4 kills down bot. Bok is at level 2. Dreamosol's at 4, about to hit 5. You can't stop the CK anymore. You have to accept that. Look at another lane to win out. Maybe mid is where you can get rotations off, but they've set their sights up top. You see Matthew Ninja Boogie trying to clump around FBZ, but that's a Timbersaw.
It is. FBZ, he'll be fine. He'll lose his courier, but that's going to be it. There's just so much time being wasted for 0-3-2 at the moment, trying to get something across the map done. Matthew just sitting at level 2 on the clock it's a very, very sad predicament for the Clockwork. You want to hit that level 3 mark and just have that level 2 battery assault. It's so much more damage. But he can't even get the XP for that, and now Hyde and Kescute are going to run into him, but Hyde is focused in on that OD, tossing it back to Makoto with the Focus Fire to come out, but Makoto has 0 damage. Focus Fire doing nothing to Nico. They might have to back off, and oh, that's a nice shackle though from Makoto, but still not going to be enough to deal with this OD.
Yeah, it's a lot of investment mid, because this is the one lane where 0-3-2, you know, they're drawing really even. It's still a slight lead for Mikato, but Nico is not too far behind. So the OD is the one here to find that stage, but man, they're just bullying Bok down bot.
They are tossing him back. TP's coming though. Dreamer Soul could be in danger. Matthew trying to close the gap, but does get stunned. They might just be able to get somebody else. It will be Hyde on the Tiny that is set to go down, and Bok will take the kill for himself on the Underlord. There's some much needed gold for this Underlord. He has been having a very tough time, but top lane, Natsumi does get soloed by FBZ.
That makes that entire rotation not worthwhile. Like, they couldn't back up the Ember. And FBZ at this point, you know, I mean, he's got his Soul Ring for a while. He's at level 6. Natsumi's just about to hit his own 6. And your solo Ember dying like this. He's getting EXP, but he's not finding that much farm. This is a scary spot. You've got 2 cores that need to snowball, just not finding it.
Whoa.
Snipe.
Kodo. Snipe on Dreamer Cell. Here we go. They're on a tear now. Dreamer Cell getting Bok. Natsumi trying to help out. He might need to leave, but Matthew is going to be there to cut Dreamer Cell off. Might be just stuck here. Really no way out, surely. He'll have the stick charges, gets a stun off, still trying to juke them. Natsumi on the chase. Dreamer Cell eating a lot of trees, but can't get out of this one. They do finally deal with the CK.
Yeah, important kills for 032. Good punishment, slowing down that Midas buildup. Opens up some space as well. Up top, you know, Bok manages to get the lane, but...
And Nico's gone. Avalanche toss with the focus fire out from Makoto. And with that Javelin now up on Makoto, you have plenty of damage output for this OD. And of course for Bok as well, but they can't quite catch out the Underlord. So instead, why not just focus down this top tier 1 tower that has no HP left?
Yeah, it's going to be an easy one to shove in, even if it's just FBZ alone. You do just send Mikado away. He wants to go back to farming. You know, he's just going to have a steady build up. There's still a 3k lead here for Boom. It's so early on to have that 3k lead, but they've maintained it for a while. And that's just down to these 3 cores. They're so far ahead in terms of farm. The closest gap is Natsumi to FBZ. Even then, that's like 800 gold apart. A very big amount at this point in the game. And that just means 032 have a lot of catching up to play here.
Top FBZ going in onto Bok, who just has to rift away unless Hyde gets the toss off, and he does. FBZ will have the damage out. They are TPing bot, where Dreamer Cell does take down Matthew, but will lose his life on the CK. They will have to let this one go, I think, Boom. No, Hyde, he wants to keep going. Now the Avalanche available at the time. You gotta love this this roaming support duo of Hyde, NLSN being played by Kezcute. They've been very effective.
Oh, they definitely have. They make the CM look like such a meta hero, just getting the control off, getting the follow-up stuns, and all of it lining up. Still 032, they're not letting go. They've got a good position here around Natsumi. They're trying to build up on the Ember, and they're going to look for kills.
Avalanche toss, they have caught out Matthew, but Natsumi wants to take the fight. Getting a lot of damage out onto Hyde, and will have to remnant away. Can't secure the kill. Luckily for them, they did back as Makoto was coming in, but what am I hearing Dreamer Cell? He's in the Ancients. Makoto. Jackal Yeti's waiting. Won't bother.
It's time being bought out. I think 032 is going to appreciate that for Nico and for Bok. They get to play some catch-up. They are finding some farm. You could say the same for Dreamocell. His Midas is just about ready, I believe so. 10-minute Midas power treads and bracer. Not the fastest, but also not bad timing at all. It's pretty darn good to get that pace on. Still a 5k lead here for 032. Haven't really set eyes to any tower. You can see Boom though going for that bot tier 1. You don't have that same clump up here from 032 to go for an objective.
No, you don't. Casually focus it down. Tier 1 bot gone. Still trying to deal with the tier 1 top tower, but there's going to be plenty of time for them to go for a defense if they want. Even maybe transition into that mid lane if they do wish to do so. But no, they're going to go for the defense attempt, and it'll be on to Bok, who is just way too far. FBZ is going to come in. Bok, can he survive? Probably not.
No.
Question is, can Matthew get out?
No,
he's trying, but the Chakram's going to be up pretty soon. Okay. Hyde. Oh, that wasn't the toss. Hyde still needs an avalanche, and is going to get it in time. Matthew going to have his TP cancelled, and looks like Matthew is indeed not going to get away. Perhaps he will. FBZ, he's out of mana. They actually have to let him go.
Safe plays from Boom. Opting not to overextend. They know how far ahead FBZ is. If they were punished up there, would have been pretty costly. Still, happy at 4-12, 6k lead here for Boom. FBZ just planting the mango tree and chopping it immediately, so just getting mangoes for himself, not sharing. I'm a bit greedy of him, but that's perfectly fine. I don't know why you do that, actually. I have no clue why you chop it, but it's okay. It's not like Dreamosol needs it. I mean, if he's not fighting, then you don't need mangoes.
True. Bot lane Makoto TP'd out just in the nick of time. And, well, they're going to push in that mid tier 1 tower. Loses half his HP to FBZ. Dreamosol catches out Matthew. Gonna go, and that tier 1 tower is gonna follow.
It's gone. The defense wasn't quite there for 0-3-2. You can't really expect just a clockwork to get that done. And well, lead goes up to 7k, Mike. 13 minutes in. You are looking for certain timings here for Nico. He is going for the Axe a little.
BZ in trouble on the timber, trying to survive this one, but there's so much stun coming out. He's gonna chain away, but there's no way, surely no. OD dishing out a lot of damage there. Be enough. That is a pretty big pick off on the Timbersaw. They'll be happy with that one, 0-3-2.
Yeah, an important one to stall the progression of that Tim, so nice kill coming out, helps Nico accelerate towards that Ags. And once you've got that Ags, the 2 charges in the Astral, you know, getting those stacks up for the Santies. And again, none of these heroes in Boom have particularly high int. The cores are going to melt, especially Dreamosol and FBZ, and they're just continuing the tips on Matthew.
Well, Matthew got a nice hook shot off. Thought for 1 second, FBZ is going to make the chase. And that's Matthew probably dead. Try and buy some time here, but they have the chains up on FBZ, and High's just going to go ahead and... No, it's going to be FBZ to take the kill. What I don't understand about what Matthew just did is he hook-shotted Hyde, then broke the cogs immediately to give Hyde a way out. And that didn't allow the Firestorm to come in from Bok, who was around. Just
a lack of coordination. Even Natsumi just melts to FBZ's damage all the way less than half. Ooh.
He forced him out of there.
It's just dicey.
Yeah, he is 0-3-2.
It's just really dicey all around for the Pinoy boys. You know, 7k disadvantage. They've still got to see this build up here from Bok and from Nico. And in fact, even Bok on the Underlord, he's forced to go Yules first. You never like seeing that on the Underlord, right? You want the ore items, but he just doesn't have the gold for it. He just can't farm up to get there, and he just needs something to give him some utility in these fights.
I've never seen an Underlord's Yules rush.
No,
that's
never.
a new one for me.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures, right? At least with the Yules, if you drop the pit, you can get the Yules midway, refresh the route, and kind of get more control. You can bail yourself out as well. You can stall, say, Boom from jumping someone, get a Yules, offensive Yules used there, and can just find opportunities that way.
There are 5 heroes up top from 0-3-2 trying to get this tier 1 tower, and FBZ still trying to hold them back. We'll try and chain now. The TPs are flying in. Makoto, he's got an MKB up. This could be dangerous, but the Dark Rift should let him out, and does. FBZ unable to get a toss off in time. Very, very good Uber ride for 0-3-2 all the way back to the fountain.
I mean, it's an awkward one as well, though, right? Like, they were grouped as 5. Boom wasn't quite together yet, and they don't find an opportunity, and oh no.
Hyde sees the smoke broken, does jump in, but there are way too many heroes there, Hyde. Props to Hyde, however, he literally almost killed off Bok. But here come the rest of Boom now.
Ooh.
Great shackles out from Makoto with the focus fire and Nico, and the hammer is not going to do enough. Dreamosol come in, goes on to Natsumi. They might be able to get this Simba. Tries to remnant away. Dreamosol has the rift, gets another hit off, but it is not going to be enough. Actually, it's a lot of Boom Esports that are falling here. FBZ lost his line, and Dreamosol's been left alone. It's actually going to be a successful team fight for 0-3-2.
Yeah, it's really big wins. Very important for them to find those. You're not very happy about losing Nico, but you're building up on Natsumi. Or Ember finding those kills does get a nice big shot in the bank account. You're going to be very chuffed with that result. Lead down to 6k for Boom. They're still really far ahead, but have to be cautious. Very keen on that initiation. They were too scattered out to maximize that. And you know, they're punished. Maybe once you've got Kezcute with at least the level in the freezing field, you can play in those kinds of confined areas a bit better. But you saw the effect of just a prolonged fight up against that AoE control, AoE damage from 032. It can pile up.
Matthew, good hook shot in onto Makoto. Got him into cogs, but the focus fire is doing a lot of damage out onto our clockwork, and
Ooh,
Matthew is gone. Bok doesn't have the damage. In fact, now Hyde's going to blink in. They're trying, but Makoto is just so far ahead that he just essentially 2v1s them.
Yeah, unfortunate, but they are punished. Boom, gonna drag that lead back to 7k up, and Mikado showing us why you don't really want to mess with a Wind Ranger when they have that MKB. Focus Fire does do a lot. We were talking about the Underlord, right? Making the Wind Ranger tickle with the atrophy. He left the atrophy at level 1, so he's not reducing that damage by much, and that just means Mikado can continue to pile on there with a Focus Fire.
I mean, I don't necessarily blame him either for leaving it at 1. It's just seems to just need a. He wants to be a bit more, right, than just a walking aura now. It's been such a tough game for Bok as Matthew. Speaking of tough games, Matthew on the clock is not having a good time at all.
No. It's been difficult, and you know, Clockwork's one of those supports that if you fall behind, it just gets hard to catch up. And
they're just going everywhere now. Hyde gets another, and Makoto picks up a double. They're going back in onto Natsumi. Gonna send a remnant out. Might even still have the control now for Bok, who's gonna get tossed back from Hyde. He tries the Dark Rift, but it might just be too late. He'll go for the Yule's usage. Is it gonna be enough? Ooh. No. Even with the Yules, just not enough time. Boom, just continue to dominate the map.
It's difficult for 032 now. They don't consider jungle to farm in. They're gonna have to play elsewhere as Boom, they're not relenting. They smoked.
Kingswell gonna connect onto Dreamer Cell. Matthew, however, is dead. And well, now Nico is just gonna get dived by Dreamer Cell. Just doesn't really care on the CK. He comes Hyde with the toss back in onto the OD, and FBZ just rips him to shreds. Ninja Boogie is also gone. Oh man, it's just a massacre. Oh, make it stop. The avalanche toss back onto Natsumi. They're gonna go after Bok now. And, Bok, he's gone. That's an ultra for FBZ. He'd love a rampage, I'm sure. And it seems as though the Ember has no remnants left. So FBZ gonna go for it and does get it. A rampage out for FBZ.
Ooh, man. 032, 10 to 25. Yeah, they found a kill on Mikado. That's great. But, I mean, how do you stop this? How do you stop a Timbersaw, a CK who are so farmed up, you do not have damage to deal with it? Like Natsumi, Bok, and Nico have made no progress towards any of these items. The Ags are still queued up for Natsumi and Nico, but they've only barely got enough to buy one part. It looks like Nico's got enough to buy 2. He's 300 off, well, 200 off to finishing the Ags, but the Ags alone doesn't feel like it's gonna be enough necessarily.
Ninja Boogie meeting his end in the mid lane. Dreamer Soul just gonna clean him up. The Roshan pit, I believe, for Boom Esports. Gonna be a pretty quick Roshan with the MKB on Makoto. They do get scanned out on the side of 032. FBZ just gonna go straight up and make sure everything's looking alright up here. While the Roshan is going to get finished up by Makoto and Dreamer Soul.
Oh, match you.
FPT I look away for a second and he's just ripping someone else to shreds. Matthew's gone now.
It's your favorite target to pick down on, but a kill, it's a kill. Boom. They've got the Aegis up and running. They are ready to look. There are still 2 tier 2s up. Gonna have to go for those towers first if you want to get multiple racks, but they've got all the space in the world. 14k lead. You might have to contend with an Ags flying out soon for Nico. Does have that ready, but...
Oh, hide. It's got Ninja Boogie. Makoto, power shot will fly through. I guess with the Ags on the OD, you've got something. We are 22.5 minutes in, though. Start to question the effectiveness of this OD now. On the brighter side, Natsumi is buying time by skipping the creep wave in that mid lane, but they might just start setting up for that top lane instead. Seems to be the idea here from Boom. To top lane and quick smoke up into Natsumi. FBZ gonna get the Yules on. Doesn't really have a way to lock him down. Natsumi just gonna go for the immediate TP out.
It's one of the plays that 032 can get done to stall out, and it is going to be massively helpful still. That smoke's running for Boom, and they're circling in that jungle.
Oh,
no.
He just wants the Spirit Vessel. That's all he wants to get. It's 130 gold offered, and he just dies like that.
Painful, but I mean, that's the life you live. He's not even under a ward, mind you. Like, they have their own ward. They just all... He has a magnet on him or something. They keep going to him, you know? It's like magnetic north for Boom, and they just whack away.
Yep. Every time. Back into that triangle for Makoto. He's not done. Got some arrows left over. Take the haste rune and might make his way up top. See Natsumi, who is working towards what appears to be a Radiance.
Yeah, actually opting for that.
And nice shackle out from Makoto. They'll wait out the avalanche toss, and that'll be Natsumi gone.
You are no match.
Such surgical play from Boom Esports. What's Dota Plus saying? 97%.
Yeah, it's a bit generous. I would peg it somewhere else, but there is still a small chance for 032. Their high ground, right, with the Santis Eclipse is going to be key to their defense. If you can get a lot of stacks with the Astral, with some Arcane Orb right clicks, and then drop the Hammer, there are no defensive items here from Boom.
Hook shot going to be out onto our CM with the Soulbind. That should be at least Kescute dead. That's really the only target they can afford to kill at the moment. Get something. The Boom Esports are just interested in going back into that mid lane and finishing off that tier 2 tower that's still standing. That's exactly what they're going to do. Go down.
There's just no stopping it. You can't fight outside right now. It has to be the high ground play for 032. The Aegis, though, for Boom, it only has about a minute left. So that's something they've got to be a bit cautious about, but they're not in a rush. You know, they get to sit back, they get to farm, they've got the entire map under their control. 20k lead, 25 minutes in.
Going back down bot. Hyde has just been so influential here on this Tiny, and they can smell Matthew, Johnny. I don't know what... Matthew is not under vision. I don't know how they know every time, but they know exactly where he is. They will take him out.
Oh, man. Matthew is 11 of the 30 kills that Boom has. Just a third of all the kills that Boom has had. It's been Matthew. It's been a rough one for our clock. That's putting it easy.
Natsumi.
Oh no.
Yeah, Makoto. Just... I mean, they're playing with their food at this point, Boom Esports. It's not even close.
No.
In their worth lead, there'll be a Soulbind out. The double
Where's your OD?
I don't know.
Where's the Astral?
Just chilling in the back. They do wait out the Aegis at least. Problem is, Dreamersaul's got a double damage, and now Hyde's going to jump in with an avalanche toss onto Bok, and he's just gone. Hookshot is going to be out on Hyde, so maybe they can get a trade, and they do. Rod of Atos out onto Matthew. Now an Aghanim Scepter available on Makoto.
Just even more utility. You know, you've got that upgraded wind run. Gonna be nice to have that. Level 20 on Mikado. Compare that to Nico's 15. Massive 5-level lead. It's tough now. 032, of course, their high ground is still intact. Their tier 3 is still alive. But they don't have any access points on the map left. The items, it's gonna be slow going for them to find some camps to farm those up.
They even found a nice craggy coat there, so if you wanted FBZ to get just a little bit tanky, I guess he could take that. Not that he really needs the bonus armor.
It's a tricky one. 032. I think they've got to play as a team. There's something missing here. Like, they drop that Soulbind, but they don't get the Astral off. That is key. That is how they win these engagements. Just get an immediate 6 stacks on the Santies, and then you can think about dropping it hard. Now there's a heart on Dreamersault, and it's getting really hard to kill him off.
So he wants to start the high ground push once again. Smoke up, Matthew, he'll go for a hook, and it's a good one. He's got 2 on the cogs. It's going to be FBZ and Hyde with the Soulbind flying out, but Matthew just gets leaded by Dreamersault. Now look to turn it back around. Looping from the backside. They've got the Dark Rift going. They want out of here. They get the Yules off onto the Underlord, and Nico just dies.
Oh no, it looked good, right? They get a great hookshot cogs, the Soulbind on top, but it's just not enough.
Oh, Holden. So doesn't have any Phantasm Illusion, so the push is not going to be as fast as he would have hoped. But Makoto just going to jump, focus fire out to Ninja Boogie, pops the BKB, he's just going for it. What are you going to do? Nothing they could have done to stop him from doing that.
Oh man, how is Ninja Boogie worth 503 gold?
Question, John.
How does that happen?
May have been unreliable gold from the Philosopher's Stone.
Oh yeah, that's fair. It's still the defense is not going well.
Hook shot out. Matthew back onto Kescute. Doesn't get the cogs off in time. See, just gonna chain back in. Hyde tossing FBZ back, and they get the Soulbind there. But it's Dreamersault. He's the problem. Matsumi is getting destroyed by Makoto, and Nico is also gone on the OD. Matthew just gonna hide in the trees and try to TP out, and we'll make it out. But, oh, Bok is not gonna be so lucky. Dreamersault on a tear.
Ooh,
back to the ranks.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to stop them. No buybacks. It can be half a minute until these cores are back up. Just gonna slowly demolish that high ground, and they've got Sustain, and they've got Guardian Greaves from FVZ to fill them up again. They've got an Ags on Dreamersault. Who's he gonna clone?
Well, the Ags just clones everyone now.
Nah, like you can select an ally to clone out, or you get an extra one. So I'm not sure which one you'd want to. I mean, you'd probably just want the extra one, right? Unless you for some reason want a clone of Mikado for whatever purpose.
Oh, Matthew. Yeah, it's a tough one for old Matthew.
13 out of 39.
Keeping it at 1/3. Bit of malice. Going to be a nice jump in from Natsumi, but the BKB are out from Makoto. And look at Bok just melt on the Underlord. Do at least lose Kezcute, but he's going to buy back, and Natsumi's gone, but he'll buy back. They're going to try to defend this final lane of barracks. FBZ going to use himself up. Going to be chained up, looking for a chains, and does get it off. And now Makoto with the focus fire. They'll take down Bok. Back to the Tier 3 tower. 35k net worth lead. Dota+ has given up 100% the way of Boom Esports. FBC. Yeah, he just casually throws out the chain in the middle of the lane over and over again. It just makes people panic, I guess.
Yeah, just keep you on your toes, you know. But into the Roche, why not? Well, you know, just to tie it up. Roshan, Aegis Cheese for Boom, coming out here, and well, it's 0-3-2. They can't go out. They can't stop it.
Tip Kezcute.
He brought his courier. Oh yeah, of course. That's exactly it. Because he bought back, right?
Yep.
So he needs that second life.
That's how confident Boom are they've won. They're giving their CM the Aegis, and like I said, Dota+ is agreeing with them. However, on the other side, Natsumi is trying to get a jump in. Bok already with the Dark Rift out, but Matthew, he's hook shot in, and there's your Phantasm Illusions coming out, and they Dark Rift away. GG is called.
Yeah. The valiant attempt for 0-3-2, but Boom, they're joking around today, Mike. Dominant wins, start to finish, game 1 into game 2, 14-40, 40k lead at 33 minutes. We have never seen such a
seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our final series of the night. It's going to be between Neon Esports and TNC Predator, and it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, before we talk about these teams or anything like that, March, apparently, for anyone that wasn't aware, John's been annoying March from TNC for a long time about watching certain YouTube shows about Filipino food. And this whole time that you've been annoying March, and you've been annoying him for a long time, this whole time he didn't know you were Filipino.
Radiant team.
Oh, I love March. I love March. I don't know how, but it's been literal months since I've been asking the dude about Filipino food, you know. Not even months, maybe almost a year now, hasn't it? But I don't know how the connection wasn't made, I guess. No, you know what? It's because March has better things to think about. You don't need to bother thinking about me. It doesn't matter, you know. So
doesn't take that much brain power, John, to figure out that you're that you must be Filipino if you're recommending Filipino YouTube channels. Well, what did you call him afterwards? You said something in a different language that apparently nobody could translate for the poor guy. He was just left guessing.
Lottie's, so it's Lottie's idol in reverse, right? IDOL reverse Lottie, and that's what we say here. Or it was a fad. I don't know if people still do it. I'm like a year out of date, 2 years out of date because of how long I stayed in Singapore. But that's what you call people you look up to, Lottie, you know. So March, Lottie, TNC, full of Lotties, Neon, Lottie, all these guys are idols, mga Lodi, as we'd say. And it's gonna be a fun one, Mike. TNC up against Neon. Two Pinoy stacks, well, mainly Pinoy stacks up against each other. And, you know, Neon has been up and down. They've had a lot of promise. TNC, way up there, especially after, as you mentioned, ESL won Thailand. They came out on top. So it's an exciting one to watch out for. You know, I'm pretty energized. Hopefully you are as well, Mike.
Hopefully I am, John. I'm pretty energized, John. You know how it is. I've been drinking Monsters on the side, just getting it into me. It's getting late right now. It's 9:30 p.m. at night. My wife ordered Indian food today.
I love
Believe it or not. Yeah, so do I, John. Guess what? She didn't buy me any. Get any food. They're outside in the living room eating right now. I can smell it. I can smell the butter chicken, beef vindaloos in the back somewhere. Can't eat it. Didn't buy me any, John. No dishes for me.
No, but who needs food, Mike, when you have the delicious taste of Monster? And it just keeps us up. I mean, we've been up for such a long time. It's been a longer day, but the matches keep going. We've already got the draft in hand, right? Bloodseeker Grimstroke coming out for TNC. We're going to see that double rupture. Just people bleeding all around. Gotta love to see it. Neon Esports, straightforward. Phoenix on hand, right? It's a straightforward combo. Seen it multiple times. They don't have the option for the Void, but maybe the Mars makes its appearance. Maybe something else. Nothing too much being shown here just yet from Neon.
No, they haven't. Neon, of course, we've been talking about them quite a lot as of late. Of course, they've been putting on some real performance. However, throughout the BTS Series 3, so far, it hasn't been the greatest start for them, right? They had a draw, they lost 2-0 up against Boom, and then they had a good day yesterday where they got a 2-0 up against New. So they're kind of in the middle of the pack right now. But we want to kind of see them get back to that form they had just a couple weeks back, because they were really on top of their game, and they're going to need it right now, right? Because you lost 2-0 against Boom. TNC is going to be that much harder, right? So you've got to get your stuff sorted right here, right now in this draft, because it's not going to be an easy match.
No, definitely not. And the thing about these two teams facing up against each other as well is because both of these teams value that Chen. You know, TNC's March Chen is super scary, along with Neon, of course, Scam, and John Yuel. Chen, you're not going to see that slide through. So that comfort pick for Neon gets put on the back. Probably not going to see it at all in this series. So that means Neon has to bring out a different playstyle. We're going to have to see what Scam hero comes out, because again, we've seen a lot more unorthodox heroes for Scam. Maybe the Scam Spectre starts to make a reappearance. You know, it's something that he really does excel in. He's been playing it forever, ever since we started covering Scam. It's one of his mainstay heroes. And I find that Neon, when they need to go up against these stronger teams, that Spectre is a solid base to build off of. So Neon, I mean, it's still there. You don't quite have the combos for it, and it's still a bit unsafe, but you could opt for it. They go with the clock first. So it's that Clockwork Phoenix combo we've seen a couple of times here, Mike. I believe that does mean JG Phoenix on the offlane. So tiny clock support duo. Yeah, it's potent, right? And you can play around. If you do land that good cogs, the egg is going to do a lot of work, and the Sunray follow-up is great as well. So solid combos overall. Have to worry just a bit about cogging your own teammates in a blood right. That can be a bit dicey. TNC for their part, they just pick up the Venge. Straightforward kind of support pick. Swap people out from the battery salt cogs. Gives them some breathing room to disengage here as well.
Which means, John, with that Venge, we are more than likely about to see a Gabby Drow pop up. No real surprises if that is going to be the case. Excuse me. Neon Esports can they pick it up now? Yeah, they can. They'll take it. So they'll take the Drow, and that's going to be a deny pick for TNC, but TNC don't care because they will go for the Arc Warden. Oh, it's disgusting, isn't it, John?
Ooh, it really is, but it's perfect here, you know. Into a Drow, you're just not gonna hit until that MKB is up. You'll be able to punish it with, say, the Clockwork though. So if you hookshot him, you trap him in, the damage can come true. But the Drow's not gonna do that damage. I feel like that was a bit of a bait. TNC, they don't. I mean, they could run. They have run the Venge Drow, but I don't think it's when they're most effective. You know, they're much more effective with a lot more active of a lineup, and the Drow for Neon's side, they have nothing to combine it with. Maybe following up on the Clockwork initiation, maybe protecting the Phoenix Egg with a Gust is the big stuff, but that synergy isn't direct. The timings don't quite line up, so Neon's last pick will have to tie this entire draft together. I don't see any heroes that really make complete sense for it, but that's the task they have on hand here.
You know, I was reading excuse me, I was reading a funny, a bit of a funny tweet before that made me chuckle a little bit that I thought I'd share with you, John. Shout out to Middle Meepo, by the way. He was the one who brought it up on Twitter. But remember that Saudi prince that spent like, that has 87,000 battle pass levels?
Yeah.
Imagine how much he must want the Treasure 3 to come out right now. Like how many Treasure 3s does he have just sitting in his account right now that he can't access? Could you imagine how many treasures he's waiting to go through?
A ton. Well, actually, not that much, considering how they spread out per level. Sad thing is, it's not that much. Less than you'd expect for that amount of levels, I'll tell you. Less than you'd expect.
Probably might not even get the ultra rare. 86,000.
No, not enough.
You know, I still haven't got an ultra rare throughout this battle pass. I've opened 50 plus treasures for each treasure. Can't get an ultra rare, John.
Yeah, you know, we make fun play gacha games. If you think about it, this battle pass is a gacha game. So you know, if you look down on gacha games and you spend in the battle pass, you got twice about that. It is funny though. Still, Mike, for your case, I'd say get good. You know, you got to spend. You know, if you want to win, you got to spend in that game. No, you've got to rack it up. Still,
it is true. I didn't spend enough money. That is the case. It was my fault. Don't
Your fault.
Don't
Your fault
blame it on.
entirely.
Don't blame it on Gabe. He's
Nope.
fine. He's just doing the right thing.
That he is.
TNC Predator. Final pickup, John. They are requiring a mid pickup here for Armel. Something that could preferably set a tempo and fight early on. I was going to bring up the Kunkka, but Neon Esports did ban it out.
Seconds remaining.
What else do we have? Someone to catch out the Drow in these team fights.
Radiant team pick.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
Pango.
that's it. The Pango comes out. You don't have to worry about any way of locking him in because you've got the Grimstroke. You don't have room for a Bane here for Neon. So it's going to be a good Pango game for TNC. Going to be interesting to see where these heroes go exactly. It's an Armel Arc Warden or a Gavi one. It's a bit up in the air. The KP hero as well, right? It's a bit open whether it's a Pango or the Blood. So some options there. I believe it should be KP Pango with maybe Armel Blood, Gabby Arc Warden. That sounds right, but it is open for shuffling for TNC and Neon. They've seen what's laid out before them. Again, they still need a way to combine that Phoenix with a Drow to tie in their timings here. It's a bit all over the place right now. It can play really fast, but it just feels a bit disjointed because you're not seeing the reasoning behind a Drow, and it's already counteracted beyond it just being blocked to prevent the Venge Drow, as you mentioned. But by itself in this lineup, it just doesn't do much for me, you know?
I agree. It's it's still a potent hero, but it requires a bit more than just being good. And right now, it's just a matter of are they going to be able to allow the Drow to sit back and relax and just hit people? Because it's not going to be easy up against the Bloodseeker, the Pangolier, the Venge. They're all going to be chasing you down, trying to get an initiation on the Drow, because once the Drow is lost, the team fight is basically over anyway. Neon, they're going to finish off with the Bat Rider. I'm having problems with this draft, John, if I'm honest. I am.
Yeah.
It's, all right, so play hard.
It's not clean.
Posh Tiny. It looks like they're trying to finish this game fast, from what I can tell, which is fine, but they could probably lose this game in 10 minutes if it goes badly in the remaining stage.
I don't know about losing in 10, but it's going to be hard for them to bounce back. That's my issue here, because you pick Bat Rider last, right? They could drag it on, but it's
obviously they're not going to be hitting the Ancient at 10. You get my point. I mean, the game's basically going to be over if they have a bad start.
Oh, for sure. And you pick a Bat Rider to Titan, and it jumps in, deals with Arc Warden. But Mike, you pick that into Avenge that was already there as the third pickup, right? So your lasso is going to be broken by swap. I'm sure March is going to position himself well, as he tends to. So there's a lot here on the plate for JG to find that initiation. They do have to play pretty fast from Neons and maximize Scam's Drow, maximize the early damage Yapaj can bring out in the Tiny, and try to close it out. I agree with you. 10 minutes, the laning phase, super important for Neon to exert their dominance, and TNC, for their part, it's a slower game for them. They've got the Gabby Arc Warden, of course, so it's going to need to farm up. It's the KP Blood, and the Armel Pango. It needs a bit more, especially Gabby, but if they hold out in those first 10 minutes, then you're good as gravy. Nothing to worry about.
We have a quick disconnection here from Neon, which will give time for Armel to get some late dinner in. Some merienda.
Yep. Important. It is running late, and I mean, sad thing is you have to live with the reality that there's some good Indian food outside. It's not for you.
I'm still smelling it. It's that strong. I do have a pretty big house, John. I can smell it everywhere. It's making me really upset. I'm gonna have to smell it during this whole cast, and even when I'm finished, there's gonna be none left because they didn't order me in. I'm gonna starve. And you know what the worst part?
Yeah. Yep. You might as well just book the entire BTS Pro. Tell them I'm gonna be casting. Have this ready for me every night. just get it set. That's it, man. I miss Indian. You talking about it? I miss paneer. Like anyone that knows what paneer is, the good stuff. That is the good stuff. Whew. Paneer. Oh man, just paneer with some basmati rice. You're in heaven. A little ghee on top, just because you don't care about your weight, and that is golden.
I need to make personal tax now, John. I've been trying. Jeez. Take it easy.
Hey, I don't care. I don't care about weight. I had a ton of paneer ghee rice before in Singapore when I was staying with my friends. For some reason, and this is a bit of a segue, for some reason, us Filipinos get along very finely with Indians. Something about the culture really well. What's JG on about? Straight English. Wait, please. Ping Spike just now. Oh, he's making fun of your pause typing in straight English. Oh, come on, boys. Inglesero, huh?
Hey. This is an English stream, sir. I have no idea what you're saying. What did you just say?
I would just say it's a term we use to call someone who speaks in English. Englishero, Englishero. An English speaker.
You mean like are you trying to, like, is it another way of saying white person?
No, like literally someone who enjoys English, because it's just, it's like I was called that a lot as a kid. I was actually, a lot of people asked me if I was like Filipino American, and they were always confused when I said no. And so they just always called me the Inglesero kid, like the English speaking kid. That weird kid in the corner who can't speak to his friends because he doesn't speak Tagalog. I had a rough upbringing, Mike. Let me tell you.
What a loser.
Oh yeah.
What an absolute. You can't. Well, I thought you could speak it, John.
I can, but when I was a kid, it was really bad. It was completely accented. Like if I said a sentence now, and there are Filipino viewers in there, I'm sure they'd have a laugh about the accent. It's a very stiff accent, and you've heard, and you've also laughed at how stiff it is because you know how Filipino it's supposed to sound. It's super stiff. I do sound non-native. The worst thing is, I'm not even from a part of the Philippines where it's completely like Tagalog. It's a mix of like regional dialects, so something called Bisaya, and I literally have no way of talking in that. I just can't speak Bisaya. I just can't. And when I try, my mom gets mad at me because she says I sound really bad. Like my own mom's like, "Hey, shut up! Stop it!" it's
telling you not to speak your native language.
Yeah, it's something. It's that's not my fault.
That's so sad. It's like, Jonathan, you shut your damn mouth and speak English. Don't you dare speak Filipino. You disgusting. Terrible. Oh,
pretty stiff. There was this one time because I was in Singapore at a young age, like 17, my first time out for university, and I was with my friends from the scholarship. We were going out, so we met up at this place. I ran a bit late, and this is a joke only. This is a joke. A lot of Tagalog speakers would get a bit better. So I came up. These guys were mainly from Manila. They spoke Tagalog, and I said in Filipino. So I'm gonna say it in Filipino. Hi guys, sorry I'm late. Nalibog ako. Right? Nalibog ako, which in Bisaya means I'm lost. My friends looked at me weird, and I didn't know why. And apparently, nalibog has a very different context that I just realized you can't say on stream. It's a state of mind. It's a state of mind that doesn't quite line up. So when I said I was lost, they thought I said else, and it caused some very confusing exchanges right there. So you see, even when I speak my own language, I fail.
So you're telling me not only can you not get your language right, John, you can't even tell me the joke right.
No,
we can't even.
I can't say it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I apologize for this, whatever this is from John Expire. Or, casting money you're making, sir, and we'll have to take the Tagalog classes and get you sorted out.
I tried, Mike, grade school, high school, I barely passed. Did you know what? So we have this, like, we have a book that we're all supposed to read in high school, and y'all Filipino boys would know this. We read something called Nolly Matang. It's a book written by our national hero, right?
Yeah.
Past the subject. I didn't even read it in Filipino. I read it in English. Answered from the. I just couldn't do it, man. I was just so bad. It was so bad. It was like old Filipino, so very formal. I couldn't read it. It just bored me to death, and I couldn't understand half of it. Even less. I couldn't understand less than half. Way less. Oh yeah.
Do you know how to speak it now, right?
I mean, I speak it as well as I've always spoken it.
But like, if somebody came up to you and said, "Hey, John, I've got this gig. I'm gonna pay you 10 times any other casting gig, but you need to do it in Filipino." If Valve called you and said they need a Filipino caster tomorrow for TI10, are you telling me you couldn't do it in Filipino?
I could do it really bad. I think the audience would throw tomatoes at me. Like the Filipino audience would just laugh me out. It would not go well. I mean, it would not go well. It just wouldn't. It would really ruin me. On the bright side, you know, maybe right now, so happy if TNC decided to force March to eat some Filipino food. I'm just surprised they haven't done that. Like, again, he says he likes tapa, right? You know what tapa? You know, cured meat. And it's so basic. Like, there's so much unique, interesting foods, and I feel like Filipino and Korean tastes kind of line up. It's just funny, I just want March to have some, you know?
It's funny that that's the only thing he'll eat, because when I met QO a few weeks ago, he ate all my jerky, which is basically cured meat.
Yeah, exactly. Huh. Maybe it's an MVP Phoenix thing, huh?
Yeah. I was annoying QO about MVP Phoenix as well, John. I've been trying to get him to try and get it started again. Tells me there's no chance of it happening, but I'm gonna keep trying, so don't you worry.
Yeah, keep trying for all of us, Mike. That's everyone's wish.
100 ping handicap for Armel.
Alright, partida na daw. Maawa ka naman, they're just saying give Armel a handicap just to give us a chance. Japoy's asking for a chance. Yopaj, right? We talked about this. Yopaj, Japoy. It's a flip around like Lodi, Idol, and Lodi. Yeah, we're weird, man. I don't know. It's funny because you're the one living upside down, Mike. You should be the one flip, but we're the ones flipping it.
It is true. Tell you, John, it's very hard to go to the bathroom when we're upside down. Very hard. Learn to do it.
Still, not too much excitement over this yet.
Look at this bot lane, though. They've just been left alone here. KP and Skem. A lot of heroes up top. 4 heroes from TNC. They're going to try and go for a fight. And play hard. Going after March, but now the surround is here, and they are going to just focus down, play hard. I'm getting PTSD from the last game, John.
Oof.
Yeah. Play hard goes. Somewhere out there. Matthew is smiling.
Yeah, that's the you will experience it too, play hard. Still, you know, it takes a little bit more effort for TNC, and he gets to reset. Back in the lane, he's gonna be with JG on that offlane Batrider. They are gonna be up against Gabby and March.
So your Paj is on 100 ping. Is that what the deal is here?
No, they want Armel on 100 ping.
No,
I think
I'm pretty sure your Paj is on 100 ping, dude.
No. Gabby's saying, do you want 100 ping handicap on Armel? And they're like, nah. And March is like, 100 ping is nothing for him.
See you later.
Not much of a handicap, frankly.
Gabby's
it's dinner time, Mike.
Paused us. Dinner time. There. Pancakes up. Wonder what it is. You know, the ironic thing is, he's playing from Australia, and he's never disconnected. Like, well, all of you, all the rest, 9 other players are Filipinos playing on the Singapore server. KP is the only one in Australia right now, and he's not having any problems.
Yeah. Yopaj. This was a pause from TNC. Yopaj takes the time to just get a disconnect as well. Why not? You know? But yeah, because well, you know, it's a different level of bad, Mike. What can I say? Just on a whole new level. It's a whole new world of disconnects. Oh man, chat! I just checked. Chat.
Yeah.
I just checked. They went wild over that story. They know. Y'all know what I said. Yeah, to my friends, that one with Libog. I'll just say it because I can't get in trouble. It's in Filipino, Libog.
No, hold on. Don't say anything. You know, we don't know if we're gonna get in trouble. Jeez.
All right. Too much fun there. Too much fun.
Too much fun. Back to the game. Back to serious mode. KP at the spot lane, going to be up against Scam and John Newell. Tim's also going to be there, and actually this Phoenix is in a bit of danger. Be alright though, surely. Fine, just find that tier 1 tower and we'll have to salve up.
And that's one of the difficulties of laning against that Bloodseeker. Every time you drop low, you're pressured to immediately heal up. The salves are that much more important. Every tango counts. Because once you drop low and KP gets level 2, Thirst kicks in and he can use that low HP advantage to push into Scam and get a lot of damage off. Have to be careful about balancing it on that Phoenix.
Mid lane going very evenly so far, but Mel, he's hit that level 3 mark now, so that lucky shot is going to start coming into this this 1v1, and of course lucky shot can be very, very frustrating to play against, especially when you are the tiny. Mel going to continue trying to get that proc and continue using those voice lines against your Page.
Ooh, yeah. This is the risk for your Pod. Just every disarm, he's just not winning these trades. You're going to be important on those power runes as well, but look at that. Your Pod low, 1 tango left, Thirst kicks in, and you just put more pressure in the side lanes when you win trades like that.
Be careful. Well, the Washbuckle here from Armel. He wants to go for it. Have a look at the top lane quickly. March is there on the Venge, of course, with Gabby on the Arc Warden. Eva, play hard on the clock. JG on the Bat Rider. Fairly standard stuff here, not too much happening. Looks like Gabby has been sitting very far back, making sure JG can't get too aggressive with this Bat Rider. That's the idea, right? The Phoenix at the moment. Your Page, however, is copying so much harass, and as soon as that stun came out from March, it'll force out the TP from Play Hard. And you see March, he just runs straight back up top. He was more than happy with that TP being expended, but Armel is gonna die because of it.
Ooh, yeah, ruthless Yapaj with the punishment in the avalanche. Getting it onto the cogs as well, perfectly spaced out there.
Tim's bot lane getting very low on this Grimstroke. Mike, yeah, he does tick out, and now the Fire Spirits do connect onto KP. Zar level 2 Fire Spirits, so KP gonna survive on 15 HP and is gonna TP out in time and be just fine.
And Neon starting to find that aggression, putting a dent here on the progression of TNC. Not quite where it matters, but you're gonna take it anyway. You're slowing KP's progression in the Bloodseeker. You're giving space towards Skem And that's the most important part. Getting the draw off to a running start, getting John Yuel some EXP, and once you hit those key points, level 6 in your supports, initial farm on the drow, can be smooth sailing past that 10-minute mark. So far, you know, the conditions for Neon in the first 10 minutes, it's not looking too bad.
Very good, actually. 3-2. Slight net worth lead. You've got to just be a little bit concerned about how well Gabby is farming. But they are trying to keep his farm at bay, as now he will Flux and Spark with JG. Be it. Going back to hitting creeps to get that Midas up as soon as possible in this Arc Warden. That is going to be the most important thing from TNC, is just to make sure he can get that itemization up. Armel, however, mid lane, trying to get a power rune. Get lucky with a haste.
Yeah, it's, he's got his Rolling Thunder ready. We haven't seen any movement out or into mid to get these initial level 6 uses out yet. Probably just waiting for a bit more time, maybe waiting for the support to be up. You can't do too much with Vengetree and Grimstroke at 4. The lanes are too tied up, so it's going to be a bit more stacked between mid just for a while longer.
Okay, be a nice little Inkswell play there. We have Tims, but they aren't going to keep going for any form of a kill, just trying to pressure out Scam on this Drow. They've actually got 3 heroes down here in Neon, but TNC will bring Armel down, and Armel is going to run straight in with the haste on to Scam, and he's just going to blow up to the Blood Right. Now going on to play hard, perhaps the Cogs going to push him out, and KB going to be in danger. To get him, Yapage. I don't know about this. He gets stunned up by the Inkswell, and Armel going to have his way with him. Will get the Swashbuckle, takes out another, and with this haste rune, Armel can just take down everyone. Cogs is going to be there. Play hard will still die to March. March, well, he thought about diving tier 1s, but the rest of his team did not want to. We'll back off in time.
And looks like, you know, it looks like March was right. 100 ping is nothing to Armel if he is on that handicap. They just find those kills and they set themselves up to keep that pressure bot. It's only John Yuel around, but they've still got 3 heroes here, TNC.
Yuel be able to swash, or rather Icarus dive away. See, because of that rotation from Armel, Scammy just TPs into the mid lane on the Drow and tries to get some free farming going there. So he understands what's coming, right? Like, there's so much pressure on him to be able to get the farm his team needs for him to be able to join these team fights early on. They know they can't go late game to the Arc Warden. It's just going to be hellish to go up, and it's Gabby on Arc Warden. He does tend to do a pretty damn good job.
Yeah, they've got to secure that early farm, and they're buying that space out perfectly here. Like, Scam's just perfectly fine to even find a kill on KP.
Do. Nice little pick up there. Took 3 heroes, but they do get it done. And TNC, they are going to group up with Much and Tims and run up top. See if they can get a pick off onto JG, but no, JG is going to break the smoke of March. Spotted him out. Probably going to keep his distance now, as he knows they are around. But again, even if they can't kill off the Bat Rider, if Gabby's farming, they're going to be happy.
Yeah, it's still a good time for Gabby. You know, he's up there in last. It's not quite as free as you'd expect. Number 3 in that fort, keeping up with your Podge. It's going swimmingly. I think right now TNC, they need to wait for that initial farm, as mentioned on Gabby, even KP. You need level 6 up on your Bloodseeker before you can start running around here. He's been slowed down a bit on that offlane, so just get some catch-up time for your Blood and kind of stimmy the bleeding, right? The Neon is the one looking for Blood. See your Podge just going deep behind that tier 1, looking for a toss opportunity.
Quite get one, but now he spots out Tims. Stare him down. Don't know he's there yet. He does. He's been very sneaky here, Tims. Paj actually going to choose to back off. He's not going to try to go for it. Might be just a little bit too risky.
Yeah, it's wasn't a clean cut for them, as there is a group up top. JG along with John Yuel.
Gonna cop a lot of damage. He might even get blown up here. G, still with the Flux being left alone, is gonna go down. Now the egg to be committed, but Gabby with the Tempest double is just focusing on it, and Armel will come out, get a bit more damage up, but here comes Yopaj onto March. They'll get the Venge, but that'll be it. They don't really get much else. Definitely a better trade for TNC.
Yeah, they don't even find the kill in the... So no extra gold from picking that up. It just expires in front of them. And TNC, they're going to be pleased. That's the first egg not being so effective for Neon. Going to have to watch how to use that spell. Their teamfight relies on that.
KP going to go for the Rupture into the Blood, right? Could they have the damage in time? Well, they do. Off to the bot lane, it seems. Or maybe even just start pushing in mid. They've got so many heroes here. Bit unorthodox to go for that mid lane first, but if you think you can do it, you may as well, and seems to believe he can.
Yeah, they've got the right click speed. He's got the... He does hit a lot faster. They don't have the level in Magnetic, but you don't need it when you hit that fast anyway. So you're going to do lots of chip damage here.
Look at Gabby, just the Tempest double, going to kill off Play Hard.
Ooh.
God, I hate Arc Water so much as a hero. It's just, you know how many times it's happened to me, John? It's such a sad way to die.
Yeah, it is. It is. But Gabby just getting the punishment out. And they did find a tier 1 top here in Neon. So they found an objective for their troubles. Skem is freely farming. He's been left alone for a long time. He is going to have his Dragon Lance up soon. But he needs to show some progress afterwards. And I think for Neon right now, the travels for GG are key. Travels into Blink for this bat. They need a way to jump in, get the initiation off, and start finding some pickoffs to slow TNC down. There's a 2k lead here for TNC. That's just going to ramp up as the Midas continues to get used up by Gabby.
Going for the Maelstrom next, right? On this Arc Warden. The standard build-up. Sit in the jungle and get a bunch of stacks. Way to do it. Javelin just needs the Mithril Hammer. Neon, all they can do is just kind of sit by idly and wait. Seems like they don't really have a way to find TNC or get anything done.
Their wards right now are super defensive as well. Just watching their own jungle openings to prevent TNC from coming in, but doesn't need to be the aggressor. It has to be Neon that starts finding those openings. It's just they can't. They're also waiting for Yopaj to finish a blink. He's still 1,000 gold away. And they just can't do anything until those tools are up. They get a scan off, but it should be clear where they are.
They get a ward out, but that's going to be dewarded immediately. And now with the soul behind it, Armel is coming in with a double Rupture out as well.
Boy.
They get the egg off in time. It's not going to matter. Oh, that's a rough one. And, well, that ward you just placed, it's gone. March has got it.
Unfortunate for Neon, but man, the wombo combo here from TNC. Soul Blind, double Rupture. Ooh, you just can't do anything once you're caught in that. And Neon has to be cautious. They're bleeding their supports, so the bright side here is that the cores have a ton of space to farm up. This farm just has to matter. I believe that's the travels for JG flying out, and they're going for the defense.
They could get Armel, be a big pickoff. He doesn't have the Rolling Thunder, but they can't really catch him out. Hookshot, nice from Play Hard, but do they have the damage to follow up? Look at Gabby's damage. Just taking out half his HP already, and he's going back for the tier 1 tower with the Tempest, and it is going to get denied at least. So they do save the gold on Neon Esports. Back towards Yopaj, however, who went way too far forward by himself. He's going to die.
It's not the hero you want dying. In fact,
Haste Rune activated by Armel. He's going to think better of it. And well, now JG going for a nice lasso onto March. They're trying to settle for any kill they can get. But look at Armel. He wants to jump into the cogs and deal with Play Hard. And he does. He'll just roll his way out. Call that one a drive-by, John.
Yep, that it is. Armel cleanly finding that kill, and TNC find themselves a 4k lead. 7-13 now at the 15-minute mark. Really need these blinks to come out here for Neon. That is basically it. JG with the travels can apply pressure in the lanes, so he is free to just go around, play in the riskier lanes, TP out afterwards, but they need a blink time. Supaj is about 400 gold off. Once you've got that, again, the Tiny can come in, burst some heroes down. Big one, easiest one would have been KP, but he does have a Hood of Defiance up, so even a Bloodseeker's a bit tough. Maybe just settle for the supports and snowball. That Arch tends to be a bit far forward or isolated to buy space. That's a hero they can punish, but beyond that, you know, just waiting for JG's own blink. At least, well, Yopaj actually finishes up, Royal is speaking, so they've got an option with Tiny. They just need to kind of use it and maybe smoke up and try to make a play.
Blaine Armel having a look. JG, I believe, on the Batrider, but we do have a quick disconnection out from Yopaj. Neon are having internet. Stated it is the rainy season right now, so it's to be expected. Yep. How heavy is the rain, by the way, where you are, John?
It just flashed. So what I had was like a massive amount of wind with some heavy raindrops. It sounded like really heavy raindrops, but I think there's a low pressure area forming off the east coast of the Philippines, way east. So it's coming in, which brings a lot of wind, a lot of rain. I feel like a weather reporter, Mike, talking about that.
Very good.
But yeah, it's a lot of rain. It's a lot of rain. Might be causing some. Well, it more than likely is causing net issues here, as you can see from Neon, but hopefully not for too long. I do believe their pause time ticked down as well. I think Zex pointed that out a while ago, like 6 minutes a while back. That was a very long pause. Start to dig in, and of course, you remember, I believe that pause time is shared between games, so you don't want to run out of pause time into game number 2.
They don't. There it is.
Yeah.
1 minute of pause time remaining. That is pretty rough for Neon. All they've got. What happens after the pause time is over, though?
They just go. No more pause. Yeah, so if a disconnect happens, you're not obliged, technically, to wait. It's the rule book. It is what it is, right? Like, it's a fair chance to both sides.
Oh, of course.
If it happens, it happens.
I'm not questioning the rules. I just wanted to know what happens if they run out of time, that's all. March,
Ooh.
nice deny on that DD room, but a great hook shot out from Play Hard. Straight onto Tim's, but he's going to survive. March swaps him out, and they're going to go after this Tiny. But Scam, he came in from the backlines, getting Tim's on that Grimstroke, and now going after KB, and they are actually going to be able to get him. In fact, make it another March. Came back in on the Venge, and suddenly TNC has lost 3.
Two really big pickups there for Neon. Finally finding that momentum. That blink from Yopaj not even coming into play. They just managed to clean up with a good hook shot in a very tight spot. Have to be careful though, as TNC, they're still clumped up. They've got a numbers disadvantage. Swayed Armel from showing himself in that wave.
Play Hard just cops a bunch of Spark Wraiths and is probably going to die to a Tempest Double now. He does get tossed away, and they do Sunray him up. Make it out. Very, very tough game for the Clockwork. One thing that hasn't changed is Gabby is still farming very, very well. The only difference being now, Skem is at the top of the net worth board.
Yeah, he's had a time staying in the jungle, clearing out stacks, building up on the Drow, has the Yasha up with the Dragon Lance going towards that Manta style next. So it's gonna be harder to pin down Skem. It's gonna be at least tanking through a lot more hits and gonna be able to self-purge if he is in a dicey spot. TNC, their lead down to 1k. And when you have the Arc Warden, a 1k lead is usually not a good sign. You need to start widening it, start finding a few key pickoffs. Lasso.
Big, nice lasso out. They got the big target in Armel. Out with the Avalanche. No toss back yet. In fact, he doesn't even have it. Good hook shot in from Play Hard, but they are still moving forward onto Yopaj, who has been ruptured up and now swapped out. Yeah, Paj is still there. Nobody's taken him out yet, but KP will come in and clean it up. Now the egg to be committed. Skem, he wants to keep fighting. And March looks to fall here on the bench unless that multi-shot misses like that. And March will survive for a bit longer as he does get another swap off onto JG. They're going to turn back around now. Stroke of Fate, not going to quite connect, but the Blood Right should not get the dust, or rather gust off. Armel cutting off from the side. Be able to finish him off, but they do win out that team fight, TNC.
Yeah, it's a pretty bloody one, but they come out on top. Again, you're seeing the effect of this double rupture coming out. It's just super effective in isolating these heroes, forcing them to make a choice. And Neon aren't quite ready to face up against that. They've got to be a bit more coordinated as well with these pick-off opportunities. When they go for the Blink Lasso, you have to ensure Yopaj is in range to get his combination off. If he's not, the damage, it's not going to be enough. And TNC will have opportunities to bounce back in. So have to temper that aggression back just a tad for Neon and choose their fights well.
Amel committed the Rolling Thunder, but not going to be able to catch up to the Phoenix. Just going to have to let him go. You can see they're remaining grouped up as if they want to go for a bit of a smoke here. Tims did bring one along with him, but they aren't going to commit quite yet. However, Neon will. Pete. Careful as JG going to look for a target now with the lasso, and they have caught out one in the form of Armel. They're going to burst down the Pango straight away. Tims, he could still be in danger, and ooh, that's an ugly pause time. Gabby is going to pause the game, and looks like TNC might be having issues now. On pause, Tims should guaranteed be dead. Will be. Skem, a double kill on the Drow.
Yep, just clean pickoffs for them. Big kill in Armel, just keeping that Pango back from building up, and he's stalled out a bit in progression. Is just lacking one part for the Halberd to be up and running. That's going to give them a lot more consistent disarm as well for the Drow. Important to find that item soon. For TNC's part, again, they're just trying to give Gabby the space to build up. He's still up there in net worth, but you can see Skem pull away. And that's never a good sign when your Midas here is, well, your double Midas here is not keeping up with someone without it. Like Skem, very efficient in the triangle. Surprising that TNC has vision or control in that Radiant Triangle to stop this farm.
It's going to be a concern here for TNC. I really didn't expect Skem to be this far ahead. At 20 minutes in, especially up against that Arc Warden, like you said, with the double Midas, but he is. They keep going now into a Hurricane Pike, and I realize it's an Arc Warden, but at some stage you've got to be a bit concerned about how hard this Drow is going to start hitting you. It only gets worse as time goes on.
It's going to get a bit more complicated as well, because he does have the Hurricane Pike up, so even if you catch him out, he's got ways to widen that gap, get himself out of sticky situations here. TNC, and they still have the slight net worth lead, but it does feel like this is not the progression they want to be seeing right now. Still, I mean, you know, they're putting all one basket in Gabby, and they have smoked up.
Have. Through the triangle. Play hard. Oh, he's going to get caught out here on the clock. Looks like he has no way out. He's gone. Well, John Newell also ruptured up by KP. Mid-Icarus dive, and he's gone. No way of survival, but they're going to go for the team fight anyway. Mel trying to get that Rolling Thunder, but he gets cancelled off, and now the lasso's out from JG, but they don't have the damage. The Soul Knight holding them in place, so Armel can get the roll off and go back into them. But they do get the egg. Looks like TNC, they do want to disengage out of here. Commit any further.
It's a good win for Neon. They're targeting the right heroes. Every time they take out March, gives G very clean opportunity to get the lasso off. And March, again, he needs to find that spacing on the Venge just to be on the edge to get a swap off to save. If you break that lasso, Neon's play kind of falls apart. right? It's still a level 1 swap, so it is harder to space yourself out, but you still have to be very cautious about it. This is the only counterplay they have to that lasso initiation of Neon.
See, still grouped up as 4. They have a smoke on March, waiting to clear the creep wave in the mid lane. Perhaps go for this smoke now? Are they waiting for Tim's perhaps? Yeah, top lane has been forced out by Neon, so Tim's gonna take care of it. Go. Well, Scabby can try to meet up with them with those boots of travel. They're gonna run straight into Scam. March would love a swap right now. Gabby, go for the flux to get started, but Scam will matter it off. Meanwhile, to the north, they have found that Phoenix, and that'll be a dive on John Newell. Just brought back in that previous fight. TNC, can they actually get a Roshan done?
Ooh, that's confident. They don't have the team fight without the egg, so TNC must be feeling confident about that. March, again, I'd say, has to stay outside though. If he wants to play with that swap to break any jump in, he's got to keep himself safe here.
You've got to be worried about Play Hard and JG. They're going to be looking to jump in. Try and steal this Aegis. TNC, they're going to go for a quick smoke. Trying to wrap around and block the way for that hook shot. Still looking for an angle, Play Hard, he's waiting, but Yopaj has been jumped on the Tiny, still looking in, he does get the angle, but the Roshan's not done yet, and Gabby does manage to pick it up, so Play Hard is going to go down, and so does Yopaj on the Tiny. JG, he'll commit the lasso, but it may not mean anything. He'll kill KB, but he will lose his own life, and they end up getting a 3 for, well, a 2 for 4. Aegis does expire at least on Gabby, so they get something out of this, but still not a great team fight for Neon.
No, it's a very costly fight in the pit. They do manage to at least stall out. Playhard's timing was almost perfect. Would have been really big if he stole the Aegis still. TNC find themselves 7k up. You're starting to see Gabby slowly pull ahead. He's just 1k above Scam, but that is what you like to see here, and you're getting more key items up. Tim's has to blink up on that Grimstroke so he can come in for better targeted soulbinds. Has to be a bit careful here though.
Gabby, big pickup. Oh, Play Hard, he missed the hook, and now the turnaround out from TNC. It's gonna be a nice easy kill onto Play Hard. Rotations out from this dire side, making sure they don't just give away their position 1. They'd love to pick off Scam on this drow. They could catch him. KP. They toss out on Yopaj. Not going to be quite enough to hold him down. Looks like TNC, they might start trying to pressure this bottom tier 2 tower.
Yeah, they've got the numbers here. You will have Play Hard up in a short time span. The egg is up. The lasso is up as well on JG. And they do smoke up. There's an opportunity to fight here.
All their ultis available right now. They're going to really walk the long way around. Blinds are being drawn up at the top lane. They were just smoking to perhaps push out lanes. We'll get the fire flying, goes to March with the lasso. They'll rupture up JG, but it's not going to matter. March should die. Hookshot, however, from Play Hard does not connect. They couldn't follow up with any more. They're just going to accept the venge kill and leave it at that.
Yeah, they do still manage to stall off the push. So in a sense, that's a successful defense. Tier 2 still stands. TNC forced to back off. Neon again with the right targets, although...
Oh, this Tempest up has been the bane of Play Hard's existence. And Gabby, he's not willing to give it away for free, but Scam looks to have gotten it just in time anyway. Gabby does get that tier 2 tower. TNC, they're just making these small increments of improvement that are pulling this this game ahead for themselves.
Yeah, they widen the lead. They get the bottom tier 2, so that opens up the jungle completely. There's still good wards there from Neon, but you've got some spikes coming out here. Armel, not only does he have the Heaven's Halberd, but he also has the Ags. So he's going to have that additional damage with a swashbuckle on the shield crash. You've got a BKB now up and running as well on, I believe Gabby's flying it out, yeah. So it's going to be a bit harder to pin in that Arc Warden. And you've got to be very cautious, Neon. They've still shown us that they can take these fights. JG has to always find March. That is their condition. If you can take out the Venge, TNC suddenly a lot of their instant bursts, rupture swap, and they also lose a way to break any further lasso. Just kill off March, and that numbers advantage will work in Neon's favor.
Top lane, Cavi's Tempest Double just gonna BKB up and stand his ground. Mid lane. And Invis gonna go after March. No, he'll switch over to KP on the Bloodseeker. They did lasso him up, and they do take him out. And that'll be March going down on the Venge. Now JG on the chase for more. Be able to catch anyone else out.
Again, good targets to go for. The issue right now for March is the moment he gets silenced up, he can't do anything. So he has to watch the spot of Skem, but Skem is slippery now. He's got the Shadow Blade up, so he can start to rip into that back line. It's harder here for TNC to play offensively on the map. They've been a bit more defensive now. Neon's movement has caused TNC to withdraw into their side of the jungle. They did find the top tier 1, but that's pretty much a dead lane, not the biggest objective. The gold injection is nice as they start to clump up now.
Mel, huge pick off there for Skem. That's your mid Pango going down. TNC, they are really putting all their eggs in the Gabby basket here on the Arc Warden. Don't know if it's gonna pan out if this game keeps up like this. Game is still gonna become a problem, especially with that Lincoln Sphere coming out. You're not gonna be able to control him as well.
Yeah, it makes it really difficult to, you know, get that combination off. Even the double rupture is not going to be as smooth going, so you're going to have to find a way to break that off. There's also a BKB up now on your Posh. Again, a lot of that control, a lot of the damage actually from TNC just kind of negated by these great pickups by Neon.
He's going for the Aghanim Scepter on the tiniest vulture.
Oh, I love it. That's it. That's how you do it.
Well, you need the crit though, that's the thing. Like it doesn't do enough damage without like the Daedalus up on the tiny. I guess the Ags does kind of get you started, but it's really all it does.
Yeah, sure. And then I guess next you just have to see the Daedalus, you know? It's like, that's exactly it for your pod, just pure right clicks. And I do believe the reasoning behind that could also be because the bubble doesn't stop those projectiles from doing damage. So that is one way to just not make that a problem. At the same time, Tiny's supposed to blink in anyway. So I guess he just wants the damage. It's just a physical build, safe damage flying out. And another pause. Who is it? It's Gabian. Okay, because Neon only has, you know, a minute. So gotta be cautious.
Yeah. Everyone's having problems. It's very
strange. Fine.
We are.
For some reason.
Always.
Yeah. Unfortunate. But I guess it happens. It's just something. Still, yeah, I look at Gabby, Mike. He's keeping up the E-Blade. So he's going to be trying to shotgun. This is pretty darn good as well to force a disarm onto Skem, which is lovely. I mean, you already had a disarm on our way, but you want to keep it consistent. This is the way to do it. I do feel like Gabi would need a little bit more damage though. Like down the line, he's going to have to sell the Midas off. Go for a Bloodtorn. And if you can get that, then your Tempest Double is just going to find solo kills across the map. Like, you can at least keep bullying play hard. You might be able to blow up JG before the BKB comes. And you should definitely be able to punish John Yuel. So just that offensive build-up later on would be nice. And some issues there.
You do have to go ahead once again. So E-Blade Arc Warden is it's gonna be fun to see. I guess it does have a real nice way of dealing with the Drow. Scam won't really be able to get the attacks off unless he does Manta it off, but even then you've got two of those things to worry about because Arc Warden has a Tempest double for some reason. Very balanced hero.
And you know, Gabby is actually queuing up the MKB next. But again, pure damage coming out. Once that's ready, he's gonna hit a lot more, and you've got to watch out for the split push game. That double is gonna be pretty hard to control. In fact, he's just sending it already, and you know, this is it. This is peak Arc Warden gameplay.
About 4k ahead of the Drow now. Just have the Tempest double in, but is going to get it fed to Scam. Rod of Atos, KP, no, he gets hookshot out by Playhard. They want to take the fight. Playhard going to be alright, they'll swap in JG instead. The egg is still going. Yopaj, a great avalanche out on that Tiny, but he'll be ruptured up. They'll just focus down March first. Now JG with a great lasso onto Tim's. That'll be a Grimstroke who should be dying, but he will soulbind before he does go down. Still a great team fight out for Neon Esports. They get a 2 for nothing, and they're looking for more.
Their lineup just is starting to pop off in TNC. They can't fight in. They are a bit too They're trying to make moves as 2 or 3, but it's constantly punished. Losing your supports like this is starting to hurt. That lead shrinking down 6k, and that's a lot of space being built up by Neon. Scam is looking way too big now. They have been really on point with the targeting here.
Gabby poured out Playhard, but no, Yopaj going to toss him out of there. Turn back around on that Tempest double and try to sort it out. No, actually picking up the Aghanim Scepter, by the way, John, on the Pango.
Yeah. It's really nice. Swashbuckles on the shield crash. More opportunities to get perhaps a disarm off. Just more DPS coming out. We haven't really seen it in play, though. Had that for a while, but they haven't found a successful fight in quite some time for TNC. They've been playing from the back, as we talked about, waiting for Gabby to be really big. And he's almost there. The MKB is almost done. They still maintain a 5k lead. But you know, it's like an ALC game, right? Like the Arc Warden eats so much space, you're sacrificing your other cores. At some point, a 5k lead with an Arc Warden, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough.
Maybe when that MKB's up. That's the thing with the hero though, right? You could just infinitely push out lanes. You can buy so much time with this hero. And even these Spark Wraiths, just place them all across the map and just find out where people are. Oh. Right now, they're stacking them up, but good pull away from JG with the lasso. And now a great hook shot in with the cogs, blocking the way out. There is no exit for TNC. They might have to just take this fight. Armel, be all right. Gabby, gonna move back in. That'll pretty much be it. A 1-for-1. Kind of head back.
Yeah, it's not the biggest trade for both sides. Lasso was committed, but March did manage to get into range for the swap. So he does have level 2 swap. Very important for the Venge. You are feeling maybe a bit more comfortable here as TNC. And the one thing that saved him really was that the cogs did not latch the way Playhard wanted them to. So they couldn't fully commit from Neon. They couldn't drop the egg. They couldn't follow up. And that does stall out for TNC further. Scam is looking like a massive issue now, though. He's just getting way too big. He's just about 4,000 behind the Arc Warden, which, again, is cause for concern here from TNC's end. They need a wider lead, and they need some catch-up for him on their other course, especially KP. He's stalled out after that Atos. Not much going on this Bloodseeker, not even too much in the aura play. You need to give the Bloodseeker something to scale up with. He just does not have the items to really shine here yet.
So they're playing the rat game here, TNC. Sending Tempest doubles constantly down to that bot lane and chipping away at that tier 3 tower. Gonna be frustrating for Neon to try and deal with this. It's just something that's so spammable.
Oh yeah.
Keeps doing it.
Yeah. It's one of those things that happens. Would be nice if he had a repair kit, but not yet.
Dragon Step is available though.
Oh,
yep.
Now I'm happy.
Your partner's got on the courier.
Yeah, but he needs a crit stick, so I'm not too happy. Yeah, just build the Daedalus next. Or, yeah, there you go, Yapaj, you're my boy. Jaboy, do it.
Go. That Daedalus up.
It's gonna be a while.
Very funny with that Treedos.
It's gonna be a while, sadly. Oh, I miss it with Morphling. Two tinies. Two tinies, just... Why didn't teams do that? Like, you know, morph ags is a thing. Why didn't they go more for tiny morph? I feel that would have been. It's more entertaining, you know, because deforestation in that scale is just—it's illegal, Mike.
Should be. Scam just pushing out that mid lane. TNC seemingly unwilling to try and initiate a fight. This is what Arc Warden does to the game, John. It just makes it this kind of game, you know? Where you can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, the tier 3 bot, 300 HP. They actually did force your Posh to TP away from that as well, and you know, eventually TNC's gonna find a tier 3 for themselves, as is... Yeah, no, Gabby's already back, yeah.
Trying to throw everything out onto this Tempest double. Gabby's gonna put the magnetic field down and laugh at them and take their tier 3 tower. Tell me how this is balanced.
That was hard. That's a lot of work for Gabby. He's sending more. He's got the spell person. That's so dumb. 20% cooldown.
20% cooldown reduction on an Arc Warden. Seems good.
Dude, 27.2 cooldown, 26 duration, 1 second downtime. Now that is balanced. That is balanced.
Why not just buy an Octarine Core as well? Why even have downtime?
And then, it's just there. Always out. Gabby, this is the dream. It's one-man Dota. That's what it is. It's literally one-man Dota.
TNC, just the rest of them just hop in the backpack of Gabby. Just sit back, relax, boys. Have a meal or two. Don't worry, everything's fine. I'll take care of the whole map. And a magic lamp there. Mart will take that. They are preparing for the next Roshan attempt on Esports. Gabby's going to skank that out. Pops the BKB on the Tempest double and we'll go at Yopaj. He might actually kill him too, by the way. Yopaj stuck on the high ground now. Has to BKB up. 4 heroes there.
Bounced. Yep, I don't see anything wrong here, Mike. Perfectly fine. This is how Dota is meant to be played. I don't know what you're talking about. And, you know, Mike, we don't even have 25 on Gabby yet, so...
Oh, what's 25?
Lifestealer spark rate damage.
Oh, good.
Yeah, exactly what you'd want. Yep, you needed it. He needs such a good 25. He does. I don't know what you're talking about. Still, you know, TNC, I mean, they're playing this perfectly. It's 23 to 25, 4K lead. you still worry because Neon has so many ways back in and they actually smoke up. They're tired of waiting here.
Strange to say, Radiant's tower is under attack.
Oh no! Oh, you can't miss that. That's a. He was standing still. He was basically AFK. JG though, he is gonna get a nice target in March. Oh, it's very unfortunate for Play Hard. But look at bot lane, John. Gabby's taking a Rax by himself. He's got it.
Oh, that is dirty. That is just so dirty. And TNC? They...
Out on your Page.
Yeah. JG.
He's just in. I'm not sure what he's up to though. There's no lasso available. Scam trying to deal with the Tempest double. Your Page will go try to block it up. Play Hard misses the hook again. Tempest double literally won't die.
Nope.
Play Hard's gonna die to it. That's the worst part about it. He almost goes down.
If you had a Blood Torrent there, I think that would have definitely been a kill for Gabby, but yeah, only so many slots you can get. Hero, I guess that's the balancing factor for the Arc Warden, you know? He only has 6 slots like everyone else.
Oh. That's... I mean... you know, John,
I love how speechless you are.
Don't get me started. I'll never stop if I get started on this hero. Look at this, spark rates being placed around the just casually, just smoking. I run through those.
Oh, and they do 250 more damage now, right?
A divine rate. Well done, Skem. See, Skem knows he needs a divine. There's no other way to beat this darn hero, and he bought a divine. Well done, Skem. I'm proud of Skem.
Skemberlu with the plays. That's gonna allow him to pierce through that wall. Mind you, it's gonna be easier for him to find it open, but he'll have to be cautious. Oh man, John, you all just melts the Gabby. Like, just popping that. Well, popping magical lamp, so that's gonna be down for a bit. Still looking for that Daedalus in your pot. He's got the Crystallis. I want to see that Daedalus up. Still a long ways off. As TNC, this is peak Dota. I'll say it again. It's just the epitome of the game. This is the balance that we seek. This is Zen.
You know what the worst part about the Divine on Skem is? It's going to make it even slower of a game because now he doesn't want to lose his life, so we're just...
Oh yeah.
Who's going to make that mistake first? Dota Plus, 65% for TNC, but it has been going down ever since the Divine got bought.
Yeah, so, it's a scary possibility, but you've got this Hex now on Tim's, so I guess you've got Soulbind Hex. That is super potent. That can change these fights. In fact, if Tim's manages to save for, say, an Ags, you're going to be really well off. Just grab some Skem Illusions and be happy. So there's that Daedalus so much.
Daedalus on him. Tim's has got a Scythe of Vice, and because he's the Stone John, he's just getting infinite gold coming in.
Oh yeah.
So now both teams can hold their ground for ages, right? They've got their defenses set, but we need somebody to start being offensive.
No, we don't. No, we don't. They're posturing around a Roche, Mike. You see that? But how can you go in? Neon has a lasso. They've got the egg. They've got Tiny Toss, Blink in. But TNC, they've got these spark rates around. They've got March constantly screaming at Roche, and they've got Gabby just sending himself out. You know, he is his own best friend. There you go. Just going straight. He's gonna get the range track. He already took the range tracks. What's he doing?
He's going for the mid racks, John. What do you do after the bot racks? Go for the mid one. Skem gonna show up. They just go scepter him up or go swarm him, and Gabby, he'll lose the Tempest double. They see the Divine Rapier. Nothing to hide there. It's gonna be another one of those games where everyone gets to level 30.
Yeah. It's Arc Warden. Just play it slow, play it safe. 9k in the bank for Gabby, no problem. Not spending it, of course, as one would when you have that goal. Just play it safe. And we're just playing the farming game. You can see Gabby at 38k. Schem at 35. So our Drow actually doing fantastic. And really making use of that farming Divine Rapier.
Just him gonna blink away, but there is a leap in with a lasso out onto KB. They'll drag him onto the high ground, bring him on the other side, but he had spider legs, I believe. In fact, no, he just got out of there. Still, team fight continues. The egg does blow. KB does lose his life to Schem. Schem is actually doing a lot of damage. Now looking to fight back. Bring it back in. KP rushing onto Schem, wanting to go after that Drow Ranger, but he's been Hurricane Pike backed. They disarm him. Looks like your Arge is going to be caught on the Tiny and will eventually die.
That's a big back and forth between both teams. A lot of buybacks being committed, more on TNC's end. 3 for 2. Neon's going to be happy with that, of course. Gives him an edge up. Drags that lead down to 3k. And you can see the power of Schem with the Divine, right? Like, he is hitting like an absolute truck. It's very hard for TNC to come in and to do the work. They were saved by March's swap. So that is really starting to come into play here. Max will be safe, but there's that Roche coming out for Gabby, and not the biggest commitment, just double in.
And the Spark Wraiths that seem to be the leading Rotan right now. Gabby keeping scouts out. Roshan getting very, very low. And JG going to jump in a bit too early. A great bait out from Gabby, and now JG just stuck by himself in the middle of nowhere. Will try for the lasso, but it will mean nothing. Armel even is going to jump onto the high ground now. They'll get the Aegis. This might be the moment where TNC start the push. In fact, he sends a Temper Stubble in again. Down to that bot lane. The Schem will go sort it out on the Drow. It looks like they are ready to try and start this mid push.
Yeah, they've got the second life up, so they're gonna have an easy enough time going up there. Just gotta be cautious. Schem still hits like a truck. They still have egg here from Neon. Really good high ground defense that can fly out.
At least they can get rid of the Temper Stubble quite fast. With the tree volley up from your Page, you can get quite quickly. TNC may feel like they don't have the answers for this high ground. They may actually get out of here.
Yeah, again, just back to the defensive plays. Feels like they need more in the tank. Not sure what else you could ask for from Gab. He is saving for the Ags. So you're gonna have runes on demand at the least, but do smoke up. Again, they've got that Aegis. They've got the edge up.
Dude, it just seems as though they're a bit afraid about going into that Divine Rapier. Cap that out your Page. That's going to be a massive pick on that mid-tiny. Meanwhile, Armel going into the back lines, trying to deal with the Phoenix, but he has already got the egg off. Armel just going to swashbuckle his way out before it does explode. And they do get a massive pick in the tiny.
Yeah,
with that tiny down, this might be the chance to go.
No buyback up. Gonna have an opening to go into the high ground.
What does Gabby's Arc Warden do? Gabby's to do.
Just rune on demand, so you can create a random rune. I think he's gonna go straight up synthesis. Yeah, there he goes. There you go, rune arcane. How short's the cooldown Tempest? 19. Spark rate to every 1.9 seconds.
It's getting ridiculous now. So you can spawn a rune up. So he's going to be hoping for that DD rune. Wait, his Tempest double can do it?
Yep.
What?
Of course. Yeah. It's not an ult. It's a great ags, Mike.
Oh,
Look at that.
boy. Look,
Beautiful. Look at that.
look at this. Look at this. When did this become Dota?
It's like StarCraft 2 when you've got siege tanks lined up and the enemy can't do anything. And you just put them into siege mode and all they can do is watch. It's sad.
So they're just spawning runes up. Even bounty runes. So Gabby's basically like a walking pirate hat now.
Yeah, pirate hat that can get spicy, you know, with double damage, with haste, with regen. Any of those, really. I mean, it's all about arcane or double damage, of course, but yeah, sometimes you have no choice. Still, the artillery that comes out of your Paj does hit hard, but you've got an Abyssal up now on our
How
melon.
is
They
he
are smoked
able to
behind.
attack from this far away, John? And can't even reach the arc water to hit him. Meanwhile, the backlines, JG goes in the lasso, but he was ruptured up by KP.
Oh no.
Fine swap out from March. They have got the Drown Scam trying to run. He might just lose that Divine and does. That's the Divine of the deck. Gabby, he'll take it for himself. They'll buy back on Neon Esports, but yeah, I don't know about this quarter, John. It's too much.
Nope. Yep. No. There's no way. There's the Divine on Gabby.
You just gotta ban it. It doesn't.
No, you can't stop it. That's just gonna be mega creeps coming out here for TNC. And the buybacks there from Scam. Yeah, they just call it. They're just done. They're done.
Game's over.
I mean, good attempt from Neon. Really, a lot of shining moments there. They did put a lot of pressure in TNC. It's just that one fight at Roche cost them a ton. And of course, that Spell Prism. That was really one of the turning points for
seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Here for our final game of the night between TNC and MLP Dota and John X Fire. John, welcome back, sir. Game 1 was a hell of a game between these two, and TNC won. We'll give him that. Game number 2, where do you think Neon need to do things differently? How do you...
They've got to ban it. They've got to ban it. They've got to ban that Orc Warden. There's just no way. You just don't want to play. You see what happens when you do. I mean, Scam with the Divine, he tried his best. They even had the Ags Tiny with the Daedalus. Not enough. It's just not enough. You had a Telescope. You had a Hurricane Pike for range. Spell Prism was out. Too much flying out from TNC, and Gabby just had a spectacular time. So you can't allow that pick still. Gonna go through it in Neon. They do pick up the Venomancer first, so they're looking to play a little bit more aggressive. That does signal, a faster pace of game. You get the Pangolier on top of that as well. That does give TNC perhaps the opportunity to go for the Grimstroke pickup here with the Venge. We've seen that support do it before. You can make it work. They go with the Drow. They actually do value the Venge Drow here, TNC. So they're just gonna go for it. That combination they love. They get to pick it up. We'll see if they can make it work.
Well, that was the whole thing last game, right? Like, they got the Venge and they wanted to go into the Drow, but then picked up the Drow to try and deny it away from them. So they ended up, excuse me, I've got the hiccups, but they ended up taking the Arc Warden instead. So obviously they like this Venge Drow quite a lot. Props to March. He was doing a great job last game. We didn't talk about March very much, but he ended up getting a Telescope, which is, every Venge's dream, and just had unlimited range for swap. And of course, when you have Roughshot and that long of a range for swap, you basically just, people just get removed from the game, say it politely. So I don't blame them for going back down this route, and we've seen Gabby Drow. He does a great job on it.
Yeah, he does a fantastic job in the Drow. I believe the last time we saw it, though, with these two heroes, which was yesterday against Fnatic, TNC did have the Armel Drow, if I recall right. My memory's a bit blurry, but they've got that flexibility. Yeah, it was the Armel Drow. They actually had the Gabby Sven, and they give KP the Venge. So this is more than likely 2 cores off the bat for TNC. Just securing that start makes it a bit difficult for Neon to figure out, right? It's open in the draft, so you can still run the March Venge, but you'll always be wondering whether or not that's gonna be off lane or support. And TNC in that sense does have the flexibility. Even the Drow, safer mid, can be tricky to figure out what matchup you should expect here for Neon.
What path Neon will go down? Game 1 must have been a bit frustrating for them, to say the least. Sure. I mean, they must have been like, they felt like they couldn't do much, and even when you saw the Divine Rapier on Scam, it just didn't mean anything. Really never amounted to anything at all.
Oh yeah.
I wonder what the game plan could be for Neon Esports this time. We'll have to wait out these final bans. 2 more.
I love that TNC's banned out the Scam Spectre. Again, this is a failed safe Neon falls back to. It's something that Scam knows in and out very well, plays around that timing very well. So you're not going to have that option here. Neon, for their part, they've taken out the Void Spirit and the Doom, so it looks like they're aiming at a mix of mid and off. They don't seem to be anticipating the KP Venge here for TNC, keeping their options open. Thinking hard about the bans. Again, it's a bit confusing with how TNC does run it. They just tend to throw these heroes everywhere.
They do. The KP's Brewmaster get banned out as well. Fair enough. We haven't actually had the pleasure of seeing any KP Brewmaster as of late, but love to see it, but it isn't going to happen this game either. Let's see. Well, they've just been banning a mix of things, and they'll actually get rid of the Grimstroke now, so to allow that to the side of Neon Esports.
Interesting ban. That does take away the capability for them to kind of stop that Rolling Thunder as well. So they take out a tool that they could use. Probably not looking for any combinations with it though. So they might not even care for the Pangolier Rolling Thunder. That is something they have to be a bit cautious about, and they know what it can do. They had a fantastic time with Armel in that. They do fall back to the Mirana here. That's more than likely the Tim's hero, a special of his. It's always a treat seeing that come out. Works fantastically so far with the heroes you have in TNC. Venge Aura, Mirana enjoys Drow as well. Once you've got the ult, can really help the Mirana right click faster. So there's some excellent synergy here for TNC. A lot of ways these heroes can benefit from each other, and Neon, we've got to see what they pump out. Veno, Pango are a nice combo. They don't have the best hold to fully maximize the role. They need some follow-up for the Poison Nova as well. So they've got to start tightening down this draft to come up against what TNC has.
Do wonder where they're putting this Pangolier and Veno as well, right? Because we know Playhard does end up running Pango sometimes for Neon. See a Lich pop out, so that should be the John Newell hero being picked up here. The Lich hasn't been picked up in a bit as well, I'd say.
Yep, it's been a while. In this case, right, Pangolier plus Lich, Frost Armor plus Swashbuckle in potency. I'm just curious what exactly they're looking for here in Control. It's not like the Lich particularly punishes something like the Drow, and TNC doesn't even think too hard about that. The Underlord comes out. So it does look like we'll be having a support Venge coming out here for March. Mirana, KP, Underlord. Not quite sure in the Drow. That could still be Gabby or Armel, depending on how TNC wants to flex it. Neon, none of these heroes in particular deal with any of these heroes all too well. Like, none of it punishes, say, the Drow by dragging her back or repositioning her. They don't have burst damage to eat through the Underlord just yet. So I want to see something come out here that ties it in. They go with the AM. It's a decent one that does jump into the Drow. Right, that's the gap closer you're looking for. There's not too much hold here from TNC. The best thing they've got is Pit of Malice plus a stun from the Venge and Mirana to follow up. It's not the most reliable though. You can kind of dodge the pit if you do see the Underlord. So it's a bit trickier to lock in the AM, and Scam, he's going to have to dance around here with that AM.
Do agree. And now it's about what you give your Page, because we know AM does need a lot of space. You generally want to play a full Protect 1 if you do pick up an Anti-Mage. I still doubt this is going to be anything like a mid Pango. I do believe they're going to run a support Pangolier, or at best a position 3 Pango. So something for your Page in that mid lane is required. Most of the spirits are banned. The only one still left is the Storm Spirit, which wouldn't necessarily be too bad here, but it may take a bit too long to get online, and you might want to. You don't really want to be too greedy with this with AM of all things.
Yeah. It's I mean, it is viable. I think you're not looking for too much from your mid in terms of tempo here, mainly because the Pango Veno should be enough to apply some pressure. They have good team fight, even with the Lich Red. Chain Frost out will force a lot of movements from TNC early. I think I think right now you could actually get away with it. It's just because TNC doesn't have the best hold.
Dire team.
Could be nice to punish that with that pick, but they leave it open. If you want more active mid in this case, maybe something like a Quap, like a puck that can further reach the back line, just to continue that drow. That's all you really want to see here from Neon. Catching out whoever plays it, whether it be Gabby or Armel, stopping that farm up. And Neon themselves knows the timing of the drow because they just played it, so they should also be aware on how to punish it.
Okay, well, Neon, 25 seconds reserve time for this final pick. You want for the mid lane. I wouldn't mind seeing the Quap come out. It's just up against the Drow Silence, it might be a bit problematic. The Underlord Pit of Malice might be able to hold them down a bit too long, but still viable.
Radiant team. Pick.
Way down to the last second, they do go for the Quap.
Okay. Yeah,
Very nice.
Podge special, right? Like, it's been a while, but your Podge plays a mean Quap. Got ways to jump in, burst down to Drow, and play with that tempo. You can play really early on with your Lich Pango, buy space for the AM, really open up opportunities for Skem to just do what he needs to do. TNC, they still somewhat lack control here. They're mid. It's a bit tricky. I'd say I would like a puck in this case to help them lock it in. Yeah, there you go. Wow, back to back, Mike. I feel pretty good.
Do you get paid to do this job, John?
That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, the puck. There's your catch. Dream Coil, especially once the Ags upgrade comes out, makes it harder for Skem and Yapaj to jump in and out. It gives them tempo here for TNC as well, because the puck comes online fairly quick. And it's also ranged. So you're playing with a Drow. The ult is going to help out everyone except KP. And the timings are pretty nice here from TNC. They can play it fast, but more than likely they're gonna taper off that speed for a bit. Aim for maybe momentum at 15 minutes, whereas Neon, for their part, they're gonna try to run down the lanes. They have really good laners here. And they have great scaling with Scam, and even Yapaj has relevancy into late game, especially with a 25 talent. So they can kind of mix up their speed, but Neon will look to dominate lanes. TNC has to be very careful, protect Gabby. That is their -- 1 priority for the first 15 minutes.
Oh, for sure. Must say, I love the that Mirana set that Tim's having.
Oh yeah.
Really
Feels like it's been a while since we've seen it. Yeah, it's like been a while since we see it a lot in China, right? That Mirana set, the Weeb Mirana set, the ultra rare.
I mean, it only came out what, like a month ago, 2 months ago, maybe.
I think it's been 2 months, right around 2 weeks into the battle pass. No, maybe 3 weeks into the battle pass. You know, when it felt fresh, when we had high hopes for Immortal 3. Dreams can get crushed too, Mike. It just takes a few.
I wonder when that treasure is coming out. Happening. Talked about it before. I'm just still thinking about it. Like, when is it coming out?
It's coming when it's coming, Mike. It's coming when it's coming. Which, Valve time. I think that's the best way to put it. Valve time. It is what it is, right? Like, you don't know, I don't know, Valve doesn't know. No one knows, Mike. Oh, I was getting worried.
You know is we are paused again, our mill. You know what time it is, John?
Late dinner. Second dinner.
Indeed.
Yeah, my Singapore days, we'd call this supper time, but apparently it's just a Discord problem. So no food.
Again?
I don't know how many issues you could have with Discord. I guess it happens. Maybe the server they use, Mike. The server.
We have to go back to TeamSpeak, or whatever that was back in the day.
Oh yeah, way back to TeamSpeak. You remember setting that one up for ESL India? That was a fun setup on TeamSpeak. Great experience with TeamSpeak.
You die alone. You die alone.
Everyone in good spirits. Have fun, they say. After that last game, yeah, have fun.
Big smoke up here from Neon. might try to go for an early first blood attempt. So if they are intending on doing so.
No, not the spot again.
Mel gonna break the smoke of Play Hard. He knows they're all coming. Well, Tim's gonna get swashbuckled by Play Hard, but no way to hold him down. He will be okay. TNC are not interested in an engagement this early on. Just let them walk away.
That's the second time. Second time we've seen that kind of smoke movement, right? Into the ramp on the triangle. You've got someone there to break it. Good read from TNC to avoid it. A bit of a wasted smoke gank for Neon. They're going to go for the runes still. TNC still has to be careful about overextending. They could be punished for poking their heads out here.
Could be. Scam is going to join up with John Newell, and they're going to try and go after Tim's. Tim still hasn't used his skill point yet, just in case he does need to level the lead, but he does not. It'll be a 2-for-2 bound and trade anyway, and they'll go back to their respective lanes. Allow Tim's to pick up his arrow on the Mirana and stop, as he tends to be on this Mirana up against the opposing laners. Very, very.
Can be.
They might run a tri-lane here, Neil.
That's a tricky proposition for Neon. Like, that's gonna starve them of EXP for a bit. They do have really good level 1. Playhard's gonna have to play tag with Tim's. They already spot the tri-lane. KP with his positioning here.
Do this again to the Underlord, and we saw this in a previous series where they just try and up against the Underlord and never let it hit level 2. That's the point where it just becomes a bit obnoxious to play against, but it seems as though Play Hard has made the TP back down to the bot lane anyway. He's not going to stick around too long, just a bit of early harassment out. We'll try and help out JG here in the bot lane up against March and Gabby. In fact, speaking of March, March may have been just stuck in a tree line now. He's going to eat a tree. Playhard has a swashbuckle and he'll throw it out, but March will eat a fairy fire, and now Playhard's the one in trouble. The creep is still chasing, giving Vision and Gabby.
Oh boy.
Says thank you very much to his creep, as he does get a very easy first shot.
That is just perfect coming out for Gabby. March as well, playing on the edge. And this is why you do not want to trade right clicks in a Venge lane. Venge and her carry will always win. Wave of Terror level 1, that armor reduction is a ton. You know, you can't underestimate it. Now you've got level 2 up on March, so whether it be the Magic Missile or the Vengeance Aura, it gets trickier. AG, as the Venom, of course, can just find steady farm. Still holding on to that skill point, whether or not he goes for the early ward or Gale. I think in this case, you're going to be hard-pressed to land the Gale. At the same time, your wards might die early, so it's a very difficult one for the Veno. It's actually one of the few lanes where the Venomancer doesn't get to shine as much, and that's a rarity for the hero. That's one of its core aspects in the off lane.
Be problematic for Neon. I'm sure he does just go for the Plague Ward, though. Feel like they're going to be able to hit that Gale at all in this laning phase. So Gabby does keep a very nice distance between himself and the Venomancer. Unless he does want to trade some harass, in which case he gets close. But JG will continue holding out. Gotta admit, it is a pretty weak lane from Neon here, this bot lane, right? Like the Pango Veno just can't do much up against the Drow.
I mean, they can try for the disarms now, would play hard at level 2, but it's not the safest, and it's gonna shove the wave, so not many opportunities still. We can take a peek down mid. Yapaj on his quap dropping low, and Armel on the puck having a pretty darn good time. Just one last hit above, but you can see the pressure he's applying to Yapaj. Salve up. Armel still holding onto his fairy fire and making good progress towards their bottles. Gonna have to watch for that power rune. Both of these heroes, traditional mids. Really important to secure those runes.
They love them. Up those supports to get into that mid lane and try to get those runes for their respective cores. It's gonna be very wary as well, because Tims loves to make those rotations at that 4-minute mark, and of course with the arrow on the Mirana, it is very easy for him to outplay the opposing mid with a big stun. Speaking of those mid laners though, a bit of a dive here from Armel into the tier 1. Looks like he is going to be relatively safe, or maybe not. Yapaj goes for the dive, but the phase shift gonna save his life. will have to TP out back to the fountain. Tims will actually have the haste rune taken by the Lich. Meanwhile, by the way, March did end up dying down at the bot lane.
Yeah, they're starting to build up their presence here in the bot with Neon. The damage is flying out from JG. You do not want to be hit by the Gale. Abby and March did get hit. They got punished. They are pushing themselves to the edge. Like, the right click here is still amazing. Again, when you get that Wave of Terror out, Gabby just hits like an absolute truck. So difficult back and forth, but Neon, you know, you've got level 3 on JG, you're going to be happy. Just waiting for the level 4 mark and then perhaps stack onto the Plague Wards.
G, got a bit of damage out from March.
Ooh.
And with the multi-shot, Gabby's already laughing. March will take the kill. It's going to be a little intimidating for the boys across the river, just being laughed at every single time Gabby's about to kill you. It's not very nice.
Oh, yeah. He has been on point with the chat. We also even distribution of the bounties here at the 5 minute. There are not many scuffles, as you know, both all supports are really just tied in to helping their lanes. Like, you look up top, Scam is still having a wonderful time on that AM. It's not as much last hits as Gabby, but he's still up there, not slowed down at all. And KP's having trouble maintaining. He's always out of mana. Not a good sign for the Underlord.
Going for that Soul Ring to try and sort that mana issue out. And it's really the only way to play up. Being even more aggressive up against Tims on that Mirana. Even play hard. Gonna make the TP down bot, or rather top. Well, from Tims, but they can't capitalize. Play hard, he's gonna go in with the swashbuckle. Gonna provide even more harassment towards KP. And that's the kind of arrow you'd love to capitalize off, but they just can't get close.
Got the pressure Neon's applying there. It's just never safe for KP to close the gap. He's forced to go into that jungle to try to find some recovery farm now. And that's just a free lane for Scam. He gets the farm into the Battle Fury really fast. And KP, he's not going to slow that farm in any meaningful way now.
Not. Still just trying to work towards that Soul Ring. Things going decently for Armel, at the very least in the mid lane on that puck. Just a couple last hits ahead of your Page. So there will be a TP in from Tim, so he might want to go for a sneaky little arrow play. But he was spotted out on that Mirana. Instead, he will start rotating down towards the bot lane. March, set up here on JG. Hard, however, gonna spot out Tims once again, and neither one really gonna be able to engage. Back off.
It's a bit of a wasted TP for Armel, making his way down here, not finding any kill opportunities. Does give a little bit more time for Yapaj. You know, he walked down as well, but he gets back to the lane a bit faster, finds a little bit more farm. TNC, despite this though, maintain a 2k effort lead. That is piling up on Gabby, way beyond everyone else, even in the denies, just having a good time on the drow. Ooh.
March actually getting denied off by Gabby, and then Gabby will take Playhard's life. And that's a double buff.
This is what you sound like.
It's a double whammy up from Gabby. I gotta say, Gabby's looked really good so far throughout these group stages, as mid lane, Yopaj goes down to Armel and Tims.
And there's that rotation coming out to success. First Dream Coil of the game, leading to big kills. TNC finding themselves with a nice lead. 2k lead. You look at Gabby, level 6, tree rate bans up along with power treads, hits like an absolute demon. Gotta be cautious when you come into this lane, because he is not going to give you space to, you know, to really breathe there with his right click damage.
It's not. Armel now down to the bot lane, does have a DD rune active. The bottle does pop it onto JG. Gabby is in a spot of danger, but Yopaj needs to finish off the kill quick, because he could be in danger himself. He does get the scream out in time. We'll have the blink back up in 2 seconds, but Armel is going to go for the chase. Playhard now going to join in, and they even have John Newell there. Armel may have dove a bit too far here, as he is going to get... Yeah, he's going to get gazed up and die. That's a big couple of kills there for Neon Esports.
Yeah, really great exchange. Just taking out Gabby, putting a dent in that progress into Drow, also putting a dent on Armel, and that's exactly what you want. All this movement down bot means the top lane's super free for Schem, unpressured on the AM. You're still seeing Gabby with a lot more farm, but you know the timing for Schem into the battle here is key. They do put Gabby up top. Looks like it's about that time where both teams look for the tier 1 trades.
We'll get started. KP finally has that soul ring coming out as Tims is going to get chased down, but Armel killed off JG down at the bot lane. Tims, he'll be right. Armel once again with that Dream Coil just being very effective and getting an early kill off again. Be a big rotation up top though from Neon. Try and get something done with the Pango, but he misses the swashbuckle. Yapage also around with that Sonic Wave, will jump back in after Gabby, and that's the one target they want. But KP is going to try and get him out with March. The swap, they might just get there, and they do. Scam. He got the Mana Void off in time, John, but it just wasn't enough damage.
Oh man, KP, 5-star Uber right there, on point with the timing. Bails out his entire team. A wasted rotation out from Neon. Missed opportunity, but you're also stalling out the farm of TNC. They successfully defend that tier 1 top. You have given some space for Armel to push that tier 1 bot though, and our puck has gotten some room to play the farming game. Level 8 is working towards the blink next, and once you've got that, you're going to be good. Although your Paj cops a melee arrow. Not a good time.
It'll be alright. So they really need to get play hard at level 6 to get that Rolling Thunder up. And love to have that form of control in these team fights, and play hard is going to go ahead and try to secure that level 6 in this mid tier 1 tower range. It's going to be slightly challenging though, because Gabby wants to get some tier 1 tower damage off. He's going to force JG to come in on the Veno and fend this one.
Yeah, you can't afford to bleed that one out, because you've got him. He needs to play in his jungle. So the moment you lose that tier 1 mid, it opens a lot more movement for TNC to be offensive, and they are smoked up here, Tims and March.
The bot lane. Need to land a big arrow if they actually want to kill off Schem. Bees are coming in. Arrow is not going to land, and Schem will... Oh, he blinked into the arrow!
What?
Oh, Schem, no! Magic missile. It's not going to be enough anyway.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a close call. Blinked right.
That keeps you on edge, those kinds of arrows. Tims, whether or not he's a prophet doesn't matter. They find a kill here down mid.
Yeah, JG does go down on the Veno, but the team fight will start as Yapage gets a nice Sonic Wave out. Now the Rolling Thunder out from Play Hard will finish the job off. Tims will get hit once, hit twice. He only has one leap charge. They'll gaze him up, more disarms. He will finally quit the leap, but Yapage was waiting. It does take him out. Now on to March. March actually tankier than you'd expect. They do have KP and Gabby around to help out. That'll mean Neon do need to back off.
Still a win for Neon. They punish Armel once more, stalling out that blink timing, giving Yapage a bit of a ramp up into his Yules. So you're happy enough with this trade. There hasn't been any significant progress though for Neon on towers. That's the one worry I'm getting here from these exchanges. It's leading to TNC widening that network gap. 5k lead now for TNC. Right around the 13-minute mark. They hold on to all their tier 1s, which is not typical when you're against the Veno, but they have been forced to kind of fall back and play a slower game. Yapage isn't quite ready to fully commit, although he is smoked up here.
They've got a double damager inactive on Yapage. Try and make use of it while they still have it. Gabby is right near them. Onto the high ground, and they might spot him out now. In fact, they run straight into him, and this could be a great pickoff, but a great gust out from Gabby. Ooh. They do get the gaze off in time from John Newell, and Gabby does have to accept the fact that he is dead. They laugh back at him.
That's an important pickup for Neon, the biggest target they could hope for. Do manage to punish Gabby for just overstaying his welcome. Nice deep ward being planted by Neon to keep track of that camp as well. Opens up the mid-tier 1 push, and if they can take this one out, of course, opens up them to really invade the jungle. They've already got these deep wards. They just need to cancel out access points, and they can look for those ganks.
Neon still trying to get a fight going mid lane, but eventually we'll just let it go to farming for them. With all these kills onto Gabby, still top of their worth board, seems unaffected. They're going to go mid again. With the Underlord, with Armel, with Gabby.
Just a high priority tower, you know? They want to start peeping into that jungle. They've left the AM alone, although
It's going to be a Dark Rift out, swap from March, try and get Armel out of there, and Gabby, they're all going to be fine. Again, KP, make sure there is no risk involved. They'll all TP back into the mid lane now. Time to re-engage with the Moonlight Shadow.
yeah, they still want that mid-tier 1. They know the Rolling Thunder's gone. That's a big teamfight spell off. That's their main control as well. Nice arrow.
Catch up onto the Lich. On UL. Go down. Play hard now. Going back in with the swashbuckle, but the multi-shot is there from our Drown. Oh, JG getting swapped in by March. He's gonna die.
It's not the way you want to lose your Venom. He also doesn't have any skill points in the Poison Nova, so again, looking for the plays with a Plague War. Life to spam it out, there's nothing to stop that push. Off in the end, a bit costly for TNC. They do drop their net worth lead just by a touch, but now they have some ways of peeking at Scam. They've left alone. Scam is free farming up, just about 900 gold away from the Battle Fury, and once that's up, of course, our AM starts to farm like mad, starts to grow bigger. You're approaching that power spike here for Neon, but TNC, we talked about the 15-minute mark being their spike, and they do have that lead at this time. So they could start to grow a bit bigger. And the Drow is looking great. Gabby has the Dragon Lance up with the Venge Aura. That does mean a really long range, make it difficult to close that gap.
Bot lane. Oh, arrow doesn't land on Page. Been a very nice arrow had it landed. Page is struggling anyway on the squap right now. Unable to get that first core item he wants, which is the Orchid in this case. T1 tower. Gonna go down up and down. KB, however, just Dark Rifting on the right side.
Yep. So
fine.
Yeah, they're going for a shove up top. Tier 2 already looking very unhealthy. The defense.
The thing with the Drow, you just take the tower so quick, but Play Hard is going to roll in with your Page there, but they got the Gust off on the Quap, and she has no way to dispel, but it will wear off. Gabby is actually in massive troubles. The Chain Frost does fly through, and it looks like Gabby has accepted the fact that he's going to die. With that TNC wanting to get out, or maybe Armel wants to go back in, but he is spotted out by Play Hard now to just get himself onto the high ground and TP away. Still Gabby, they do fight him for a third time.
Yeah, big pickup again. Just punishing the Drow, and you can see Scam, of course, with the Battle Fury up, his net worth's climbing. Starting to match Gabby's farm, overtakes now, and that's not a good sign. The AM, it's about to be his game. He's working towards the Asha, into the Manta next, and once you've got that, you can start pressuring the side lanes, shoving in waves, make it difficult for TNC to venture out and start hunting. And that's what this lineup wants. They do want to go hunting a bit. They're not going to have that option, and that's going to stall out a few of their key item pickups.
Gabby's got the Hurricane Pike on the way. Be a little bit concerned here for Scam, who's got that Battle Fury and is slowly starting to escalate It's going for the Manta up next. They have Skem for the answer up against Gabby's Drow for this game. Really hasn't been contested too much, Skem.
No.
They have left him to his own devices.
Yeah,
Instead, grouping up top TNC.
They're trying to go for the objectives. They're trying to keep Gabby safe with this kind of movement. So they're not putting him in a position of risk. The issue is that Neon's teamfight is a lot more stitched together. And there's that Orchid for Yapaj. So they can come in. They can probably get the control into one hero and immediately burst him. Gabby has to be super careful. There's just so much gap close here from Neon.
JG's trying to get started. Doesn't quite hit the Gale, but Yopaj going to go in with the Orchid onto KP, but now the green call there from Armel, and they're looking to turn. They'll get Yopaj down, and the Chain Frost still bouncing around, but not doing too much. A Scam does go down, and now KP. All but, or maybe not, JG, the one to go down. Tim's on a triple.
No, that was not it for Scam. He jumped in. The control from TNC. We talk about the pit. We talked about the puck counter to the AM. He couldn't move. He was stuck there. He got bursted down. He needs the Manta before joining these fights. A bit preempted from Scam. Good punishment from TNC. 7k lead up. And Gabby just gets to go home. Gets reset. The Hurricane Pike up and running on the Drow. It's a bit of a back and forth. 8k lead for TNC, but you see Scam top of net worth. This means that the cores of Neon beyond the AM are being sacrificed hard. Like, look at JG, still saving up Earth Vessel. 4.5k net worth. Even Tim's in the pause for Mirana has more farm than that off-lane Venomancer. And that is not what you want to see as they start the Roche.
Do it. See, want to take a quick Roshan, and you can just do this with the Venge Drow. It's just such an easy thing to get done. Neon, to have an idea that it might be happening, will come in, but Armel already orbing out, getting rid of the Lich Courier. Actually going to go to the left side, and they're going to leave the Roshan on pretty low HP for now. To the Veno wards, Gabby. They're back in for the Roche. Armel looks like he'll get started, but you're part of the silence. But the arrow came in from Tim's, and it connected on their Queen of Pain, which means there's no stealing happening here. But Playhard is in with a great rolling thunder. The only problem is he has no backup. Armel held them at bay. Playhard, he had 3 people stunned up for however many seconds. It just did not matter.
Yeah, that's wonderful from Armel. Perfectly timed. Neon was just smoke up right then as well on Yapaj.
He's got the silence off on Armel, but he's rooted in place. Used up by KP and rooted again. With the Firestorm to come in, he is dead. That is not what you want to see from your position 2 Queen of Pain. TNC now, they're going to try and start forcing down this tier 2 mid tower.
Yeah, and it's a quick process. Again, you can't underestimate the right click of the Drow. Now, the Lich Frost armor can stall it out a bit, and it has, but it will eventually fall. You can see Scam focus elsewhere, shoving the bot lane, doing what AMs do best. Not quite the speediest yet. Still looking to finish the Manta. And until that Manta's up, the full potency of the AM, it's just not realized yet.
That's it. See, they're going to go back for that tier 2. Mel's having a look around for Scam. Almost found him. Quite quick enough with the orb. Mel's actually TPing up to go after Playhard, it seems. Just wants a quick kill. Gets the Dream Coil with the Veil, and now the orb to fly through. Won't be able to quite finish him off. Go back in now with your Page. He's in with the silence and with the Sonic Wave. Armel just going for a pick off, but he couldn't get on his own and does pay for it.
Yeah, a good pickup for Neon, punishing RML for overextending. They do drop their tier 2 mid, but they stalled it out for so long that you have for Scam. He is still keeping up in terms of net worth. He's 200 off the Manta, so you should be able to have it after these camps are cleared out. And once you've got that, of course, he can play a lot more offensively on those lanes. He can find openings for himself, shove the waves out. They've even got the blink on play hard, so easier initiation without Rolling Thunder coming out here.
Nice. Of course, while they did that, the tier 2 mid did go down. So not all is lost for TNC with that RML pickoff. They might even find some value in that death happening for RML. Working towards zone blink now, about 100 gold off. That's up. Should be a little bit easier to get some initiations off for your team. Well, while he's doing that, Gabby just pushes another tower in, just by himself in the drow. No fear in the world. Keep getting it done.
It's just droughtings, you know, you can really just melt these towers fast. You've got all the damage in the world. There's a Manta now on Gabby as well, so complicating matters if you do jump in onto the drow. And you can see Neon forced away from the bounties. It's a 3-for-1. He's going to be very happy with that result as they start chipping away at another tier 2. Now, it takes a while because of that frost armor from well. But again, if you don't see the heroes coming in for the defense, it will still eventually fall.
Seems to be the case. It's definitely going down. Top lane RML's just buying time. It's being annoying towards Skem, keeping tabs on the AM and making sure he's not too comfortable. While he's doing that, the rest of TNC looks like they want to keep going down through the bot lane. They have the Aegis still up on Gabby. They can stand out of tower range like this and just hit the tower. There's nothing really to stop them apart from backdoor protection, but there's more creeps coming in.
Yeah, it's that Venjora at play, the drow, added range. You know, you've got the Hurricane Pike, you've got the Grove Bow, very balanced set of items for Gabby, and really no committal siege. I mean, what is this?
Mel looks like he will just solo pick off Lich, and does, and well, there goes JG. Going for the Rolling Thunder. Nice play in from Play Hard now with your Page. A big Sonic Wave out, but here's your Uber. He has arrived. KP looking to get March out as well. It does. Just perfect.
The timing, the Aegis expired right as they got out as well. TNC in and out, just home wreckers here. And
KP's never late, John. You know that.
Yeah, always on point. Just don't let him burn out. Don't want to see his burnouts anymore. Still, Neon, 14k behind. Right? Like, we haven't seen Scam's AM take part in these fights, which, you know, it's not necessarily an issue that he joins these fights, but he hasn't made as much progress on these towers. Very recently, just took out the tier 1 top. We need to see Scam open up even more of the map. He needs to apply more pressure. He needs to be all over the place to buy Neon space, to try to force a response, find some pickoffs. It's just not quite there, and TNC, they're not biting the bait so far. And they've been disciplined enough. They've had low committal on that push. You know what would tie this up? If they found a telescope on top of everything down the line, you would just be set, right? Grove Bow on your drow, a Hurricane Pike, Venjora, and then a telescope. What more could you ask for?
He might get it soon, John. We're almost in the 27-minute mark. So we'll find out if he does get a telescope very, very soon for March. Very upsetting for Neon if he does.
Gonna be difficult as Neon, you know, they need to see some progression here as well. Yapaj desperately needs that BKB on the Quap. He's got enough for the Mithril Hammer. The recipe's still a ways off. Ooh, oh no, that's Neon. All right. Yapaj gets fortunate. He takes a telescope. Can TNC play RNG? Find the telescope themselves. Ironically, they have a repair kit. for whatever reason.
The roles are reversed there. I think Neil wanted that repair. They won't get it. Yeah, March does get himself a nice that craggy coat. Becomes much harder to kill now. Just casually at 31 armor on the Venge. So it feels good.
That's perfect. This is an opportunity for Neon to shove down the bot lane a bit, but they're playing it safe. Farming in the jungle. Oh, telescope, Mike.
They got it. There we are. March will take it straight away.
Ooh. Can he go up to Gabby? I would love to see this. I would love to see balance. I would love to witness that. We saw it in the last game, right? Like with Gabby's reach on the Dark Warden. How much further can you reach on the Drow? Oh. 625 plus 490. That's more than about sniper range. So you'd be satisfied. It seems fine. No, he threw out the Grove Bow, Mike. He went for the orb. Yeah, you would do that, but 100 range down. Not as dank.
Definitely upsetting. Obviously, the minus armor is going to help quite a lot with that tower. You know?
For sure. For sure. It's so hard now because Gabby hits just so hard. But there's the BKB on your Posh, so he can jump in. He can do some work. You've got to be cautious here if you're TNC.
Thunder, play hard, gonna go in with the blink, lands on KP and wants Gabby on that Drow, but he's gonna be swapped out from March. Pash, unfortunately with this BKB, he's gonna be able to get nothing done at this rate. They're trying for March, but he's so tanky. KP, Mel gonna jump in, he has found the real play hard, and looks like he will get the real play hard. No buyback on that Pangolier. You can see back to the high ground.
Yeah, it's a scary point. You saw Gabby's illusions do a lot of damage onto your Paj. Gotta be careful with that spacing. He did use that one BKB charge as well.
Look at this range. Gabby and Tim's both just chilling out. No need to go high ground, boys. Just relax.
Yep. That is cause for laughter. Balance. Ice Frog. You can't do no wrong. This is perfect.
Alright, so top racks is gone now. TNC. Easy racks for them to take. Yopaj has just gone to the other jungle, and so is Scam. They might just try and start split pushing the other lanes as there's no point in a high ground defense. They just can't do it right now.
It's a bit worrying though. Roche is spotted by TNC here. No vision from Neon to see this one, and it is just gonna melt to Gabby. I mean, Orb of Destruction on Drow. He just melt everything.
The Aegis for Gabby now. He'll even take the cheese for himself. Sure, they just want to go mid lane now and try to go get another high ground attempt going.
Neon smoked up. Armel? No, miss out.
They're going to run into KP, which is not the target they want to start on, but they will abyssal him up. March will swap him out on the Venge. They do at least get March. Now with that, they may be able to go further, but they're not focusing down Gabby, who's on Skem as we speak. They'll get KP, but a massive dream call out from Armel, holding them down, and Skem just gets melted by Gabby. Now on JG, in fact, never mind that, go on Yopaj. He does Sonic Wave, but Gabby eats the cheese and keeps man fighting up against this Queen of Pain, and they just can't fight back. Yopaj will have to blink out of there. Armel gets a double. Gabby looking for a dominating spree. Gives the tip over to play hard. Onto the high ground.
And Gabby, he doesn't care if you're at melee range. Just rips right through everyone like a Beyblade and onto the high ground.
Like a Beyblade.
Well, yeah, because you let him rip. Let her rip.
I know why you... I know the joke, John. It's just...
It's getting late, Mike. I'm running out of puns. Okay, my back's aching. I need a gamer chair, but I've got a monoblock chair like a Filipino does. You know? All of us are on monoblocks here, Mike. All of our backs are hurting. You know it's true, though.
Mid racks will go down. I can't comment, John. Down to the bot racks.
Yep, and tricky spot, Neon. They don't have their ults. Respawns are short though, but it's gonna be Vegas now.
Yapaj gonna jump in with the BKB, and
boy.
he is dead. Yeah, Gabby is just hitting too hard. Play hard, trying to roll through, but Gabby is just firing arrows at him. He's gone. Now Skem is going to have his Dream Coil broken and is also going to go down. And it's just a very victory from TNC in this last series of the day.
Yeah, it's a valiant effort by Neon, falling back to Skem AM. With TNT, they come out on top, dominant form. Game 1 was a lot shakier, but here a lot